Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If the Son of Light Yagami and Misa obtained the Death Note and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Massacre. April 5th, 2031. The police station. Things were quiet at the police station, as usual, as everyone got to work. Work went on like normal despite the ongoing Kira investigation. This room was full of police detectives who did not have the courage to work on the Kira case, but they focused on other cases, like bank robbers and identity theft, so they can bring in criminals. They wanted to get to the criminals before Kira got to them, so, in a way, they were fighting against Kira. In the room that was prohibited to all but members of the Kira task force, the door was opened as Soma and Yamane walked through, holding mugs of coffee in each hand totaling to 4. Yamane closed the door behind him with his hip before he handed out a mug to Kudo and Height, who were sitting on the couch with a laptop in their laps. "Coffee?" Yamane said. Height accepted the mug as he moved the laptop off his couch. Soma presented the chief's mug with a nervous smile. "For you, Chief Kudo." Kudo put the laptop away before he accepted the coffee. "That's Soma." With a mug in their hands, the 4 drank their cups of coffee in silence. It was like this almost every day of the week, boring with nothing to go on until they found a lead. Catching Kira was nigh impossible considering that he had a notebook that could kill people from anywhere around the world and there's no way to trace the source. All they could do was sit in this small room, look over Kira's latest killings, and wait as they sipped from their coffee. Soma, the youngest one in the group, got bored and turned on the television, flipping through channels until he would find something interesting to watch. "I heard that Knight gave a speech at the entrance ceremony at 2:00, Yamane said, and he aced every subject with perfection. One smart kid. "I wish I was there," Kudo said. "I wish I was there to see him give his speech. We could sure use his detective skills right about now," Height said before sipping from his mug. "With his brains, he'll surpass all of us as a detective. Then we must take advantage of this head start," Kudo chuckled, "and not let Knight eclipse us." Soma stopped on a channel. It was a debate channel with the headline written in perfect Japanese for them to read. "Pro-Kira versus Anti-Kira. Interesting debate," the host on television said. "There's Kira debate," Soma said, "the Kira supporters against the protesters." "I can't believe supporting Kira is even up for debate," Height said. "Kira's nothing but a murderer." "This could be interesting," Soma said. "I know that I'm supposed to catch Kira, but I can't help but listen to what the supporters have to say about him." "You're inviting yourself to some false beliefs, Soma," Yamane said. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the host, holding a microphone in hand, was standing in front of frosted glass which separated 2 groups of people. Their silhouettes were outlined with shadows and filters were used to mask their voices. With this, male voices sounded deeper and girl voices sounded like chipmunks. To those people tuning in, the house said, "It is a hot topic in Kira debate. Pro-Kira is on my right and anti-Kira is on my left. Anti-Kira, Kira isn't a savior, he's a murderer. Pro-Kira, but people who lead good lives are being benefited. Anti-Kira, what about redemption? Criminals can redeem themselves. Pro-Kira, they shouldn't have to be criminals to redeem themselves. Anti-Kira, accepting Kira as a god is utter nonsense. Pro-Kira, children can grow up knowing no fear or pain from criminals. Anti-Kira, Kira's not a savior, he's just a grudge-bearing psychopath. In a matter of time, L will catch him." Kudo lowered his head in disappointment. "It's sad how many people are on Kira's side. Not only that, but only a handful, such as ourselves, know that L is dead. We need L now more than ever." Height nodded. "I wish they would just open their eyes and see that he is a murderer." Soma reluctantly raised his hand like a student to a teacher. "Chief, can I ask a question?" "Wasn't that already a question?" Height mocked. "I understand that what Kira is doing is wrong, but at the same time, I can't completely hate him." The 3 investigators said nothing and he took this as his cue to continue. "I want to catch him, don't get me wrong, but I can't completely hate him. Because of him, crimes are starting to go down. I know that he killed those FBI agents and L and whoever chased him down, but dash. Soma, Yamane interrupted, why bother saying this if you're part of the Kira task force? No true peace can come from killing people, Hayate said. What does killing have to do with justice? All that was left to criticize was Chief Kudo. Soma looked at the chief with nervous eyes and waited for his input. The chief took one more sip of his coffee before he set it down. You won't hear any criticism from me, Soma, the chief said. We're all part of this task force to bring Kira to justice, not discuss what's right and wrong. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion and I won't stop you from voicing yours. Soma breathed out, exhaling with relief. I thought you were going to chew me out. What makes you think I'm not going to? Soma suddenly panicked and sweat dripped down his face. Kudo laughed. I'm kidding. Soma laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his head. At least the chief has a sense of humor, he thought. Warning. 12:04 p.m. NHN News Station. But above all, NHN guest Ren Hirasaka said to the news anchor, we must teach that Kira is justice. I couldn't agree more, NHN host Kyuki Deguchi said. They teach us that Kira was nothing but a mass-murdering terrorist, but ever since his emergence 6 months ago, crimes have practically gone into free fall. Without Kira dash. His freeze and his eyes went blank. What's wrong, Mr. Deguchi? Hirasaka asked. Deguchi grabbed the pencil and stabbed himself in the hand with it. Blood sprayed from his wound and onto Hirasaka. Without missing a beat, he stands up and draws 2 kanji characters on the wall behind him in his own blood. The crew working behind the scenes suddenly panicked and went rushing to Deguchi's aid, but he had already stabbed himself with the pen in the artery located in his neck, bleeding out almost instantly. The camera stopped rolling but froze on the message he left behind on the wall. The message was written like bold words except for colored blood red letters and spelled out. Kiri. Warning. 12:05 p.m. Pro-Kira vs. Anti-Kira broadcast. The world needs to obey K-. The shadowed silhouette becomes silent all of a sudden like he was muted. His shadowy figure becomes apparent by standing up in the stands and freezing like a statue. Sit down, man. The shadowy presence steps down the steps of the stage and into stops in front of the frosted glass. What are you doing, man? Thump. The shadowy figure exhales softly before falling forward and knocking down the glass and exposing the identity of the Pro-Kira supporters to the camera. The Pro-Kira supporters gasped and screamed. The camera focused on them as they made their haste to get down from the stage, but by then, an unseen entity already made its presence. A man who had been sitting in the front of the seat suddenly wrapped his hands around his throat and began choking. A woman who had made a run for the exit opened the door, only to slam her head against the door. A short man reached the edge of the stage and jumped off headfirst, breaking his neck upon impact. Stop, a woman shouted, stop aiming the camera at us. The cameraman wanted to obey, but he followed on like a soldier, making sure to capture the faces of every Pro-Kira supporter. 2 people in the crowd ran behind the frosted glass on the anti-Kira side and tried to hide in the shadows. The first man to hide suddenly jumped to his feet and smashed his face through the frosted glass and slit his throat on a shard. The other one stabbed his hand on the shard of glass and wrote on the frosted glass for the cameraman to see before stabbing himself in the throat. After the screams had silenced, the camera slowly zoomed out as the incident came to its resolution. The cameraman focused on the writing left behind on the frosted glass and made sure to capture what it spelled out. Kiri. The cameraman committed suicide a few seconds before the cameras stopped rolling. Warning. 12:06 p.m. Church X of Kira. The Kira Worshippers was practically a documentary concerning a freelance journalist recording the stories of Kira worshippers. The journalist, Yuri Ohashi, would go to churches built in Kira's name and she would record their stories on what it was like to be a Kira worshipper. She wasn't necessarily pro-Kira, but she definitely preferred Kira supporters. She walks into a church known as Church X of Kira and the sole cameraman follows her in. As you can see, this church is just as dedicated as any church is to Kira, she said into the camera as she scanned over the candle-filled environment. In the main room with seats, There was a group of followers sitting around a circle with the word Kira spelled out using candles. They wore white cloaks and cupped their hands together. These are the Church X of Kira worshippers, let's get a closer look. The cameraman zooms in on the group as they bow. Kira-sama, a woman whispered. The woman kneeling beside the woman suddenly went wide-eyed. The cameraman caught this and zoomed in. Before anyone realized it, the woman slammed her head onto the ground repeatedly. The Kira worshippers jumped to their feet in a panic. One of them suddenly jumped back and into a pile of candles resting on the altar. His cloak caught fire and he burned to death. Kira-sama, the same woman cried before clutching her eyes shut and looking down, praying with her heart pounding in her chest. Turn off the camera, Yuri shouted. The cameraman obeyed. 12:07 p.m. The police station. Oh my God, Kudo gasped, reeling in the information like a swallowing a bad pill, a public massacre, forcing people to commit suicide? Unforgivable, Heiid said, Kira is getting out of control. A savior? He's nothing but a murderer, Yamane scolded. The door burst open behind them with a young officer coming through. Chief Kudo, there's something you have to see. I saw it, Kudo said, Kira committed a public massacre. There are 3 public massacres. What? The 4 men followed the young officer out of the room where a police officer adjusted 3 projectors on the wall so that the entire department could handle it. On the projector on the left was a public massacre happening on NHN News with the host committing suicide live on the air. The projector in the middle showcased the aftermath of the pro-Kira versus anti-Kira massacre, while the projector on the right was showcasing a live broadcast of the killings done at the church. Luckily, it ended with only 2 people dying, at least on screen. Oh my God, an officer gasped, how could Kira do something like that? A monster, another officer said, he's nothing but a monster. Forcing people to commit suicide on live broadcasts. And his own followers. Kudo slammed his fist onto the table beside him and sneered. Atrocious, what Kira did was unforgivable and proof that he must be brought to justice. Wonder what Yagami thinks of this now, Heiid said, thinks Kira must be so special now. With this, we can get him on our team. I'm afraid in this scenario, we are going to need Knight on our team. 12:24 p.m. The Yagami household. Pure evil, Gilth said with disdain, slaughtering innocent people just because they believe in Kira, that is 10 times worse than anything I've ever seen before. He looked at Knight and waited for his input. Knight and Gilth had been in Knight's bedroom watching the events of the 3 massacres unfold before them. Ever since he first laid eyes on the public massacre, the one that unfolded at the debate, he recorded the event and rewatched it several times. Then he found the other 2 massacres online. Someone had recorded the massacres and posted them. Since they were uploaded on the internet, the gory parts had to be edited out for obvious reasons, but he still saw what was going on. Knight? Gilth called out, are you okay? Knight made a fist. Kiri, Knight said. Gilth cocked his head. That's the name that was left behind in the first 2 massacres. I would assume that the same can be said for the last one, but the camera stopped rolling before we saw more. He stood up and crossed his arms over his chest. It looks like a Shinigami brought a death note to the human world and it has fallen into the hands of an anti-Kira protester, a murderous one with a strong prejudice against Kira supporters. Another enemy with the death note and he's killing Kira supporters. Not only that, but based on the message he left behind, he is going by the name, Kiri. Any theories, Knight? You think it could be Iris? Knight shook his head. That's a definite possibility, but if that were the case, then why didn't she kill me right here and now? If she was this anti-Kira, then why target innocent people if she hated Kira for killing her innocent sister? Does she hate the fact of anyone supporting Kira? Why not just write her name down? I was considering that. Knock knock. Knight turned towards his bedroom door and started sweating. He made sure the death note was secure in his drawer before he ran downstairs to open the door. Standing there in front of him was Iris with a backpack and Massey floating behind her. Knight, Iris cried with a horrified expression, I swear, it wasn't me, I'm not Kiri. She called herself by the name left behind during the massacre. Suspicious, but then again, Kiri wanted to be called that in the first place, a serial killer name. Remembering that she was standing outside his doorway, he grabbed her by the shoulders and brought her inside. He locks the door behind him before escorting her to the living room, and they stand between the couch and the TV. How can I trust you? I came here to give you my trust. I knew that you would suspect me as soon as you saw the massacre, so I ran over here as fast as I could. That alone won't be able to clear your name. I would suspect you as being Kiri, but what's the point of Kira killing his own supporters if he wants the world to lean in his favor? You, on the other hand, have a motive and a notebook. Until we can confirm it for ourselves, I don't think I can trust you with your death note. Iris slightly panicked and her heart started pumping. You promise you won't kill me, right? I won't kill you. It's a double-edged sword either way. If I kill Iris, the Kiri killings would either stop or keep ongoing. If they stop, she's Kiri. If not, then I've wasted an opportunity to get the Shinigami eyes, but I'll have 4 death notes in my possession either way. If I don't kill her, then she could be Kiri and kill me, or she can make the deal for the Shinigami eyes and we can kill Kiri together. I just realized, if you were Kiri, who seems to despise Kira enough to kill innocent supporters, then what's stopping you from killing me now? I'm not Kiri, she insisted. I'm willing to help you solve this case if it means clearing the air. You and I grew up in the same orphanage. Teach me through by giving me solid proof. How am I going to prove that I'm not Kiri? If I were Kiri, then I would have killed you. I already know that you are Kira, so there would be no need for me to kill innocent people just to get my name around. Knight regarded her statement but was still skeptical. You know about the Shinigami eyes? Iris nodded. The memories my Shinigami gave me told me what they were. Shinigami extend their lifespans by killing humans with the death note, and they know a human's name and lifespan by looking at their face. That's right, and do you have the Shinigami eyes? She shook her head. How do I know you didn't make arrangements for the Kira supporters to die? Iris panicked again and struggled to find the answer somewhere in her head. I'm not Kiri. In the second massacre, it was a group of Kira supporters who stood behind frosted glass. Someone in the crowd knocked down the frosted glass and exposed the Kira supporters. That's when the suicide massacre happened, with random civilians who supported Kira started killing themselves. Kiri clearly made arrangements for a Kira supporter whose name and face he didn't know to appear behind the frosted glass before knocking it over and killing himself. He needed the victim to knock down the frosted glass to see who was behind it. If he already knew their names and faces ahead of time, then there would have been no need. That should convince him. Knight considered this and decided on an answer. I guess you have a point there, but I'll be holding on to your death note until I no longer suspect you. That sounds fair, she said, sighing with relief. And your locket as well. She looked at him with a shocked expression that shifted into sadness. But this locket is precious to me, my sister. She held the locket tight in her hand, afraid that if she loosened her grip then it would slip through her fingers. How do you expect me to trust you if you won't cooperate? How did I know you won't kill me? I know that Kira won't hesitate to kill anyone who stands in his way, and I'm the only person alive who knows your true identity. How do I know that you won't kill me with the clipping you have hidden in your watch? All you have to do is write my surname. If you knew that I was capable of something, then why did you approach me? Because I wanted to be your ally, your friend. I won't kill you, but the fact that Iona is dead because of me makes me overly cautious around you. And the fact that you kill without hesitation makes me overly cautious around you. Gilth and Massey both rolled their eyes and listened to this bickering going on for a few more minutes. Eventually, they reached the point where neither one could stand it. I have a solution. Both heads turned in the direction of the voice and looked at Massey with a hand raised. Since neither one can hold the death notes, why don't you give them to a third party, us? Gilth, although annoyed by the fact that Massey was clinging onto his shoulders, nodded. That sounds like a good idea. If I hold onto Iris's death note and Massey holds onto Knight's death notes, all three of them, then neither one would be able to kill the other. Since I'm holding onto Iris's notebook and I'm not the Shinigami haunting her, I won't be able to kill her, and vice versa for Massey with Knight. Though I would never kill my little Knight, Massey said, adding an "ah" to the end of her sentence. Knight agreed. Sounds like a good idea. The only drawback is needing the notebook to kill criminals. We will create a schedule, Gilth suggested. I watch over Iris while Massey watches over Knight while he writes names in the death note until cram school. Since Shinigami can go 14 kilometers away from the human they're attached to, we can go our separate ways until the Curie investigation is over. So, Knight contemplated, Dad is the Shinigami attached to me, but he will be watching over Iris while Mom will watch over me. Neither one will write the other's name in the notebook, Massey said. I think it works out. So I'll be holding on to Knight's notebook? Iris asked. Massey nodded, and he will be holding onto your death note and using it to kill criminals. Iris looked at Massey with nervous sweat dripping down her face. I can't believe that Shinigami is Knight's mother. She looks at Knight. And he is Kira, the man who's been killing criminals with a death note. If he really killed those 3 investigators that came to Japan, then that might explain why he has 3 notebooks, based on Massey watching over him from the Shinigami realm. Knight, I'm going to need all 3 of your death notes and any snippets you may have. Including the one you have hidden in your watch. Yes, Mom. Funny, she's making me feel like she's my actual mother. Ordering around, setting me up with a girl, yep, she's my mother. Knight went upstairs to retrieve his death notes, Gilth going with him, while Iris stayed downstairs and pulled her death note out of her backpack. Knight came down the stairs with all 3 notebooks stacked on top of each other. He stopped in front of Iris and looked down at her notebook. Like the one he first received, it had a black cover but the numbers Connie 2510 written on the front. They traded killer notebooks. When Knight first held onto Iris's notebook, it felt weightless in his hands like there were no pages in the book. The 3 death notes that Iris carried felt heavy. They were full of pages that had names written in them. Curiosity was starting to get to her, but she pushed down the itch to open the cover to see whose name was written. Starting right now, Massey began, I will be hanging around Knight's side. Since I could only go 14 kilometers away from Iris, I recommend that both of you stay close. And I will be following Iris home, Gilth said. Same rule applies to you, Iris. Neither one will write the other's name in the death note and we'll use it to kill criminals only. Once we solve the Curie case, then I imagine that things will return to status quo. Trading the death notes is a sign of trust, Knight clarified. We trust each other not to stab the other in the back and we agree to help each other during the Curie investigation. So what's the plan, Knight? Iris asked. How are you going to find Curie? Knight set the death note down on the kitchen table and with his back turned to her, said, I'm going to join the Japanese task force. If there is someone else out there with Kira's power, then the Kira task force will hunt them down. I've already made it clear to the task force that I don't want to hunt down Kira, but because of my skills, they're going to want to recruit me to bring in Curie. They've done it before with Break, wanting me part of the investigation to bring in the corrupt investigator, so they'll want me on their task force. They'll know I'll help if it has something to do with Kira's powers. And what am I going to do? Knight faced her. You are going to be my accomplice. Your job from now on is to kill criminals in my place. Iris's eyes widened. I thought you were going to do that. I am. I need you to kill targets for me while I'm investigating. That way, I'll have an alibi for the police. But, if you can control the time of death stash. They already know that fact. Kira has to kill criminals as soon as they're broadcast. If I'm with them, then there's no possible way that I can be Kira. And what happens if they catch me? They won't catch you, he whispered before leaning in. As long as you do as I say, they'll never be able to catch you. Gilth and Massey chuckled. That sounds familiar, Gilth said. He spun it around, Massey replied. Iris blushed at the fact that Knight was standing with his face inches from hers, and she turned away. She looked down at the ground and her grip on the notebooks tightened. Killing people, she whispered, I don't think I can do that. Knight put his hands on her shoulders in a soft manner. He waited for her to look at him before he spoke. Iris, if I get caught, then they'll sentence me to death or life in prison. If I'm in jail or dead, then how can I fulfill my mission? Iris looked away before Knight grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him. I understand that it is hard to kill, but like I said before, I sacrificed my soul for the better of the world. I'm asking you to sacrifice your soul for me. Love requires sacrifice. Iris gasped. Love? He nodded. Yes, I'm in love with you, Iris, and ever since I found out that you were alive, I wanted to make this world as crime-free as possible so you and I can live in peace. Well, what? She stuttered, but dash. I do mean it, I really do. I've already sacrificed my soul for you, I'm asking you to sacrifice your soul for me. But, to kill someone, I've never done that before. I don't know if I can do it. Knight's expression changed. Ever since he put his hands on Iris's shoulders, he had a soft smile on his face, a smirk tugging on his lips. But ever since Iris's last words, he suddenly dropped the smirk and traded it in for a frown. He sighed as he slowly removed his arms from his shoulders and looked away. I understand. He starts to walk away. What have I done? Iris gasped as she dropped the notebooks. It's okay, I'll just figure something dash. He was cut off when he felt two hands wrap around his back. He gasped for air in shock as he realized what was happening. I will act as Kira for you, she said without hesitation. I don't want you to be sentenced to death or life in prison. I don't want to live in this world without you, Knight. A small breath of air escaped his lips as his mouth opened. Seeing her hands crossed over his chest, he puts his hand to her hand and their fingers interlock in a soft and warm manner. Iris gasped at the feeling and tightened her grip like a teddy bear, not wanting to let go of his warm touch. Her chest could feel the soft thumping of Knight's heart against her own, and she cried into his shoulder. I love you, Knight, she whispered, her voice muffled by speaking into his shoulder, but Knight heard her perfectly. I love you too, Iris, Knight whispered. I can't wait for this Kiri thing to be dealt with as soon as possible. Together, you and I will be saving innocent people and bringing a mass murderer to justice. I promise that you and I will be the god and goddess of the new world when the Kiri investigation is over. Together, you and I will create a world with no evil. Only nice people will live here. The innocent will never cry in anguish again, and when we have kids, they'll grow up without knowing any fear or hostility. Imagine it, a perfect world for a perfect family. Iris felt the blood rush to her cheeks as she thought of raising children with Knight. It's been almost 13 years since Iris first met Knight. They were both 5 when they met, and Iris had a crush on Knight ever since he moved into Wammy's house. He was always scoring first place in pretty much everything while her sister and herself tied in second place behind him. She wanted to have Knight, to finally work up the courage to tell him his feelings, but all that came to an end when she realized how madly in love her sister was with Knight. Not wanting to ruin the relationship she had with her only flesh and blood, she left the orphanage to start a new life and waited for Iona and Knight to turn 18 so she could meet them outside the invitation. Never in a million years has she thought that she would win over Knight's heart just by loving him and being handed the death note, to begin with. Knight's hair and eyes turn a dark red color as he smiles. 2:30 p.m. It had been about 2 hours since Iris's visit and her taking of the death notes. He had gotten to work on writing down the names of criminals to die right now while also searching up whatever public information he could find on Kiri. He was trying to concentrate, shifting from looking down at his notebook to the television every few seconds. He tried concentrating, but it was damn near impossible with the being standing behind him. If you have something to say, Mom, then spit it out. I am so excited to be working with you, my little nightlight, Massey squealed with happiness. I've been watching you from the realm for so long, and the fact that I'm staying with you while your father is staying with Iris, amazing. She couldn't resist the urge to hug him from behind. Knight struggled in his spinning chair but decided not to resist. Instead, he touched Massey's arms with tenderness. Nice to work with you too, Mom, Knight said as he calmed down. Massey moved her hand over to Knight's heart and felt it pound. You're such a big boy, she said. You wash your hair, brush your teeth, put on deodorant, do your hair, everything about you is perfect. She subconsciously rubbed the scalp of his head. Everything about you is perfect, you're the best of your father and me. Knight chuckled before he scooted back to his desk and continued writing names in. Ever since Iris received this death note, she's written nothing inside it. He opens to the first page where the How to Use It guide would normally be located. There were no rules. There are no rules detailing how to use it. I'm not surprised since death notes typically don't come with rules, and any that do are written by a Shinigami. She knows that if you write a name then that person dies, but does she know about the extent to how much you can control people? Chances are, she'll probably be looking through the How to Use It guide in my notebook, but I already had Gilth erase it for me, just in case she decides to use the rules to her advantage. He flipped through several pages. This notebook is as light as a feather compared to my notebooks. If I were to assume for a second that Iris is Kiri, then it's possible she could have torn out the pages in her death note prior to coming here, but then again, as long as Gilth is tailing her, she won't be able to use any snippets with him around. Not only that, but she's only allowed to kill criminals being broadcast while I give her the order to. She can't even touch any of my death notes without being given permission. But right now, my primary focus should be on Kiri. Knock knock. Knight turned towards his bedroom door before putting his borrowed death note away. He made sure the trap was set in place before he ran downstairs. His footsteps echoed with every collision going down the stairs, and they stopped when Knight looked out his peephole. He saw 4 faces that he recognized, and it warranted enough safety to open the doors. Kudo, Height, Soma, and Yamane stood there with serious looks on their face, none of them daring to smile. "What's going on?" Knight asked. "I'm sorry to do this, Knight," Kudo said, "but I'm taking you." Knight's eyes widened. Suicide is a valid cause of death. Basically, all humans are thought to possess the possibility to commit suicide. It is, therefore, not something unbelievable to think of. Whether the cause of the individual's death is either a suicide or accident, if the death leads to the death of more than the intended, the person will simply die of a heart attack. This is to ensure that other lives are not influenced. Chapter 22, How? April 5, 2031. The Yagami household. "What do you mean you're taking me?" Knight said, keeping a calm demeanor. Kudo realized what he said and slapped himself on the forehead. "I don't mean I'm taking you away, but I'm taking you in." The message was still unclear, and Knight made that clear by shaking his head no. "On the Kira case." Knight exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding in. "I was going to say, I know that you're a Kira supporter, but we need your help on the Kira case." He cocked his head. Height saw an opportunity and jumped in. "I'm sure you're aware of the damage Kira did, the 3 massacres. You can't possibly like Kira after this." "You're right," Knight said. "I could never love Kira if he turned over and let this psychotic vindictive scumbag walk all over him." The 4 detectives looked at him. That wasn't Kira. He thought it was obvious, but apparently, they needed a little education. "Didn't you guys actually watch the massacre? The people who died wrote the word Kiri in blood on the walls behind them or on the frosted glass. As we all know, with the kanji characters it's spelled with, Kiri is Japanese for executioner. He stepped aside and held an arm, gesturing for them to come in. Kira wants to protect innocent people, so why would he randomly kill innocent people? Especially when they see him as a savior? Not only that, but why didn't he kill them with a heart attack? Why did it have to be suicide? The 4 cops nodded before walking into Knight's house. They quickly made themselves at home and headed over to Knight's couch. "I had a feeling," Kudo said as he took a seat on Knight's couch, Height, Soma, and Yamane next to him. "I'm sorry for intruding in your home, but I hope you understand." "I understand," Knight said. "I've helped you guys solve crimes on my time off, and I've cracked every case. It only makes sense you'd want my help to fight back against Kiri." "You make me hopeful of our next generations of detectives, Knight," Soma said. "I agree," Yamane nodded. "So am I going to officially become part of the investigation, or am I going to be doing my own investigation?" "No, we just want you to give us a lead. You're still a teenager and you just entered college. Focus on schoolwork, and when you're done, we'll bring you in as an official. Right now, we just need your help." Knight laughed and patted his chest. With the couch full, he decided to pace in front of the TV with his hands wrapped behind his back. To be honest, I was already going to do some investigation of my own then you guys came. He stopped near the window and put his index finger and thumb under his chin. To be honest, I do feel some fear. What do you mean? Haight asked. Kiri. Knight stared out the window. It appears that he has the same power as Kira, and on top of it, all of his victims were Kira supporters. I am a Kira supporter, meaning that I am at risk. And they all committed suicide. Soma raised his hand and asked, does that mean you'll help us with the Kiri case? I will. It's obvious that this Kiri holds some kind of grudge against people who support Kira. No matter what it is, a person should not die because of their beliefs. No innocent person should be made a martyr. He turns back to them. I'll see to it that Kiri is captured. The four detectives exhaled in relief and talked quietly amongst themselves. Soma spoke up and said, we're grateful to have you on our team, Knight. Anything you need, Yamane said, we'll get it for you. You're like the smartest person in the room no matter where you go, Soma chuckled. Knight shoved his hands in his pockets. I have a few clues as to what is going on, but I'm going to need some time. He watched their shock reactions and quickly spoke up. This is what I need. I didn't record the documentary or the other massacres, so I'm going to need a tape of all 3 massacres. Not only that, but I also have to make a few phone calls to confirm some suspicions. After I come to a conclusion, I will hand over all evidence to you guys and you guys can investigate on your own. Is that all? Kudo asked. When Knight nodded, he turned to Soma and Yamane to say, I need you to obtain footage of the massacres and bring them here. ASAP. Yes, Chief, Soma saluted. Right away, sir, Yamane replied before leading Soma out the door. Knight continued, I'm going to need at least a day or two to investigate. Come back on Monday after school around 4:30, I should have plenty of information after that. Understood, Kudo said as he stood up, we need those leads ASAP, Knight. Knight shook Kudo's hand. I will spend the entirety of tomorrow investigating. And, I just want to let you know that Iris Abernathy is British. I decided to give her character a British accent, which includes slang, and I'm not a British native and I had to look up these terms, so I am sorry if the terms aren't accurate. April 6, 2031. Difficult, Iris thought in her head, this is absolutely difficult. Iris Abernathy had been keeping an eye on Knight ever since January, and she bought a home once she figured out where he was living, based on Misa Amain's memories. When she was living in Dublin for a short while, she told her guardians that she was traveling to Japan and they gave her British pounds. She then traded the pounds for the amount they're worth in Japanese yen. Once she arrived in Tokyo, she bought her own home and secured herself a job. She paid rent and, despite being underage and unable to live on her own, bribed the landlord to pretend that she was born on August 6, 2012 based on her fake ID. Even the name she was using was an alias, Iona Abernathy. The home she was staying in was a simple 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house that had been collecting dust before she swept up. Since she didn't have a lot of possession, the place was mostly vacant with space, and that's how she liked it. Nothing for her to step on or trip on. On the bright side, there was a beach chair she brought and set up in the backyard under the sun. Maybe a quick sunbathe will hit the spot, she thought. She went into her closet and dug out her bikini and sunglasses. Reaching in the top drawer, she remembered that her borrowed death notes were taped to the ceiling of the top drawer, but she ripped out a few pages out beforehand and kept them in her wallet. Going out for another session? Gilth asked. Iris jumped in surprise, forgetting that he was limping behind her at all times. She looked at him nervously and realized she was about to undress in front of him. Can you please give me some privacy? She asked, her British accent becoming apparent in her voice. I think better when I'm sunbathing. It's why I got my nickname in the first place. You have a job to do, the death note. I can't just write down names, she exclaimed. Gilth cocked his head like a quizzical child. Why not? Your instructions were to kill criminals being broadcast. Criminals being broadcast are still common but are starting to happen less since Kira's reappearance 6 months ago. That and the Razors are more sophisticated with cybercrime. There's a security camera on every street corner, tram, and a dashcam in cars and buses. Not only that, but the Razors have tabs on all cell phones, making it a doddle to track people down. I can barely understand a word this British girl is saying, Gilth thought. I was told to kill criminals being broadcast, but I now suss if I only kill criminals being broadcast when Kira has killed criminals whose names were in the computer, then it'll butcher suspicious. Detectives might ask, why is Kira now focusing exclusively on criminals being broadcast? Gilth stuttered before he comprehended her reasoning. I see your point, but I'm going to have to get used to your British slangs. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to kill criminals being broadcast, but I have to keep up the consistent pattern of criminals whose information is online. Fancy Kira has done for the past 6 months. She changed into a red bikini once she entered the bathroom and out of Gilth's sight. She came out of the bathroom with sunglasses and towel in hand, a blush across her face as the male Shinigami looked at her. This is supposed to be Knight's father, she thought. Someone as smart as Knight might figure out that I'm a different Kira with a different level access to criminals. She heads into the backyard, lays her towel on the chair, and sits down. Once she was secured, she lays her back down after putting on her sunglasses. She angled the chair so she was getting a direct beam of sunlight and closed her eyes and let the warm feeling of the sun melt into her skin. That's when she got into deep thought. What if the police look into who has been Googling criminals, and if these criminals died almost immediately after? I have to kill criminals, but if I butcher hook him up, then the police might track it back to my dog and bone or computer. The criminals being broadcast should be cushy since they can't track televisions, but web searches are different. How am I going to kill criminals without looking up their names and them not being broadcast? He crossed her forearms over her stomach. I kill criminals who are being broadcast, but I have to find a way to kill criminals without looking up their names. But how? An idea comes to her mind and her eyes shoot open. I've thought of an ace plan. She gets out of her beach chair and puts on her clothes. She checks her wallet for Death Note pages and pencil, then walks out the door with yen in stock. She hustles down to the nearest retail store with a shopping list. Gilth limped after her. What are you planning? If I'm going to talk, better watch out for the street cams. I've figured out a way to kill criminals without looking them up, she whispered. This method can't be traced back to me, especially if I go to a store that doesn't keep records of who buys what. She went into the store to buy food for her kitchen, sketchbooks so she can draw, and a couple of movies for her entertainment. She bought movies of various genres, ranging from horror to romance to documentaries. The last item on her list was a small TV about the size of a box for storing small items. Once she paid for the stuff, she made a beeline home and set everything up. She turned on the big screen TV, set up the mini TV in the corner, and put on the first documentary CD she bought. The big TV was set to a news broadcast station while the mini TV was playing a documentary of Japan's most infamous Yakuza serving life in prison. I get it, Gilth said. Since you can't look up people on the computer, you're going to kill criminals who you see in movies and documentaries. It's practically impossible to track people being killed through a documentary, and wow, you really are smart, Iris. This is getting very interesting. Absent-mindedly, she opened the bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips and held them above her head. Gilth yelped in excitement and took the bag of chips, grabbing a handful and wolfing them down like popcorn. Massey said you love barbecue-flavored potato chips. What's Massey's favorite human food? I have a feeling you'll find out soon. Or at least Knight will. Iris took her wallet out and removed a paper of the Death Note. The only thing I can do right now is write down the Yakuza's name and hope they die. As for the criminals being broadcast, I just have to wait. She paused the documentary on a Yakuza being interviewed with their name being displayed. If I write his name down, I'll be a murderer. Can I really do it? She looked down at the pencil and paper and felt her heart start beating. Can I really do it? Can I write a person's name down, knowing full well that they're going to die? Her heartbeat began pumping louder so that she could feel the vibrations in her ear. Her eyes widened. She was surrounded by a pink aura. If I dither Kira's killings, then I'll be in trouble. I have no choice. If I want Knight to have a chance, then I have to help him. He wrote down the Yakuza's name. This documentary came out 2 years before Kira's return, so they shouldn't be using aliases or obscuring the criminals' faces unless they wanted to remain anonymous. Not only that, but I bought this in the used section, so there is no chance with it being edited and altered by filmmakers to hide the Yakuza's identities. Gilth looked at the Yakuza and noticed that his name and lifespan vanished. The only real problem is confirming if they are brown bread or not, Iris said, or if they were alive, to begin with. I wouldn't worry about that, Gilth said. Also, what does brown bread mean? Iris looked at him before answering. It's rhyming slang for dead, a slang in the UK. There was a criminal broadcast on the news. Iris wasted no time and wrote his name down. This Iris girl is very creative, Gilth thought, so interesting. It was then when she remembered something. Knight's notebooks are full of names. She went into her drawer to pull out the 3 hidden notebooks. She flipped through them and compared the names to the Yakuza's name written. Perfect, I don't have to look up names, all I have to do is look up the names on the documentaries and then see if those names are in Knight's notebooks. Thank God he didn't tear the pages out beforehand. April 7th, 2031. After Knight woke up early in the morning, went to school, had himself a good afternoon lunch, he made a few calls to confirm a few things, and once he was done with everything, he paced around the room, his mind preoccupied with his thoughts. Massey was pacing back and forth with him, eager to hear what he was thinking. Did you figure anything out? Massey asked innocently, Nighty-night? Knight stopped in the middle of his living room and looked up at his mother. Plenty, he said. I think I've learned more than enough about Kiri. He started pacing again. Yesterday, I spent the entire day investigating over the tapes the police brought me, and I made a few phone calls under the guise of Detective Asahi. I called the studio at NHN, the studio that hosted the debate, and the filmmakers behind the Kira Worshippers documentary. I have more than enough information to deduce something about Kiri that he didn't want me to figure out. Can you tell me? Massey requested. I know you're smart and everything, but I want to hear what your thought process is. Please? Knight considered this request before nodding, deciding it would be better if he cleared his head before speaking to the police. The NHN massacre occurred at 12:04 p.m. at NHN, and the victims were anchor Kyuki Deguchi and the cameraman. The word Kiri was left behind in blood. Only the host and cameraman died. The host, a well-known Kira supporter, was talking to a guest brought onto the show. I made a phone call and discovered that the guest was using an alias and survived the massacre. The host, however, was killed on live air. Any normal person would turn the camera off, but the cameraman kept focus until Kiri was written in blood. I also found out that the cameraman died off-screen after the camera stopped rolling, suicide. The pro-Kira versus anti-Kira massacre occurred at 12:05 p.m. on the Kira debate show, on a different channel, with 6 Kira supporters and 1 cameraman dying in the process. Like before, the word Kiri was left behind in blood. The first person to die didn't die the usual way of suicide, as Kiri would leave as his calling card, but a heart attack. The victim knocked down the frosted glass and exposed the Kira supporters. They all tried to run away, but they each committed suicide in their own way. 2 of the Kira supporters tried hiding behind frosted glass, hiding the identities of the anti-Kira protesters, but they both were killed, and one of them wrote Kiri on the glass in blood. It should also be noted that the cameraman died as well off-screen, and he was being controlled by Kiri since he was still rolling the cameras and making sure to get footage of the Kiri name. This all happened in a span of 30 seconds. Last but not least, the Kira Worshippers Massacre, 12:06 p.m., taking place at Church X of Kira, with 2 Kira worshippers dying. Instead of taking place at a news station, this massacre happened at a church where people go to worship Kira. The documenter and her cameraman were walking around the church, getting glimpses of the place, before they recorded footage of the Kira worshippers praying to Kira. One woman killed herself by slamming her face repeatedly into the ground, while another worshipper set himself on fire. The cameras shut off immediately. Unlike the first 2 massacres, the cameraman didn't die off-screen, nor was the message Kiri left behind in blood, and there are only 2 casualties. Knight looked at his mother and a smile broke out across his face. Based on these facts, I can only come to one conclusion: Kiri is not 1 but 2 people. Massey's eyes widened. How do you know that? My reason is that the 3 massacres all happened in a span of 3 minutes. NHN, 1204, Kira debate, 1205, Church, 1206. Not only that, but the people in the debate massacre were all slaughtered when their names weren't mentioned but faces shown. This would make me believe that Kiri needs only a person's face in order to kill, but if that were the case, then why did the guest from the NHN massacre survive and only the host die, especially when the guest was openly a Kira supporter? Maybe he wanted to spare the guest, Massey suggested. But he still chose a program in which the names would be displayed before him. He didn't consider that someone would be using an alias, especially a Kira supporter. Massey silently nodded. And then there's the 3rd massacre that really gets me. The cameraman turned off the camera before he could get footage of Kiri's name being left behind in blood. It had only 2 people dead. In the first 2 massacres, the cameramen were under Kiri's control, but why not the 3rd cameraman in the documentary? For this reason, I believe that the first massacre, the NHN one, was being watched by the Kiri that needs a name and a face in order to kill, while the debate massacre was obviously conducted by the Kiri who only needs a face to kill. Massey tilted her head and smirked in admiration. The 3rd one was also being conducted by the Kiri who needed a face, but there was a backfire in his plan. I believe that he intended to control the cameraman for the 3rd massacre, but something happened. I looked it up, and Yuri Ohashi's original cameraman was in a car accident and sent to the hospital, where he's been staying for 2 weeks. Just after the Kiri massacre for the church, he suddenly kills himself by choking on a piece of glass. I believe that Kiri intended for Ohashi's original cameraman to be there, but since he was in the hospital at the time, he was unable to do as he was told but died of suicide anyway. Wow, Knight, Massey squealed, you are so smart, you take after your father a lot. She wrapped her hands around him and pulled him into a hug. So we have 2 Kiris to deal with, one with Shinigami eyes and the other without. She pulled herself away and patted Knight on the shoulder. How are you going to find them? Knight turned his back to his mom as he thought of the answer in his head. The 3rd massacre strikes me as odd because the first 2 massacres were public broadcasts while the other one was a live documentary. I believe that the 2 Kiris have a connection to the people of Church X of Kira, otherwise, why would they target it? If it is supposed to be a public massacre for all of Japan to see, then why target a documentary? Either way, this person or persons are ruthless enough to make innocent people die just because they support Kira or so they can use them as tools, i.e. the cameraman, but they're obviously motivated by revenge. Any attack against a church or people based on their beliefs is an act of hate, and this type of hate is motivated by revenge. Revenge against Kira. Massey sighed before saying, there can only be 6 death notes in the human world. You own 3 death notes with Iris owning 1, totaling 4. That goes without saying. Knight rolled his eyes. But there's also the possibility that there could be 3 Kiris. Knight looked at her with narrow eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Then his eyes widened. The maximum number of notebook owners is 6, but you are allowed to share pages of the death note with other people. Smart as a whip, and only the owner can trade for the Shinigami eyes. So the possibility of the accomplice borrowing the death note is not impossible. Knight shoved his hands in his pockets as he looked out the window. The max number of active death notes in the human world is 6, but based on what Mom said, it's not impossible that there are 2 death note owners and multiple borrowers, or 1 death note owner and a borrower, or 2. He made a fist in his pockets. Nevertheless, it's safer if I treat Kiri as 2 individuals, but on my own, I am outnumbered. I had no problem with Break, Roach, and Maroon, but only because they weren't sociopathic and they operated within the law. Not only that, but they didn't trade for the Shinigami eyes. Kiri is a duo of sociopathic anti-Kira protesters who have traded for the eyes. If they know how the Shinigami eyes work, then they might figure out that they can't see the lifespan of humans who possess a death note. And I won't be able to tell which human traded for the eyes. He put his tongue under his upper teeth but didn't bite down. And because they have a grudge against Kira supporters, even if I forfeited ownership of the Death Note, they might kill me just for supporting Kira. I have no choice, I have to kill them before they kill me, but that goes without saying. The one vital thing I truly need to win is the Shinigami eyes. He listened to the sounds of his heart bumping, the sound echoing throughout the house. Am I willing to die sooner just so I can save my own life? He shook his head. No, I will not cut my life in half. If I die sooner, then I won't be able to continue my reign as Kira. I won't shorten my life. The only option at my disposal is Iris. I will get Iris to trade for the Shinigami eyes, and after that, I'll find out who Kira is and kill him. If the accomplice is a borrower, then Iris shouldn't be able to see their lifespans. I should focus on the Kiri with the Shinigami eyes. He smiles. This is getting interesting, a real game of chess, and the winner annihilates the other entity entirely and obtains all remaining Death Notes in their possession. With all 6 Death Notes in one's possession, then they truly are a living deity of this earth. Kira versus Kiri. The following situations are the cases where a god of death that has brought the Death Note into the human world is allowed to return to the world of gods of death. 1. When the god of death has seen the end of the first owner of the Death Note brought into the human world and has written that human's name on her own Death Note. 2. When the Death Note which has been brought in is destroyed, like burned, and cannot be used by humans anymore. 3. If nobody claims ownership of the Death Note, and it is unnecessary to haunt anyone. 4. If, for any reason, the god of death possessing the Death Note has been replaced by another god of death. 5. When the god of death loses track of the Death Note which she possesses, cannot identify which human is owning the Death Note, or cannot locate where the owner is, and therefore needs to find such information through the hole in the world of gods of death. Even in situations 2, 3, and 4 above, gods of death are obliged to confirm the death of the first owner and write down that human's name in her Death Note even when she is in the world of gods of death. Chapter 23, Who? April 7, 2031. The Yagami household. Knock knock. Knight stood up from the couch and opened the door, already anticipating that Chief Kudo and the rest of the task force would arrive. Come on in, he ushered. The task force let themselves in and sat down on the couches in the same positions as before. I've watched all the tapes, Knight said as he started pacing in front of the TV, and I've discovered some interesting things. Anything will help us with the Kiri case, Kudo said. Kiri doesn't know that Kira is working with the police, so I'll use the police to my advantage. I'll tell them everything. Kiri wants a one-on-one with Kira, Knight said. That part is obvious, Soma said. Anything useful for us to know? Yeah, Kiri is a cheater. He noted all their bewildered expressions. 2 against 1 doesn't seem fair. Kudo's eyes widened as he realized what he was saying. Are you saying? Kiri is not 1 person but 2. What are you basing this off on? Height asked. Knight explained his thought process. The only part of his plan that did succeed was the debate massacre. Kiri wanted to kill everybody on NHN but failed miserably, and the church massacre, a pitiful backfire, even for someone who has Kira's powers. Wow, Soma gasped. Knight, you are amazing, no wonder you scored a perfect score on the entrance exams. So there are 2 Kiris, Height said as he leaned forward and buried his face into his hands. Before the conversation could proceed further, Knight said, to make things easier, we'll call the Kiri who needs a name and a face to kill the nameless Kiri, while the one who needs only a face to kill the faceless Kiri. And they have no qualms about murdering innocent people. But I gotta admit, good work, Knight. My pleasure, he snorted. I can't wait for these guys to be brought to justice. And what do you mean by justice? I think we can all agree that both Kiris are evil. They're murdering people just for believing in Kira. These people, whoever they are, have a strong prejudice against Kira. He stops pacing and stares up at the ceiling for a brief second. On second thought, he paused before looking at Kudo. Everything we know about them, based on their views and targets, could use to our advantage. We build a profile around Kiri to narrow the list down? Kudo asked. Exactly, Knight nodded. I would start with the people part of Church X of Kira. Out of the 3 massacres, this one strikes me as odd because it wasn't a live broadcast and chances are, nobody would be watching, but he did it anyway. Kiri targeted the church for a specific reason aside from just killing, so I think we should focus on Church X of Kira. I could send an investigation team down there. And do wear masks. The culprit of the church massacre was conducted by the faceless Kiri. That goes double for you, Knight, Yamane said. You're a Kira supporter. He nodded. Yeah, it's better if I work this case from the safety of my home. As long as I don't go out, I should be fine. Don't want Kiri to see that my lifespan isn't visible. But I want to continue to work this case. I won't stop until Kiri is brought to justice. That's understandable, Knight, Kudo said, but this case is probably too dangerous for you. It's probably better you stay low and keep your head down. As I recall, Chief Kudo, you were the one who said you needed my help with the investigation. I also remember saying that we required your help to find a lead for us to investigate. You're still young and you're in college, enjoy it. Knight frowned before chuckling. Yeah, I guess you're right, but don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. A little time and patience make the difference. But I will be conducting my own investigation in my free time and I'll let you know if I discover any breakthroughs. Kudo stood up and shook Knight's hand. Thank you for your cooperation, Knight. Anytime, Chief Kudo. Knight, Height spoke up. I have one more question before we leave. What do you predict that Kira is going to do? Knight didn't hesitate in saying, the most likely answer is that Kira will challenge Kiri. Kira didn't hesitate in going after Break, Roach, and Maroon when they decided to challenge him, and the current Kira's profile is practically identical to the original Kira. He pauses. Kira isn't a coward and will most likely act fast before Kiri gets too close and kill him. So we can expect some kind of activity from Kira. Kira versus Kiri, Soma said. This could be exciting. This isn't a game, Soma. Soma rubbed the back of his hair. Sorry, Height. Yamane and Soma collected the tapes before departing. Once he was in the clear, he stopped pacing and shoved his hands into his pockets. With there being at least 2 Kiris, I'm going to have to even up the playing field. 2 against 2 isn't enough. I need the Shinigami eyes. I have to find a way to convince Iris to make the trade for the Shinigami eyes. More importantly, he sits down on the couch and rests his chin on his fist. I have to come up with a plan to kill Kiri. Think, how am I going to lure both Kiris into the open? I also have to be wary of the police, especially if they're on the lookout for any Kira activity, meaning I have to somehow lure Kiri out without the police noticing anything. He looked out the window. Then there's the other problem, Iris. What if the faceless Kiri spots her and sees that she has no visible lifespan? If that's the case, then I'll lose my only chance to get the Shinigami eyes. I can't forfeit ownership, even if I wanted to. My pride as a Kira supporter will get me killed, even if I am innocent. It appears all I can do now is wait and come up with a plan. April 8, 2031. Unknown location. Somewhere in the Kanto region of Japan, laid 2 occupants inside an apartment complex. The living room of the apartment was clean, tidy, and organized. The walls had their default white color and the couch was made of leather and colored brown. The fridge they had was a simple white fridge with various notes stuck on the door. The occupant living there heard a knock on the door and went to answer. Nobody was there, but a small box was left behind. The delivery man has already vanished from sight from the dimly lit hallway. The occupant picked up the box and brought it inside and into the bedroom, where there lay the second occupant. The bedroom was a stark contrast to the living room. The walls were painted black. There was a painting of Jesus being stabbed by Lungians hanging over the headboard, and a shelf full of voodoo dolls with pins sticking into various places. On the dresser laid a deck of tarot cards and a red lava lamp. The bed had black bed sheets and gray pillow covers. The occupant rested the box on the bed and opened it. Inside was a large Holy Bible. Opening up the Holy Bible revealed a hollow opening with 2 pins and 2 silver pocket watches. After the items were out the way, Eyes were set down on what was hiding at the very bottom of this hollowed-out Bible. A death note with a white cover with justice written in kanji on the front. The owner had no expression on their face as they proceeded to open to the first blank page. There were 49 lines on a single sheet, and written on one end of the paper was the word suicide, while the opposite side was left blank. This makes things easier. I already wrote the cause of death ahead of time, so all I need is to write the person's name. The borrower watches their companion with narrow eyes. The owner ripped out 3 pages and handed them to the borrower. We had gotten sloppy, the borrower said. The only thing that worked out for us was the debate massacre. I agree, the owner said, but if Kira were to deduce that Kiri is not 1 but 2, then they would have to be a god. This threw a wrench in our plans. We must act quickly before Kira makes a move. The owner sits on the bed and flips through the pages. We must send a message out to Kira to lure him into a trap. Where to lure him is a more difficult task. The borrower grabbed the deck of tarot cards from the dresser and shuffled through them. The Fool card. We have been careless, the borrower and owner thought. The Fool card is flung across the bed, landing on the end of the sheets before another is drawn. If we want to lure Kira into a trap, we have to pick our destination carefully, the borrower said. I've looked at myself in the mirror, the owner replied. I can't see my own lifespan. That's how I'll identify Kira. That part will be easy, but bringing Kira into a deserted place is like asking him to run away. The owner touched their chin and contemplated their next course of action. The borrower flicked a tarot card, the 5 of Swords, through the air. The card froze midair and the Shinigami held it up. Don't disappoint me, the Shinigami said. What we are doing is justice. That's right, the borrower said. I am the embodiment of true justice. The owner grabbed the borrower's shoulder. We are the embodiment of true justice. The borrower looked at the owner with narrow eyes before turning away. They then turned on the TV and aimlessly flipped through channels until they stopped on a basketball channel. There was a game coming up on the 15th and tickets were on sale now. A plan hatched inside their minds. The basketball game, the owner said, that's the perfect place to meet Kira. We could send a message to Kira, telling him to meet us there. Knowing Kira, he won't back down from this challenge. We've also made it obvious that I have the Shinigami eyes, so he'll either meet us at the basketball game with some kind of countermeasure against my eyes, or he'll not attend. Either way, with this plan, we stand to gain even if he doesn't show up. Could you go over the plan with me? They went over the plan. Interesting. Our plan is not only to kill Kira but expose him of the 2-bit scumbag he is. In the end, I'll forfeit ownership of the death note to you, which will cause me to lose memories. Then, you forfeit ownership of the death note, causing you to lose all memories. The Shinigami will take the notebook back to its world and will be getting off scot-free. They grabbed the other's dominant hand and laced their fingers together. We are the embodiment of true justice, they both exclaimed. April 10, 2031. The Yagami household. It's been a few days since the police came over to Knight's house for a visit. Gilth was still hanging out with Iris and Knight went out to buy food for the house. His Shinigami mother made a few requests, so just before he got home, he made a quick stop to the nearest coffee shop and ordered 2 beverages, both for his mother. When he got home, he delivered the beverages to his mother, who accepted them with glee. Yay, Massey cheered, strawberry sundaes. Knight quickly finished up his homework before he turned on the TV. On the way home, he had gotten a notification on the phone that there was going to be a broadcast concerning Kira coming on Sakura TV. The current channel he was on was a trial with a man being convicted of child molesting. The judge was Minato Natsuki. Minato Natsuki had most of his face covered by a black mask, but what could be made out of his appearance was his shoulder-length black hair. In court, he was a tough judge with little to no mercy on the person being tried, but once he steps out of court, he is a firm believer of Kira's judgment. That's the only reason he's wearing a mask covering the lower half of his face. Even a judge agreed with Kira's beliefs. Knight smirked before flipping to Sakura TV. There was a woman dressed in a white cloak with a black background, her head angled down as the reporters on Sakura TV spoke. We would like to let everyone know that we are hostages, acting on orders given to us by Kira. Knight's eyes widened. Kira? Massey's eyes widened. Knight, I can see a Shinigami. Knight snapped towards Massey before snapping back at the screen. It must be Kiri's Shinigami. The Shinigami is whispering in that girl's ear. The woman looked up at the screen with nervous sweat running down her forehead. I remember her, he exclaimed, she's from the church massacre. The woman cleared her throat before reaching into her cloak to pull out a piece of paper. Knight trembled in trepidation at the thought of her writing on the paper and killing someone. But she just straightened the paper out and held it close to her face. She read over the contents in her head before looking into the camera. I am a worshipper of Kira, she said. I see Kira as my god and I will follow him to the end. She paused. Kira, if you are watching, please note that I am doing this against my will. But I have a message for you. Knight's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Are you seeing this? It was Chief Kudo. I'm watching the broadcast right now. Can you believe this? We're stopping this broadcast. Knight jumped out of his seat. Do not do that. Think about it. She said she is doing this against her will and that she has a message to deliver to Kira. The only logical explanation it could be is Kiri. If Kiri wants to deliver a message to Kira, then we should let him. The woman continued. I am sure that you are all aware of the 3 massacres that took place days ago. I came here to clear the air. The massacres were not conducted by Kira but by someone who possesses the same powers as Kira. He goes by the name of Kirida. You mean they go by the name of Kiri, Knight thought. She looks down at the piece of paper. Kiri wanted me to read this to you. It is a list of people who are going to die. All of them are Kira supporters. She reads from the paper. Shinji Hashimoto, a juror serving on Minato Natsuki's court, firm supporter of Kira, will kill himself by stabbing himself in the neck with a razor blade. Knight switched back to the trial and a juror in the stand slashed his own throat with a razor blade. Where the victim got the razor blade from was beyond him. Damn you, Kiri! He switches back to Sakura TV. The woman begins listing off other names and Knight checked each source to confirm the authenticity. After 4 victims had died via suicide, she folded the paper and put it in her cloak. Kira, the woman said. The Shinigami is whispering in her ear, telling her what to say, Massey pointed out. I, Kiri, do not agree with your methods. You are not justice, you are nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. When I find you, Kira, I will kill you. You will pay for your injustice deeds and I will find you before you find me. She choked and started panting. We both know that you face challenges head-on and if you agree to challenge me, then kill the messenger. The woman's eyes widened and her hands started shaking. My name is Murasaki Kagami. Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color. It's the only way for us to communicate. Massey could see the Shinigami smiling into the camera. She turned to Knight and studied his expression. What are you going to do? He didn't respond and kept quiet. Knight! Kudo called over the phone. Still no response. After 90 seconds of silence, the woman spoke up again. Well, my opinion on you plunged by 70%. People watching this program, I invited Kira to challenge me to kill the other and he refused this challenge. It's an infamous fact that he'll kill anybody who gets in his way and the fact that he's refusing to kill the messenger and accepting my challenge should tell you something about your savior. The woman stared into the camera as if she could see into Knight's soul. You're not God, you're scum, Kira. You're a cold-blooded mass-murdering coward and you deserve to die. The woman took out another piece of paper and straightened it out. Once it was straight in a crumbled kind of way, she held it up for the camera to see. The camera zoomed in and focused on the paper and its contents written in bold but with neat wording for people to read. Knight quickly took a picture of the paper as the broadcast ended. He looked over the photo before the broadcast ended, his pupils dilating, his eyes turning a dark red color, and the world shook like an earthquake around him. Kiri, I'm going to kill you. April 10th, 2031. The Abernathy Rent. The broadcast did not go unnoticed by Iris. She was sitting in the middle of the living room, watching documentaries and killing criminals when she suddenly got an update on her phone that Kira was making a broadcast on Sakura TV using a proxy. This better be mint, she thought. She flipped on the channel and watched the message speak before the people. She flipped through various channels to confirm Kiri's existence, and once the broadcast ended, she was left with her jaw dangling. Gilth chuckled before saying, "Things are getting interesting." He ate a potato chip. That girl on the broadcast, she had a Shinigami whispering into her ear. I don't know Shinigami's name though. Why would Kiri kill innocent people? I get that he hates Kira, but is it really worth sacrificing innocent people who just wish for mint? I half expected Knight to accept Kiri's challenge and kill the girl. I wonder what he's thinking. Iris said nothing and let her mind race before her. The whole point of this goal was to humiliate Kira, Gilth said, make him look like a coward. He's trying to throw dirt on Kira's image. Knight must take care of him immediately. If Kiri finds out about Knight through the Shinigami eyes, then he'll most likely kill him. Why would he kill innocent people if he didn't plan on killing Knight? I have to put on my thinking cap. Think back to all three events. She put the death note in her lap before she grabs her laptop and opens up a search engine. She pulls up the 3 massacres and soaks in all the information she could find. The NHN massacre, the Pro-Kira versus Anti-Kira debate massacre, and the church massacre. Why did he choose these 3 places of all places? The Pro-Kira versus Anti-Kira massacre was to show off the Shinigami eyes, that goes without saying, but the NHN massacre and church massacre puzzle me. She pulls the Sakura TV websites before going over articles about its involvement with Kira. Sakura TV is infamous for Kira's spokesperson Hitoshi Tomegawa, but how come NHN was targeted and not Sakura TV? She pulled up the NHN website and looked over its involvement with Kira. Based on what I'm reading, NHN was involved with Kira through Tidings reporter Kiyomi Takada. She scrolled down a few articles. According to what I'm reading, Kiyomi Takada wasn't chosen because of votes, she was chosen by Kira because he knew that she was a worshipper by heart. She clicked her tongue and smirked. This all makes perfect sense. NHN was targeted because of its close and personal connection to Kira. This means that Kiri was either around during Takada's time or he figured it out as he went along. Then she thought of the church massacre. The church massacre is more baffling. I don't understand why he would pick some random church. Kiri targeted Kira worshippers in a documentary rather than the Tidings, which leads me to Adam and Eve that he must have some connection to the church or the documentary itself. The Kira worshippers isn't a show about supporting Kira but documenting the lives of those who worship Kira in church. Even the showrunner admitted that she didn't support Kira but preferred filming Kira's supporters. This leads me to Adam and Eve that Church X of Kira has more to do with the church itself rather than the show. Then something clicked in her head. Wait a second. She pulled up a Wikipedia entry on Church X of Kira. Church X of Kira was founded 1 year after the original Kira's death. Its foundation was on January 28, 2014, and the priestess is the oldest one there and the most devoted. She rubs the bottom of her chin. Kiri targeted Church X of Kira because of the church itself, not the documentary. Only 2 people died. I bet more were supposed to die, but things must have backfired because the camera was turned off before Kiri could write more names. Not only that, but one of the churchgoers set himself on fire. Suicide by fire is more of a hazard to those around you and the environment, but they were able to put the flames out before it spread. Some of the church was set on fire, however. There was a church that was set on fire just 2 days before the original Kira's defeat, and the irony is Church X of Kira is the same church she burned down in. How much does Kiri know about Kira? He knows about NHN's personal connection through Takada and that she burned to death in a church? But it all boils down to one thingamajig, Kiyomi Takada. A thought crosses her mind and she looks at Gilth. Gilth, how did Kiyomi Takada die? I know that she was reported to have died in a fire, but how did the fire start? Was it a death note that killed her? Yes, Gilth answered. I wrote that she would commit suicide by setting fire to everything around her. Everything clicked. Iris felt like the world collapsed into shards of glass around her. Her hair and eyes turned a pink color as she jumped to her feet, and the death note that was resting in her lap fell to the ground. She stared at the TV before looking down at the laptop, where she pulled up an image of Kiyomi Takada. The world started shaking and wouldn't stop until she finally got the words out. Kiri. She whispered under her breath, targeted NHN because of Kiyomi Takada, targeted the church because Church X is the same church that Takada burned to death in, and Takada was killed through suicide, and Kiri's calling card is suicide. She made a fist with both her hands. That settles it. Kiri is connected to Kiyomi Takada on a personal level. She let the sentence linger in the air. Maybe even a relative. Losing memory of the death note by passing on the ownership to another, or by abandoning its ownership, will only occur when someone is actually killed using that death note. You will not lose the memory of the death note, for example, if you merely owned it and had not written anyone's name. In this case, you will not be able to hear the voice or see the figure of the god of death anymore. You will also lose the eye power of the god of death you traded with. Regarding the memories mentioned above, the owner can have their memories of the death note erased if they so desire. Chapter 24, Blind. April 10th, 2031. With Iris. I have to tell Knight as soon as possible, she thought as she raced to his house with her backpack in hand. If I'm too late to act, he could be in big trouble. I don't know if Kiyomi Takada had a notebook or not, but what if Kiyomi Takada told this relative of hers about Light Yagami and noticed how there is a teenager with a practically identical name? He or she might target Knight, and once he sees that his lifespan is absent, it's all over for him. She stops at his door and knocks on it twice. When she was about to knock again, the door opened, except it wasn't Knight standing there but a red-headed man with bangs. "Hi," the man said nervously as he rubbed the back of his hair, another redhead. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" she exclaimed, her British accent becoming pronounced. Knight appeared behind the man. "This is Officer Soma," he answered with a forced smile, part of Japan's National Police Agency. What the hell is a police officer doing in Knight's house? She thought. She saw Massey standing behind Knight with a reassuring smile on her face. "It's okay, these guys aren't threats," Massey said. Without asking for it, Iris waited to hear Gilth's input. "She's right," Gilth said, "these are Knight's allies." Iris sighed in relief before stepping into the house and saw 3 more officers. She didn't recognize any of them with the exception of the old man. Kudo, she thought, chief of the NPA. If these are Kira's enemies, then Knight's playing the keep your mates close and enemies closer game pretty close to the chest. Knight introduced Iris to the officers before he introduced her. "This is Iris Abernathy." Iris nervously waved her hand, her opposite hand going up behind her back. "Nice to meet ya." "Iris," Kudo said, "based on your accent, you're British." "Technically I'm half Scottish, half Irish, but I was born in England, so yeah, I am British." "What's a lass like you do in Japan?" "And how do you know Knight?" Knight answered before her. "I spent some time in England when I was younger." He wraps his hand around Iris's shoulder. "This one developed a crush on me." Iris blushed and looked away. "I get that, but is she on vacation or something, or does she live here?" "Her sister passed away recently and she wanted to reconnect with me." He patted her shoulder. "She sure made one hell of an entrance. I thought I was going to be the sole freshman representative for 2-0, but she shared some of my thunder." Kudo looked at Iris. "I remember you saying something like you gave the speech at 2-0 with someone who also scored perfect on every subject." "Iris is that person?" Knight nodded. "Then that means she's just as smart as she is." Iris slightly smirked. "Come on," Soma groaned and grabbed the sides of his head. "Why is Knight always upping us?" "I hope I didn't interrupt," Iris said. "No," Knight said, "we were just finishing up." "Yep," Kudo said before standing up and patted the lint at his knees. "Thanks for the assistance once again, Knight." He turned to Iris. "And it's been a pleasure meeting you, Iris." Knight held the door open and waved the officers off. "Don't waste any perfect hints I practically handed to you for free." Outside, The officers walked to the car, talking along the way. Where would we be without Knight? Kudo said aloud, I can't believe we're getting bested by a 17-year-old. He'd be invaluable if he was an official member, Hayate said. We should still consider the option of recruiting him early. And my answer is the same, let him enjoy life as a kid, enjoy college before he becomes one of us. He pulls out his phone and flips to the photo that Knight sent to him. Besides, he gave us more clues leading the Curie investigation. What's our next destination, Chief? Soma asked. Knight said that his suspicions for Curie being involved with Church X of Kira are up 90%. That's our next destination. We'll see if we can talk to that woman on Sakura TV. After that, Ibaraki Hospital on April 27th. The officers got in the car and drove off. Once the door was closed and officers out of sight, Knight locked the door and faced Iris with a serious expression. We have to talk. She nodded. I agree. He leads her to the couch. Along the way, Iris noticed that Massey was enjoying a delicious strawberry sundae and smirked. I see you figured out Dad's favorite food, Knight said, noticing the bag of chips in Giltha's hands. Wasn't difficult, she responded. Your mother saw your father eating barbecue-flavored potato chips all the time when he was a human. They sat on the couch for a few seconds in total silence before Knight spoke up. I was going to call you when I was done, but it seems that was unnecessary. Did you figure something out? Have a breakthrough? Iris shook her head. A simple discovery. She opened her backpack and pulled out the death notes from a secret compartment in the bottom of her bag. I've been killing criminals as soon as they've been broadcast, but I've also been using films to look up the identities of various criminals to kill them. Like documentaries. Knight touched his chin. Impressive. That, and I've discovered something about Curie. Knight's eyes widened for a brief second before they narrowed. Do tell. She didn't hesitate in saying, I believe that Curie is a relative of Kiyomi Takada. Knight's eyes widened and a gasp escaped his mouth. What? She explained her thought process. He looked away and absorbed the information with a hand to his heart. I can't believe it, he gasped. Curie is not only two people but one or both of them are related to Kiyomi Takada. Iris tilted her head. What do you mean one or both? Curie's two people, not one. He went on to explain his thought process. With this new information, not only do we know that Curie is two people but one or both of them are related to Kiyomi Takada. Knight looked up at Gilth and Massey, who were sweating nervously. Kiyomi Takada, Gilth thought. Kiyomi Takada, Massey thought, not only does she steal my light but her relatives are trying to kill my son. She cracked a smile. Maybe I can get my revenge. Knight patted his knees before standing up. This all works out well for us, especially if we found out some things that Curie didn't intend. We know that not only are they a duo but they're relatives of Kiyomi Takada. This piece of information saved my life because even if my lifespan wasn't absent, they would kill me just for sharing the same name as my father, assuming they are even aware of who Light Yagami is, and better safe than sorry. Kiyomi Takada had a brother, Gilth said, so it's possible the two Curies are her nieces, nephews, or cousins. It's kinda hard to pinpoint their exact relation but irrelevant. All we have to do is figure out how to find them and kill them. Luckily for us, they've been kind enough to leave us a hint. Iris raised her hand like a shy schoolgirl. Knight, what were you talking about when you told the police not to waste any investigations you gave them? Because of my supreme intelligence, they come to me with requests to help them out on the Curie case. Before I took the exams, I started working with the police to solve a few crimes and I've solved every one. They look at me like some kind of god of intelligence, and even though they're not asking for my service, they're asking for me to give them a lead for them to investigate. He took out his phone and opened a photo. This is the lead they were talking about. The photo was of the paper that the woman held up on the broadcast. On the left side of the papers were the numbers 13 to 17 listed, and there was a sentence next to each number written in cursive bold. 13. You have 5 days to bring the notepads to the Perrine Hotel. 14. You have 18 days to bring the Holy Bible to the baseball stadium. 15. you have 23 days to bring the cross to the basketball game. 16. You have 11 days to bring the notebook to the Ibaraki hospital. 17. You have 7 days to bring the tapes to the NHN news station. I don't understand it, Iris said. The cops were asking for a lead based on this? I can barely decipher it. Exactly, he said. This is something that can only be deciphered by Kira. But what about people who know about the notebook? If anything, this will attract attention to the death note being brought to the Ibaraki hospital. True, but there is a detail in here that is exclusive to people who are intimately familiar with the death note. The cops, they know about the death note but they aren't aware of the rules as much as us Kiras are. Iris looked over the photo one more time. So based on this and on my implanted memories, this means that Kiri wants to meet us here. She pointed at her target. The basketball game. From what I remember, or what Misa remembers, a human can only be controlled for 23 days, so by process of elimination, number 15th, 23 days for the basketball game is the correct answer. Bingo! Knight put the photo away. But assuming that Kiri isn't that big of an idiot, he already has a plan in mind, even if we don't know to show up. He sighed before continuing. Also, there is something I noticed. The numbers on the left side of the paper, why are they numbered 13 to 17 and not 1 to 5? Iris already knew the answers. Dates. Starting on April 13th, we have 4 days to bring the notepads to the Perrine Hotel, and on the 17th, 7 days to bring the tapes to the NHN news station. It's also a misdirect to see how smart we actually are. Kiri is trying to analyze us on an intellectual level. If we show up past these dates instead of showing up on these dates, then he'll think we're morons, but if we deduce when we're actually supposed to arrive at these events, then he'll realize that we're just as much of an intellectual threat as we are a physical threat. He must have chosen these events so we wouldn't have enough time to prepare. That'll be their downfall. But we already know where to go, thanks to the note. There is no basketball game 23 days after the 15th, but after a good checking, there is only one basketball game happening on the 15th. Infiltrating these events inconspicuously will be difficult. Knight? I could forfeit ownership of the death note and make someone else the owner and keep the book on my body, but if these people recognize me as the son of Light Yagami, they might kill me either way. I can't wear a mask because it's not the COVID-19 pandemic anymore, and wearing a mask is like asking to be caught. Knight? I could stay home, but if I stay home then they win in proving that Kira is a coward. I could send Iris after having her forfeit ownership of her death note. That's the only logical thing I could think of. Knight! Knight was snapped out of his trance and looked at Iris. What? Were you thinking of how to approach this situation? He nodded. I figured. You can't wear a mask nor can you forfeit ownership, so I'm betting that you're going to want to send me instead. But when you think about it, Kira sending a proxy instead of himself does seem like an act of cowardice. Knight glared at her. Is she goading me into going? Does that mean she won't be going? Is she a coward? A fucking coward? I thought of a plan, Knight. I thought of a way for both of us to go there whilst outsmarting Kiri. Knight tilted his head. Tell me. Iris laughed. Step 1. We got to the store to buy some supplies. All the supplies needed can be bought at any dollar store, or yen store, or whatever it's called here. Knight Yagami and Iris Abernathy went into the nearest variety store to buy all the materials Iris requested. They bought a 4-pack of toy walkie-talkies for toddlers along with a few art supplies and skin-tight face masks with scotch tape. When the cashier noticed their items, he asked them if it was for their children, should they have any. Knight gave Iris a mischievous smirk before saying, Right on point. Step 2. We find an unsuspecting target and we use him as our double. We both will forfeit ownership of our death notes to him, but we'll have Gilth and Massey deliver the notebooks back to us. Combined, we have a total of 4 notebooks, so we'll have to forfeit ownership of all 4 if we want our lifespans to be visible again. Of course, we can hold on to 2 notebooks and then relinquish ownership the day of the game. Knight searched through his laptop before pulling up a criminal. His name was Osamu Ibata. He's perfect, Knight said. convicted of multiple murder charges but let go repeatedly due to a lack of evidence and eyewitnesses, ironic considering that he is blind. Will the Shinigami ideal work on someone blind? Iris asked. The rules state, those with the eye power of the god of death will have the eyesight of over 3.6 in the human measurement, regardless of their original eyesight. Perfect. Step 3. We make our double make the deal for the Shinigami eyes. It works in our favor because with the walkie-talkies we bought, he'll be able to communicate with us and warn us if he sees someone with an absent lifespan. The toy walkie-talkies also won't have a record of anything spoken between radios and will be able to converse with him in a short range. Gilth and Massey flew over to Osamu Ibata's house with Knight's 2 red notebooks. Gilth and Massey both tore off a piece of paper from each notebook and made the blind criminal touch it while he was sitting on his couch. Osamu Ibata, Gilth hissed. The blind man gasped. Don't bother screaming or I'll kill you. Even if you called for help, people will look at you like you're crazy. Like you, they're blind to my presence. Gilth grabbed the blind man's hand and shoved the toy walkie-talkie in it. Talk into the walkie. The blind man said hello into the radio. Osamu Ibata, Knight chuckled on the other end, so glad you're listening in. My name, you don't need to know my name. All you need to know about me is that I will kill you if you refuse to follow my orders. And who might this be? Kira. Ibata felt his heart pound in his chest before he laughed. Why should I believe you? How do I know you're not a pretender? Maybe you're just some jerky teenager who gets off on pranking middle-aged men because your dad didn't buy you dirty magazines when you turned 18. If you want proof that I'm Kira, then by all means I'll give it to you. The voice that you're hearing in front of you, the one with the deep voice, belongs to a Shinigami. Only people who I've granted my power can see or touch or hear the Shinigami. In your case, the latter too. A god of death? You expect me to believe in that shit? Maybe I was wrong, maybe it wasn't magazines, maybe it was those drugs you snort through your nose. Massey smacked him upside the head with the notebook. Say what you want, but you're making a fool out of yourself, you pathetic old man. Ibata heard another radio going off, but the sounds were muffled. Massey, who had the walkie-talkie in her mouth, heard the instructions coming from Iris and mumbled in response. Ibata, Massey said, do you want your eyesight back? A new person? Ibata exclaimed at the new voice, is that a girl? I'm a female Shinigami. Now answer the question, eyesight? Yes, Ibata nodded, I want to be able to see again so I can enjoy myself like candy. What a filthy pig, she thought. Then let me help you. Do you wish to be able to see, even if it means cutting half the years left in your life in half? What? In order to regain your eyesight, you must agree to give up half the years remaining in your lifespan. Ibata laughed. You know what, Shinigami, sure. Why not? I will give up half the years remaining in my lifespan if it means being able to see what women are packing on their chests. I hope he dies a painful death, Massey mentally growled. Very well. Massey put her hand over his eyes. Open up your brand new eyeballs. Ibata opened up his eyes and screamed and scrambled back onto the couch, dropping the walkie-talkie and the 2 red notebooks in his lap lifted into the air and held up by Gilth and Massey. I can see, the blind man thought, I can see for the first time in a long time. But, how is that possible? You still there? Knight called. Ibata spotted the walkie-talkie on the ground and picked it up. I'm here. I told you I could give you your eyesight back. Do you see the 2 Shinigami before you? Ibata looked up as sweat covered his face like raindrops as he stared upon the Shinigami. They are going to be watching you 24/7, Knight continued. If you refuse to follow my orders, they will kill you and they'll take the rest of the years remaining in your lifespan. You mean? I really did give up half the years of my lifespan? Yes. But you got your sights back in the process. What's better, living a long life without being able to see or living a short life with your vision back? The choice is up to you. Then again, if you refuse to follow my orders, I will kill you right here. I'll follow your orders, the panicked Ibata said. I'll follow your orders to the end. Perfect. After that, Massey discreetly took the notebooks back to Knight and Iris while Gilth stayed behind, staring down at the criminal with a sardonic smile. Step 4. I make a mask of your face. This may seem simple and whatnot, but I like drawing and painting. I've won a couple of art awards back home in England, so I'm good. These masks will be skin-tight against your face and painted the same color as your skin. You would have to look extremely close to tell it's a mask, but most people won't know. Kiri will be looking for someone wearing a mask, and this mask will go below his radar and your name and lifespan won't be visible. In addition, assuming that they record us, then he might think that we're already dead, considering that he can't see anything floating above our heads. Knight sat in a chair that Iris had set up. She had her paint kit set up along with a mirror to give Knight a view of himself. She took measurements of his face before walking out of the room to bring back a mannequin's head. Knight recognized this mannequin's head as the one that she used back in the orphanage. She wrapped a black skin-tight face mask around the mannequin and grabbed her paintbrush. Based on the tone of your skin, she mumbled before dipping her brush in water, mixing a few paints together, and began painting the mask. It took 10 minutes to paint the entire balaclava and another 2 hours for it to dry before she took it off the mannequin's head and presented it to Knight. A face mask, skin-tight and the same color as his skin. A literal face mask, Iris said. This will give you complete protection from Kiri's eyes. She wrapped the mask around Knight's lower face and tucked the bottom of the mask into the neck of his shirt. There were holes cut for his nose and mouth, and once it was secured on, Iris grabbed a few pieces of tape, which she painted the same color as Knight's skin, and taped them against the edges of the mask, and straightened it out so. "Bob's your uncle," she exclaimed. She quickly rushed to get the mirror and held it in front of Knight, whose eyes didn't leave the side of his face. "It doesn't even look like I'm wearing a mask," he gasped, "and it's covering more than half my face." He looked at Massey. "Can you see my name and lifespan?" She shook her head. "Name and lifespan are both absent," she confirmed. "My gal did a good job, didn't she?" Massey switched to an excited voice. "It doesn't even look like I'm wearing a mask," Knight repeated in his head. "Kiri will be looking for someone wearing a mask or whose lifespan is absent. It's a double-edged sword because while it does protect my name and lifespan, it also draws attention to people with the Shinigami eyes. If I want to protect myself, I have to stay in front of a large crowd of people." "I already did my mask ahead of time," Iris said. "It looks like we're done." "Yeah," Knight nodded, "and I already bought 3 tickets to the basketball game, so we should be golden on the 15th. "I'm kinda excited," Iris shrugged nervously. "I mean, what do you think Kiri has planned for the basketball game?" Knight shrugged as well. "Your guess is as good as mine." Knight stared out the window into the night sky. "Kiri, what are you planning?" "We have to be prepared for the fact that Kiri will also have some countermeasures against the eyes and that our decoy will be killed," Iris pointed out. "True," he almost hissed, "but this is more than about confronting Kiri. I suspect that Kiri wants to humiliate Kira, and we're going to pay him back in spades. Those with the eye power of the god of death will have the eyesight of over 3.6 in the human measurement, regardless of their original eyesight. In order to see the names and lifespans of humans by using the eye power of the god of death, the owner must look at more than half of that person's face. When looking from top to bottom, he must look at least from the head to the nose. If he looks at only the eyes and under, he will not be able to see the person's name and lifespan. Also, even though some parts of the face, for example the eyes, nose, or mouth are hidden, if he can basically see the whole face, he will be able to see the person's name and lifespan. It is still not clear how much exposure is needed to tell a person's name and lifespan, as this needs to be verified. Chapter 25, Saitama. April 15, 2031. Saitama Super Arena. The second largest indoor arena in the world offered the most protection that it could offer to Knight and Iris. It was bright and early in the morning, the warm air inviting people in for fun, and Knight nor Iris were ones to turn down such fun or any foods and confectionery that the stands had to offer. "It's chilling," Knight thought as he shoved his hands in his pockets, "to think that Kiri is among these people. There's also the problem of his Shinigami to deal with. If we're lucky, The Shinigami is neutral, but after watching the news and what they were telling that woman to say, this Shinigami is Team Kiri. This is my first festival in Japan, Iris said as she wrapped her elbow around Knight's arm without paying attention. What do you usually do at such a place like this? Her eyes snapped from one stand to another like a girl trying to decide which birthday present to open first. Games, food, candy, it's all too much. Stay focused, Knight whispered. He noticed that some people were looking at Iris. It wasn't every day you saw a British woman in Japan. But I can't help it, she whined, there are so many things to do here. Shoot basketballs, win prizes, eat candy, and there are even artists here. Man, if I could come here every day. Knight grabbed her hand. If we come out of this in one piece, I'll take you around Japan and show you more. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, I promise. Iris felt her cheeks flush with how close Knight was. She could feel his breath against her cheeks, warming them up even more, even with her skin-tight, skin-colored face mask on. Okay, she said with a crack in her voice. Knight backed away after seeing Iris check her mask. He subconsciously did the same thing by rubbing his hand under his chin like he was stroking a beard. In addition to the face masks, they dyed their hair a different color, golden blonde for Knight and chocolate brown for Iris, and put in color contacts, brown for Knight and hazel for Iris. After walking around for a short while, they headed inside the arena and took their seats in the stands. Knight sat down with Iris to his right with food and drinks in hand that they bought from the stands outside. The tickets they bought along put them in the middle of the stands, halfway up at the top and halfway down at the bottom and 5 seats away from the stairs. All irrelevant, as all that mattered was that a large group of people wearing face paint for the home basketball team was behind them and cheering loudly. Some of them were shirtless and hooting like dogs. Knight, wearing a buttoned-up shirt with jeans, reached into his breast pocket and pulled out his walkie-talkie and turned it on. He whispered into it. Ibata, are you there? Ibata replied back seconds later, go for Ibata, you bitch-ass dope. I see you got the ticket without anything getting in your way, Knight chuckled. You should be grateful for me giving your eyes back. Otherwise, how are you going to see the cheerleaders? Osamu Ibata sat 3 rows down from the duo and he glanced down at the cheerleaders in black. There were still 30 minutes to game time and the staff was helping to set up while the cheer squad did their thing. Point taken. You know your objective. I want you to look around the arena. Anyone whose lifespan you can't see, the numbers above a person's head, you tell me immediately and describe them to me in detail. Keep searching around until you find them. If you do this, your safety's guaranteed. Knight inwardly smirked at the last part. Roger, Kira-san. Both parties put their walkie-talkies away. Ibata fulfilled his end of the deal and started looking around the stands. When he turned around, Knight and Iris covered their faces with their hands. Knight picked up his walkie-talkie and told him not to look in their direction unless absolutely necessary. Gilth, standing behind Ibata with his back to Knight, moved his left hand to his back as a non-verbal way of saying good luck. It was a form of communication they worked out before. A gesture with the left hand is to be looked at with positive intent or yes, while a gesture with the right hand is mean to be looked at with a pessimistic intent or no. Don't want Kiri's Shinigami to catch me looking in Knight's direction, Gil thought. Knight and Iris shifted uncomfortably in their seat, both arching their backs off the seats. We gave up ownership of our last 2 death notes to Ibata before we came here, Iris thought. We're holding onto notebooks that Ibata owns by pressing them against the small of our backs with a corset. This corset's tighter than I thought, Knight thought. After 30 minutes, the game started. Basketball players came running out in their uniforms. A bear-like mascot came running out and into the stands and running up and down the stairs, doing comical gestures and earning a few laughs. The stands became crowded and more people were filling in the seats. People selling food were coming up and down the stairs, yelling out snack titles, but Knight decided not to buy any. The home team playing was a relatively fresh one, being formed back in 2029 but already left a lasting impression. They were called the Shinto Shinaragnids and their team color was black. The game started without any interference. The game went on for an hour with each basketball team keeping the other on their toes. Whenever one team scored, the second team would score the next dribble. Every so often, out of boredom mostly, Knight would radio Ibata and ask him if he spotted anything. The answer would also be no, and Gilth would touch his back with his right hand as a non-verbal way of saying no as well. As much as I love basketball, this is getting boring, Knight thought, so dull and boring. Maybe Kiri really did intend for Kira to meet somewhere else or... Thump. Knight's eyes widened. An arachnid collapsed in the middle of the court, holding his chest and spasming before he stopped. Once the referees saw this, they blew the whistle and called for a medical team. They called for a defibrillator, but their attempts were futile, even with the device set to the highest setting. There's no doubt, Knight thought as sweat dripped down his face, Kiri is here and he killed the basketball player. Thump. A second arachnid collapsed before the defibrillator could be set up for the first person. Thump. A third arachnid went down. It was at this time that the crowd started screaming. The basketball players quickly hid their faces and some of them lay down on the ground in a fetal position, using their knees to cover their faces. It's Kira, someone shouted from the stands. Why is Kira killing us? Another shouted. The mascot, who had been running up the stands, froze in place, not bothering to do any comical gestures anymore. The crowd stood from their seats and tried running before the main screen, the one to display the game, turned white with static. It drew their attention like a moth to the flame. After a few seconds, the screen stopped crackling, a white background appeared on the screen with red words displayed before them. It looked like words were written in blood on a white wall, but the message could be read by a far-sighted person. I am Kiri. The crowd panicked and started murmuring before the screen went static before returning to the white background with a new message. I will stop this killing on one condition. Static. Kira, show yourself. What? Someone exclaimed. Kira is in the crowd. Knight and Iris felt their hearts racing like it was trying to outrun a pack of wolves. Kira is among you in the crowd. If you care about justice, Kira, then show yourself. Knight and Iris stayed still and stared up at the screen. 30 seconds later, a new message popped up. Coward Kira. Knight's hand was wrapped around Iris's soft hand and he began squeezing it. That's what your plan is, Knight thought. This is part of your plan of trying to make Kira look like a despicable coward. I can see how this would work, even if I didn't show up. If you don't show yourself, I'll do this. One of the dead basketball players started rising into the air. The corpse's arms were spread out like wings as it ascended up into the air, and once it reached 50 feet above the ground, the main screen caught footage of the dead basketball player as he suddenly fell to the ground, landing headfirst splat into the ground and spraying brain matter and red bodily fluids across the floor. The crowd screamed, parents hid the sight from their children's eyes, and some people vomited. Gilth had seen Kiri's Shinigami lift the dead man into the air and drop him, and he sneered. Iris was one of the people who vomited near Knight's shoes. Except to a living person. The people working there ran into the camera room only to find it locked, and the chances of it being unlocked from the inside were slim to none, considering that everyone in the room had committed suicide. You see this, people, Kira is sacrificing your lives to save his own skin. He's a coward. How can you worship him? How fucking dare you, Kiri, Knight growled. Wait, someone in the stands screamed, stop this, I am Kira. The crowd turned to the people in the front of the stands. It was a young man with chin-length brown hair and pale skin. He had an arachnid jersey on and slowly descended down the steps and onto the court. I am Kira, the man shouted to the big screen, please. Don't kill any more people. With the borrower. The borrower sat on their leather couch with the TV turned on at medium volume. They had the notebook laid out on their lap with over a dozen names written along with instructions. This was the next part of the plan. The borrower turned to one page and read over it. Ijiro Cheetah, suicide, April 15, 2031, 11:54 a.m. Announces in fear that he is Kira before he smashes his head against the wall until he dies. All according to plan, the borrower thought. Back at the game. Liar now commits suicide. The man's eyes went wide before he ran to the closest wall at full force, angling his head down so that when he hit the concrete wall, it would crack his skull. After the first hit, his blood was drenched in his blood, but he kept bashing his face into the concrete wall until he staggered back and dropped dead. The crowd winced and looked away. Don't be a hero and stand up for this coward. Will the real Kira please show themselves? No one stepped up. Everyone stayed huddled in their chairs and covered their faces. Iris put her head down in Knight's lap while he covered her head with his chest. He covered his face with his arm but kept a gaze forward. Like us, Kiri has a decoy, but his decoy was to make Kira look bad. He spots the still-alive Abata, not even bothering to put his head down. Why aren't they doing anything to Abata? If they want to kill Kira, then why aren't they doing anything? He looked around the arena to assess the damage. The basketball players were still lying on the ground in fetal positions. The medical team had come equipped with face masks prior to arriving, so they used this to their advantage and attended to the downed players. Everyone else was doing their best to hide their faces behind the chairs in front of them, in their shirts, or if they were desperate enough, in their buckets of popcorn. As long as we're still wearing our masks, we should be safe, Knight thought. Wow, a man just died for Kira and he's willing to let this man die in vain. Tells you a lot about Kira. Why worship this sick fuck? He's no god. Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color. Even if Kira didn't show up, there's no doubt the faceless Kiri would have shown up regardless to scout for people's names and lifespans. At the very least, the faceless Kiri is someone in the crowd while the nameless Kiri is the one working behind the scenes. He looked at the dead basketball players. Given how these basketball players are well known, neither Kiri had to look up their name, only if they were Kira supporters. As for the man, I doubt he stood upon his own free will. The messages left behind look like they were pictures taken before being displayed, so his name must have been punched into the notebook beforehand and he was ordered to pretend to sacrifice himself. Kiri's going all out to make Kira look bad. Iris, while shaking like a leaf under Knight's chest, twitched her fingers involuntarily and suddenly felt cold, wanting to outside into the warm sun. Her hair and eyes turned pink. Kiri is here, she thought, there's no doubt about that. If Kiri was trying to scope us out for a lack of lifespans, then he would need to get a good look at everyone present. If I was Kiri, what would I do? Why did I choose this place to begin with? Why not the news where I've made my massacres public before? What is my motive and what am I getting out of this? A thought crosses her mind and she almost jumped out of her seat but was kept in place by Knight's weight. It's because I have easy access to this place. She thought back to the big screen. I, Kiri, have taken over the broadcast room and the people who are broadcasting this game aren't known to the public, meaning I have to be someone who knows the names and faces of the people working the big screen. Which means I'm someone who works here. I work here, but if I were Kiri, I would also take measures to hide my face from Kira in case he had the Shinigami eyes, but I also want to make sure I'm able to seek out Kira with my Shinigami eyes. She clenched her fists. So I am an employee working here, keeping my face concealed while also seeking out Kira. Who could I be? Her eyes widen. She turns her head slightly, despite Knight covering her head, and saw the bear mascot clutching the railing in the middle of the stairs 3 rows down, staring intently at Abata. The mascot is the Kiri with the Shinigami eyes. Back with the borrower. The borrower was getting an update on their computer. According to the webcam that the owner had planted in the mask of the bear costume, positioned so it was staring out the right eye hole, the owner had their eyes set on a fat man with black facial hair and greasy hair with a bald spot in the back of his head. The owner whispered on the webcam, Osamu Abata. Spelled Osamu-Ibata, absent lifespan. Very well, the borrower replied. Does he have the Shinigami eyes? Can't tell. The borrower wrote in the death note. Osamu Abata, suicide, April 15, 2031, 11:57 a.m. publicly announces his connection with the death note before he commits suicide 1 minute before midnight. Back at the arena. 11:56 a.m. Wait, Abata shouted as he stood up. I know about Kira. Civilians turned towards him. Liar, someone screamed. Don't do this, another person cried. No! It's true. Abata insisted. I can tell you everything about him. What the hell is going on? Knight and Iris panicked. Is he? Do tell. 11:57 a.m. Ibata's eyes widened as he silenced himself. What's going on? Knight and Iris asked. Ibata stepped out of the stands and started walking down the stairs. He took out a pencil from his shirt and held it in front of his neck. Once he was at the last step, he stopped and leaned forward. He landed on top of the pencil with the sharp part piercing him in the neck. He quickly removed the knife and started screamed as a fountain of blood sprayed the floor around him. Even as the paramedics came to help, he flopped around the ground like a fish before he tired himself out and eyes rolled to the back of his skull. The scream just went static this time. There was no response from Kiri, no insult made to Kira about how he is a disgrace to society, nothing but the sounds of the screen crackling. Knight cracked a smile. Just as Iris and I planned, a deal for the Shinigami eyes is what prevented him from being controlled by the Death Note. Kiri wasn't expecting this, which is why there's no new message. My mission to humiliate Kiri is complete, and with Ibata dead, we're the owners once again. With the borrower. What the fuck? The borrower exclaimed. Why didn't Ibata announce his relationship to Kira? What the fuck? They threw the notebook to the ground before picking it up and ripping a page out. The borrower tries writing the same thing in the notebook, even though they're aware that Ibata's already dead. Giving up, they throw the pen and notebook across the ground, the rage bubbling up inside of them, erupting to a bust as they let out a loud "Ah!" Back at the stadium. 12:07 p.m. After 10 minutes, the police finally arrived at the scene. Since there was no latest message from Kiri, everyone made bail on the arena. The basketball players on the court ran away for the locker rooms while the people in the stands began clearing out. They kept their faces concealed and ran for all exits. Knight took Iris by the hand and escorted her out of the arena like the knight in shining armor he was. Once they made it through the first door and blended into the crowd of people, they spotted a camera on the ceiling above them and quickly averted their faces. Better safe than sorry. Even if their faces were on camera, no one would recognize them and Kiri would assume they are dead from their lack of names and lifespans floating above their head. Gilth retrieved Ibata's walkie-talkie as quickly as possible and flew out of there. Back in the arena, despite it being cleared out, there was one person who remained. The person in the mascot costume stared down at Ibata with the bloody pencil near his head. The mascot clutched the railing like they were trying to hold on for dear life before they let out a scream. The sound the scream made sounded like a mix between a chainsaw revving up and nails against a chalkboard and echoed throughout the stadium. The scream dragged on for what felt like forever before it died out. The mascot scurried out of there, running out of sight, and the arena was left with 5 corpses on the ground. But it was not left without silence. The screen was still crackling with static like an old TV with bunny ears. Had anybody been in the stadium, they would have gone crazy from the persistent crackling, like it was trying to draw an animal to its position so it could strike. Then the static ceased like a light shut off and a new message popped up and read. Die Kira. Humans that have traded for the eye power of a god of death will see a person's primary lifespan and will not be influenced by the Death Note. If the victim is killed using the Death Note, the remaining lifetime of that victim will be provided to the god of death. Humans that have traded for the eye power of a god of death cannot see the name or lifespan of humans who have already passed away by looking at their photos. No matter what medical or scientific method may be employed, it is impossible for humans to distinguish whether or not the human has the eye of power of a god of death. Even gods of death cannot distinguish this fact, except for the very god of death that traded her eye power with that human. Chapter 26, Lord Kira. April 15, 2031. The Shinigami Realm. Hurt didn't waste any time running for his life. He would have used his wings to fly, but he was too lazy to. He didn't know what was hunting him, but Pike, Grudge, and Grem were all dead. If he wanted to be the sole survivor, he had to get as far away from the portal to the human world as possible. He kept running until he stumbled onto a group of 4 Shinigami. Guys, Hurt panted, I know this may seem random, but can I hang out with you for the rest of my life? The 4 Shinigami were Daredevil, Gook, Zeloji, and Daryl Garoza. Daredevil spoke up, What's wrong with your group? Getting tired of them? My entire group is gone. Hurt panicked. Grudge, Grim, Pike, they're all dead and I'm afraid I'll be next. You're fine, you idiot, Zaloji said. As long as you don't slack off on writing names down, you'll live forever. Tell that to Grudge, Grim, and Pike. The 4 Shinigami looked at him with bewilderment. Pike was the first to die, then Grudge, and then Grim. All of their notebooks are in the human world now, and since there can only be 6 death notes in the human world, there's a chance I could die and my notebook could be dropped to Earth. I don't want to die. Daryl Garoza chuckled. I didn't know you were so scared of humans. She let that sentence linger before she continued. Then again, I've seen a few humans up close to know that they can be scary. She began stacking a pile of human skeletons in front of her. Hurt looked at the female Shinigami and his eyes widened. He stared at her for a few seconds before rubbing the back of his head. Hi, he said sheepishly, I'm Hurt. Where? The Shinigami laughed. I get it, my name is pronounced as Hurt. Daredevly, Gook and Zaloji looked at Hurt with their heads shaking. Weren't you saying something? Daredevly nearly snapped. Hurt snapped out of his schoolboy crush fantasy and turned back to the 3 Shinigami. Right, I was hoping to stay with you guys until there is a 6th death note in the human world. I gotta say, Gook began, Shinigami dropping their notebooks in the human world is utterly ridiculous. What's the point? Grudge dropped his because he wanted to bond to a human. From what I gathered, he died protecting his human companion, but it was in vain because his companion ended up killed. What about Pike? I don't know too many details, but from what I can infer, he wrote down a human's name, broke a rule somehow, and he died. What rule is that? Hurt shrugged. And what about Grim? Grim. He nervously licked his lips. He's been dead for a month. When I was going to play a game of cards with him, he dropped over dead suddenly and turned into a pile of sand and dust. Then this one Shinigami, one of the new ones, picked it up and took it with him to the human world. Wow, Daredevil sighed. Pike and Grudge died because of a human and Grim's lifespan expired. If you truly care about your life, I suggest you write down the names of 3 humans. That's another thing, humans. This whole thing started when that new guy, the one with the goggles and tie around his head, dropped a notebook to the human world. His human companion is using a death note to drop humans, just like when Ryuk dropped the late Saido's notebook to the human world. I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed that, Zaloji said. Humans are dropping from heart attacks on a daily. If this keeps up, all the humans are going to die. No need to worry, Hurt chuckled. Unlike us gods of death, there are over 7 billion humans. One man with a notebook can't kill all, especially since the death note can't be used on humans under 780 days old or over 124 years of age. What I'm concerned about is being the last of my group to die off. Daredevil's eyes rolled to the back of his skulls before he pulled out a deck of cards. If you're so scared, then you can hang with us. Hurt bowed to them rather dramatically. Thanks, my new compadres. After writing the names of 3 random humans in America, he quickly went over to his new group, sitting next to Daryl Garoza, occasionally taking side glances of her stacking human skeletons. The Yagami household. It's been 4 hours since the incident at the arena. Knight and Iris escaped unscathed and discarded their disguises as soon as they were safe in the Yagami home. Gilth and Massey flew in after them. Gilth held up the toy walkie-talkie. I got the walkie-talkie off of Abada. And with him dead, ownership has been transferred back to us, Knight said. He took his shirt off to remove the corset holding the death note to his back. Iris looked at the shirtless Knight with burning ears and red cheeks. She did not realize that Knight had a six-pack. Knight noticed Iris's discomfort and took advantage of it. This is what this Knight looks like under his shining armor. Massey, sensing Iris's discomfort, lifted the back of the girl's shirt up and loosened the corset to take out the death note. I stayed hidden in the walls like you asked, Massey said as she dropped the notebook on the table, and I could see the Shinigami from the TV. He wasn't following anyone, however. But it proves that Kiri was there. Yeah, Iris confirmed, he was definitely there. She crossed her arms over her chest. I believe that the faceless Kiri was there in person while the nameless Kiri was off-site. More than likely, the bear mascot was the faceless Kiri. Knight looked at her and nodded. Good work. And when that corpse was flying in the air, no doubt that was the Shinigami. They planned this. The threat about lifting a human into the air and dropping was a bluff, Gilth said. Shinigami aren't permitted to kill a human without a death note. It's a death sentence if they do. Goes to show that Kiri is being more cautious than last time, making sure they have all the winning cards. Knight laughed. But we have aces up our own sleeves. The television was turned on and the channel switched to the news detailing of the arena incident. This is News 7 anchor, Sora Hajime, standing outside the Saitama Super Arena. Knight eyed the reporter with interest, brows arching after hearing her name. Sora Hajime was a woman of medium height with collarbone-length brown hair and brown eyes. She wore lipstick and ran a hand through her hair and parted her bangs over her right eye. Her outfit consisted of a short-sleeved brown jacket with black leggings that had the sleeves coming over the shin of her leather brown boots. Where just 3 hours ago, a horrifying massacre caught everyone by surprise. 5 people fell victim to Kira's power being used in the hands of someone calling themselves Kiri. I stand out here with some survivors from the massacre. The camera followed her as she did a 180 and approached a boy with golden blonde hair standing with his girl, who had chocolate brown hair. What's your name, son? Knight smirked at the screen. My name is Kisho Asahi. The boy with the golden blonde hair was Knight Yagami. I find it interesting that they pre-recorded the news segment, Knight thought, but with Kiri, I wouldn't take any chances either. Plus, with that disguise, he can't see our real names or lifespans and assume we're already dead. What happened in there? Sora asked. Kisho stuttered before saying, it was a nightmare. Pun intended, Knight thought. 1 minute, I'm sitting there with my girlfriend before one of the basketball players collapses from a heart attack. I thought that maybe he passed out from exhaustion, but the second person collapsed and then a third. Then those words, they just appeared on the screen, blood, the words were written in blood. I was panicking, freaking out, and I covered my face and hid behind the seats in front of me. I kept my head concealed as much as possible, and when I saw that man bash his head into the wall, I've never seen anything like it. He paused for a second to catch his breath. Then I saw the other man walk down the stairs and stab himself in the neck. Oh my God, I've never been so scared in my life. It's a good thing you got out. Are you a Kira supporter? Kisho looked at the screen for a brief second before turning away, saying, not anymore. Knight's smirk grew into a smile. If Kiri was watching this, he wouldn't see the results of his bloodbath because it's pre-recorded. Iris came up to his side and put a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, who knew my art skills would come in handy? Yep, he said, popping the pea. Iris looked at the screen. She noticed that she was hiding behind Kisho's shoulder and looking away from the camera. I always was a nervous one, she thought, even with a mask on. Kiri had their chance, Knight said, now it's time for us to attack. He looked at Iris, his grin never leaving his face. Since Kiri wants to push Kira off his pedestal, we're going to have to break their hearts and crush them underneath it. Unless we have the Shinigami eyes, finding Kiri is going to be hard. Not only that, but we can't see their Shinigami. Knight looks at his feet and touches his chin, contemplating his next action. You have a point, but we have to strike first no matter what. If we want to restore Kira's good image, then we must strike ASAP. We must be proactive. His eyes suddenly drift to Iris and he narrows them. He studies her hard before turning his body to face her. Iris, you said it's going to be hard to draw out Kiri without the Shinigami eyes. You may be right about that, but I think I came up with an idea. He watched her cock her head. That woman on TV, the one I didn't kill. Murasaki Kagami, she said, Kira worshipper and prominent churchgoer of Church X of Kira. What about her? Knight licked his lips. Because she might be able to help us. She is the only known person to have had contact with Kiri's Shinigami. Iris's eyes widened. You want to use that churchgoer to lure out Kiri? Yes. How do we know she's still alive? For all we know, Kiri could have killed her because she can see their Shinigami. I can find out right now. Knight went up to his room with Iris in tow. He pulled out his computer, logged into the police database, and searched up the woman's name. He got a report dated early this morning that the woman was alive and has a police escort with her outside her house. She's still alive, Knight confirmed. We're going to use her to help with our investigation. Iris stared out Knight's window and touched her chin. Murasaki Kagami is the only person who has seen Kiri's Shinigami. Given she is still alive, she still possesses the ability to see him. She looks at Knight and her eyes run down the side of his strawberry blonde hair. Her hair and eyes turn pink. I can only speculate what Knight is planning, but he'll most likely have Murasaki tail him at all times or set Kiri up in a way where she can identify him by his Shinigami. Knight is a brilliant planner, I lack that ability. Her eyes widen slightly. However, while Knight succeeds in planning and how a suspect committed a crime, I succeed in deducing who committed a crime. Knight didn't even consider the possibility that Kiri might be connected to Kiyomi Takada. I was the one who figured it out, and it brought us one step closer to catching Kiri. She bit her lower lip. If I can create a profile and narrow down the list of suspects, it'll help Knight in whatever he's planning with Murasaki. I just hope he doesn't kill her. Unknown location. The owner came home drenched in sweat. They ran a hand through their hair and wiped the sweat off their forehead with the sleeves of their shirt. The owner stripped off their jacket and kicked off their shoes. "You're back," the now mellow borrower said, standing from the couch. "What's wrong?" The owner went into the grim bedroom. The borrower followed and watched as the owner made a fist with their hands. "Damn it," the owner exclaimed, "they got us." "What are you talking about?" The owner slammed their fists onto the bed. I knew that Kira would have had some kind of countermeasure against my eyes, but I had no idea he would pull off something like that. "What do you mean?" "Kira has more than one notebook. He was able to forfeit ownership of his notebook and give it to someone else. Osamu Ibata was the owner of a notebook, but he wasn't Kira. I thought that he was stupid for showing up with no protection, but how wrong was I? Ibata was a pawn, a trick." "Oh," the borrower nodded, remembering why they got hysterical in the first place. "I wrote that Osamu Ibata would reveal his connection to Kira in the notebook. Based on prior experiences, this should have happened, but for some reason, he refused to obey orders." "How is that possible?" "You can only control a person if they're able to do a certain task, and given as to how Ibata was ready to reveal his connection to Kira, he just went silent and killed himself." "Yeah, that's what frustrated me. Kira found a way to counteract the manipulation of the Death Note. He found a way to prevent us from controlling his pawn. Kira was there at the stadium, and I'll bet he was laughing his ass off as we killed his pawn, aware that we were unable to control him for some reason." The borrower walked up to the owner and put a hand on their shoulder. "Control yourself, fam, we will defeat Kira. Ever since you found out that Kiyomi Takada, our flesh and blood, was connected to Kira, you've had the ambition to bring Kira down." The borrower removed their hand and looked away. "As much as I hate anyone who supports Kira, I think making them commit suicide is immoral." "I understand," the owner said before crossing their arms over their chest, "but it's better to kill 100 innocent people than let one truly guilty person go free. There's another quote to that: it is better that 5 guilty people escape justice than allow one innocent person to die. The owner looked at their companion. "Kira understands that logic perfectly. Kira would rather kill innocent people than allow guilty criminals to walk away. I'm a fan of that logic, but he's also not above corrupting people. He corrupts our beautiful relative Kiyomi, and discarded her afterward." The owner turned to the doorway and glared at the Shinigami. "I'm going to kill you next, Shinigami." "What's with that look?" the Shinigami asked. "Just because you didn't kill Kiyomi doesn't mean you're any less guilty than Light Yagami. I understand that. This is atonement for believing in that false god. Learn from my mistake and kill Kira by any means necessary." The owner and borrower looked at the Shinigami with glaring eyes. "What?" the Shinigami shrugs nonchalantly. Several minutes later, the two of them go digging through a suitcase they pulled from under their bed. They find a CD before putting it on in the living room. A reporter appeared on the screen. Good evening, this is Kiyomi Takada from News 6. Starting today, it will be my duty to spread the word of Kira accurately and quickly. From now on, NHN will fairly and carefully present Kira's message to the citizens of the world. The owner paused the video. The borrower got on their hands and knees in front of the TV. They held up their dominant hand and touched the screen, caressing the surface like a parent to their child. A tear escaped from their tear ducts. The owner sighed and picked themselves up. They walked over to the borrower and put a hand on their shoulder. I promise, we will get justice for our family. They kneel to meet the borrower's gaze. The game is getting more interesting. Kiri versus Kira, suicide versus heart attacks, killer versus executioner. And the winner shall deliver or receive justice as they see fit. The borrower intertwined their hands with the owner's hands. The owner smiled. When was the last time things have been this much fun, exciting, exhilarating? The borrower's grin matched the owner's. I think I would have died from boredom had you not read the notebook. Since we've struck Kira twice and he's going to counterattack, we must be ready. He already counterattacked when we struck the second time, we're going to counterattack when he strikes us. Their hair and eyes turned purple. Kira, they both whispered, kill us, if you can. Murasaki Kagami's house. Murasaki Kagami took one last look at the police cruiser outside before locking herself in her home. She put the keys down on the table beside her before the sound of a boy's voice brightened her smile. Mama, little 4-year-old Ray exclaimed as he ran into his mother's arms. Murasaki caught Ray and lifted him in the air. Hey there, my little ruler. Did you miss Mommy today? Yeah. Ray nodded vigorously. Daddy was being lazy and drinking beer today. Murasaki nodded and put her child down. Let's hope he didn't drink too much beer. Ray rubbed Murasaki's stomach. Mama, did you find out if I'm having a brother or sister? Murasaki laughed before rubbing her son's hair. No, I won't be able to find out for another month. She rubbed her slightly showing belly. I do hope for a girl though. Murasaki took her son into the kitchen to prepare some food. Her husband was sitting on the couch and snoring soundly, a bottle of beer in his hands. Wake up your father. Ray obeyed his mother's orders and tapped on his father's nose until he woke up. Minori, what did I tell you about drinking when you were watching your son? I only had one bottle. Then why did you pass out on the couch? I didn't pass out, I was just catching up on my sleep. Murasaki pressed her hands together in a bowing gesture. What have I told you about staying out past 11? Not only that, but why are you drinking when you're supposed to be watching our son? I'm sorry, boss needed me to work overtime and since I got my bonus for it, I thought a beer bottle would help with the occasion. I guess before we met, you must have had a lot of occasions for drinking beer. I understand I used to have a problem, but now that I have another son on the way, I'm taking responsibility. This is the first bottle I've had in a month. She glares at him. Aside from the social drinking at work and with our worshipping groups. If that's the answer you're comfortable with, then help me make dinner. Minori helped himself up and told Ray to go play in his room while he helped Murasaki make dinner. After dinner, her husband went to take a shower. She took the time to clean up. The next day was a Wednesday. She knew that her church had been locked off not for being a crime scene but because it was in the process of being renovated. When that churchgoer set himself on fire, there was minimum damage, but regular churchgoers have been insisting that something is to be done to repair the church of its unholy fiery burns. She went inside, not expecting anyone to be inside the empty church, headed over to the altar. She got on her knees and interlaced her fingers together to start praying before she noticed something on the altar. When she got a better look at this square object on the altar, she realized what it was. A notebook? She picks up the red cover notebook and opens to the first blank page. When she finds all pages to be empty, she closes it. When all seemed to be done, a silhouette before her made her open her eyes. When she looked up, she stared into the red eyes of a Shinigami with a red tie wrapped around their forehead. She drops the notebook and covers her mouth to suppress her scream. Oh my god! She internally screams, it's another Shinigami. But this one is different from the other one. Does that mean Kiri is back? Murasaki Kagami, a voice spoke behind her, a voice she could identify as human. Don't turn around unless I tell you to. Murasaki slowly lowered her gaze to the ground and removed her hands from her mouth. They subconsciously went to her abdomen. Okay, she whispered softly. Who are you? She heard distinct footsteps getting closer and closer. She nearly jumped out of her skin when she felt a hand grasp her shoulder. She could tell by the warmth against her ear that this person's mouth was near her ear. But what she heard next sent chills down her spine. I am Kira. Her eyes widened and her heart pounded in her chest before she felt it warm up inside her, melting away any chills she felt. She smiled. I've been waiting, Lord Kira. On occasions where the cause and situation of death are written before the victim's name, multiple names can be written as long as they are written within 40 seconds and the causes and situations of death are not impossible to occur. In the occasion where the cause of death is possible but the situation is not, only the cause of death will take effect for that victim. If both the cause and the situation are impossible, that victim will die of a heart attack. Chapter 27, Identity. April 4th, 2031. The owner. The owner stirred in their sleep at the sounds of the alarm clock going off. They reach over and shut it up. They sit up in bed and stretch. They realized they'd been drooling in their sleep and wiped the salvia away. They looked over their shoulder and saw the borrower snoring soundly before lifting their heads slowly in their direction. Time to get up. The owner cooked breakfast for their companion while they were in the shower. While they waited, they seated themselves and took slow sips of coffee and ate at their egg on rice like it was their last meal alive. Once the borrower was out of the shower, the owner hopped in and finished in 10 minutes. They brought their clothes in the bathroom with them and once they finished, they changed into their work clothes. I used to have a black and white point of view of justice. Anybody who broke the law was evil and deserved to get tossed in jail. Aunt Kiyomi and I both shared this view, but my father, who often visited the courthouse on a regular, took me one day when I was 10 to show me what guilty and innocent people actually looked like. The owners picked up their suitcase, making sure that there were several notes of the death note packed inside. Before they left, they put the death note in the hollowed-out Bible before calling someone to put the Bible in a storage locker at the airport. There was a guilty man who wanted to serve time because he felt regret for armed robbery, and there was an innocent man who didn't want to go to jail for stealing food to feed his dying child. These two criminals made me realize that maybe there is something more to criminals and that we should focus on helping these people rather than toss them behind bars. The owner flashed back to their time as a child, eating with their mother, father, and Aunt Kiyomi Takata. I tried to tell Aunt Kiyomi this eye-opening experience, but she said that criminals like to gain sympathy. When she got the news she was chosen as Kira's spokesperson, I tried talking her out of it, but she refused. Then, she passed away in a fire, burned to death. Since they had plenty of time to spare, the owner allowed the borrower to take the car to drive to work. The owner didn't mind the walk. In fact, they preferred walking to the subway to get to work. They double-checked their watch and made sure that they stuck to their walking schedule. For the longest time, I hated Kira for what happened to my aunt, but after working a long period of time in the courtroom, I moved up the ranks into my own courtroom. It was vastly different. There was no jury to come to a vote on whether someone was guilty or not, only a single judge to make the choices. It was then when I saw the truth. When there are people who are judging to see whether someone is guilty or innocent, they put on a facade. When there is one person to judge them, they put on a bigger facade. They made it to Shinjuku Station, and when they spotted a camera, they took out a mask and wrapped it around the bottom half of their face, leaving only their eyes and hair exposed. They got on the Yamanote line, taking the outer route. They beg and plead like pathetic dogs or even take pleasure in their sentence, but either way, they are guilty beyond all doubt. Everyone that has been sentenced to a trial in my courtroom is despicable. Murders, rapists, child molesters, things you can never get away with by giving a morally questionable reason like surviving or doing things out of desperation. It made me realize that Aunt Kiyomi and Kira were right. criminals are scumbags who deserve to die. All criminals were evil. The Shinigami following suit chuckled in the owner's ear. You're sitting in the same seat I used to sit in when I was a human. The owner said nothing, but their eyes spotted a trio of boys surrounding a young girl in the seat across. The boys were yanking at the girl's backpack and hitting her across the head with closed fists. The owner glared and immediately stood up. They marched to the group of boys and put a hand on the closest boy's shoulder. Leave this young girl alone, they hissed, or you'll all be in trouble. The boys dropped the girl's backpack and ran off. The owner picked up the girl's backpack and handed it back to her. Thank you, the girl said. I hate bullies, the owner said. I wasn't a victim, but I saw many victims. I hated it when people would not intervene. I do not want you to suffer the same fate. You were the only person to step up, thank you. It warms the owner's heart that they made someone's day. The Shinigami laughed. Good work. The owner took their seat and sat in silence as the train reached its destination. I prayed for Kira to kill all those criminals. I prayed for him to deliver justice to the truly evil people. The train came to a stop and the owner got off, taking their suitcase with them. Years later, after my Aunt Kiyomi passed away by burning to death, I would continue to serve in that courtroom and throw away evildoers to die before Kira would return from the grave several years later. The owner climbed up the steps leading into a courthouse. They checked to make sure their hair was groomed before walking through the doors. They checked their watch and noted that they had 20 minutes before the first trial starts. The owner's personal assistant came to their side. The camera crew is here, she said. Bench or jury, they asked. Bench. The owner tugged on their tie. Looks like I get to have fun. In case you forgot. She handed a file to them. It's the Tashi case. Arata Tashi is being convicted with serial murder. The owner put on a robe, secured their mask around their face, and waited outside a door. I was a supporter of Kira until I picked up the death note several months after Kira returned. When I picked up the death note and discovered the truth about Auntie Kiyomi, I became disheartened. My obeisane, a sweet and beautiful woman that I grew up with, was corrupted and used as a pawn by Kira to kill some albino midget named Nate River. All Obeisane was doing was spreading Kira's words, and Kira turned her into a murderer before making her commit suicide by burning her. Only a monster would do something like this. The owner's hair and eyes turned purple. Anybody who believes that Kira is justice is borderline evil and susceptible to Kira's corruption. With my death note power, I will kill Kira for corrupting my aunt and corrupting the minds of innocent people. But first, showing the world that Kira isn't someone worth dying for will do. All rise for Judge Minato Natsuki. The owner walked through the door, where there stood a crowd rising before them. April 16, 2031. Church X of Kira. It is such an honor to finally meet you, Lord Kira, Murasaki said, keeping her eyes forward and on the Shinigami before her. Cherish this, Kira's warm breath hissed against her ear. Very few people get to meet me, let alone hear my voice. Kira reached around and touched Murasaki's abdomen. How far along are you? Almost 5 months. She put her hands on Kira's roaming hand. Kiri's Shinigami told me he doesn't kill pregnant women, but he won't hesitate to kill my husband and son. He can't kill pregnant women. Kira's power cannot kill women who are 3 weeks pregnant. Kira reached his other hand around Murasaki's waist and grasped her hands. Even so, I don't like killing babies or pregnant women. Had the church massacre went as planned, everyone here would have died without you. I speculate that because the Kira power can't kill you, Kiri decided to blackmail you into following his orders. I believe that he plans on killing you as soon as you deliver. Murasaki gasped. Kira whispered into her ear, however, I can save you and your unborn child. Not only do you have a chance to save yourself, your unborn baby, your son, and your husband, but you have the rare privilege of helping Kira himself. Murasaki's tense shoulders relaxed. It is a privilege, Lord Kira. How long have you been going to Church X of Kira? Since I was a child. Do you believe in Kira's cause to die for it? I do. She squeezed her eyes shut and bit her lower lip. That's why Kiri targeted me in the first place. It's wrong for people to be killed just for their beliefs. What about Lyndale Taylor? Lyndale Taylor, regardless of whether or not he was bait, believing that Kira was evil was not what got him killed. What got him killed was posing as a police detective who would stop at nothing to arrest Kira. Kira does not kill people without a reason. Committing a crime or getting in his way are valid reasons, but never for opposing his views. The sad news is that there are people who believe that Kiri is the answer. They completely disregard that Kiri is actively murdering innocent people, forcing them to commit suicide. People refuse to admit that Kiri is worse than Kira. Earlier this morning, on my way here, I stopped at a pastry shop. There was a group of people arguing in the corner. Half of the group said that Kiri was a necessary evil in stopping Kira, while the other half argued that Kira was a saint compared to Kiri. Murasaki paused. Not only is there a war between Kira and Kiri, but there is also going to be a war. A war of beliefs, a war to see which mass murderer is more tolerable. Kira removed his hands from Murasaki's stomach. This cannot go on. Kiri wants to bring down Kira and slander his name. I will not allow this. I will find Kiri and I will not only kill him but humiliate him. You are the only one who can help me. Murasaki's eyes widened, but she didn't take her gaze off the Shinigami. What do you mean? That notebook you just dropped is the power Kiri uses to kill people. If you write a human's name in it while thinking of their face, then that person will die. Additionally, if you touch the notebook, you can see a god of death, who will follow you until you die. Given as to how you were given personal instructions by the Shinigami belonging to Kiri, you are already aware that Shinigami exist. Yes. Unless you were made the owner of the notebook, which I doubt, then you are the only human on this planet besides Kiri who can see his Shinigami. This is why you're the only one who can help me in my crusade. Murasaki's looked down before looking down at the notebook. And until I give birth, I am protected from the power of the notebook. And I promise not to kill you. You will be rewarded handsomely for all your work. He stepped away. Kneel. Murasaki obeyed. Keep your head down. Murasaki looked down. Kira stepped around Murasaki and stood before the young woman. Do not look up. Murasaki focused on Kira's shoes, a pair of sneakers. Kira put a hand on Murasaki's head and rubbed his fingers through her long brown hair. My disciple, Kira whispered, await my orders. For now, finish your business here. The Shinigami before you is named Gilth. You are not the owner of the notebook, so he will not be following you. However, he will be visible to you. He will be the go-to between us. She interlocks her fingers together. Yes, Lord Kira. She watched a hand pick up the notebook. Goodbye, Murasaki Kagami. She watched the pair of sneakers depart from her sight and listened to the sounds of footsteps departing. She kept her head down until she heard the door close, and she listened to the sounds of silence as she was left alone in the church. She looked up and saw the Shinigami Kira dubbed Gilth disappeared into thin air. She focused her attention on the cross on the wall before her and prayed. Thank you, Kira-sama. The borrower. The borrower rubbed the sleep out of their eyes from this morning as they composed themselves. They licked their hand and ran it through their brown hair as they looked at themselves in a handheld mirror. They had limited time because the rioting downtown was escalating by the second. They made a quick phone call. Minato, they said, this should be when your court sessions end. How are things going? Fine, Minato answered. The borrower watched themselves talk on the phone in the mirror. Anybody innocent? Status quo. The borrower shook their head in disappointment. Keep searching. Bench trials do have good people at some point or another. They're all despicable, regardless of who it is, and that is a fact. If you still believe that that's your plan. Either way, we need to plan what we're having for dinner tonight. Minato chuckled. Of course, I haven't forgotten. The borrower smiled. Good. Good. A woman wearing a headset appeared in the reflection of the borrower's mirror. 5 minutes, the headset woman reminded, we're on a tight schedule. The borrower regarded the headset woman with a side glance in the mirror before nodding. Where are you right now? Minato asked. Downtown. There's a protest going on, Kira worshippers versus Kiri riders. Most of the Kiri riders are crazy, delusional civilians. I speculate that most of them are riding out of fear rather than the belief that Kiri is good. The Kira worshippers are making their stand, saying that the citizens of the Kanto region should work to help Kira. They're not resorting to violence. Be careful, Kira worshippers are borderline evil and can snap at any moment. They're all wearing masks as a precaution against Kiri's power. The borrower looked over to the riot happening in the middle of the street. Kira worshippers were identifiable by their white cloaks and black face masks. The Kiri riders weren't wearing any distinct clothing and were just a sea of random civilians seemingly mushed into one large entity. I doubt Kiri will target them. Hopefully. The borrower could practically feel Minato smirking through the phone. Anyway, work starts in less than 5 minutes and I don't want to take up too much of your time. I understand. Goodbye, little brother. They hung up. They followed the headset woman to the back of the van, which was loaded with camera equipment. The borrower put their mirror down on the van's floor before stepping 10 feet away from the vehicle. The camera crew set up the equipment and angled the cameras so the borrower was standing in front of the protest. Once the cameras were set up, they turned to the TVs in the back of the van and turned them on before switching to a live camera feed of 2 news anchors talking in a studio. The headset lady handed the borrower a mic and a headpiece. She put in her earpiece and listened to the sounds of men talking. The voices in the headpiece were from 2 men talking live from a news studio scene on the van's televisions. As you know, headset woman began again, we are recording our news footage to prevent another public massacre. Understood. This footage will be airing in an hour. The borrower waited for their cue as the news anchors in the studios were discussing current events. The borrower watched the television screens with anticipation. And let's go live to our news anchor, Sora Hajime, on the location of the Kira vs. Kiri riot. The camera's light went red. Sora, tell us what's going on. The borrower took in a deep breath of air before saying, a relentless riot spreads throughout the streets without any signs of slowing down. With Iris. Iris stayed behind with Massey while Knight and Gilth went out to church X of Kira. She was sitting on his couch, sipping from a cup of tea while watching the news. The reporter from the arena, Sora Hajime, was back on. A relentless riot spreads throughout the streets without any signs of slowing down. The cameras followed Sora as she backpedaled towards the crowd of Kiri riders. Never in my 4 years on the show have I seen such a riot. And I thought America really loved rioting. The camera zoomed in on a Kiri rider punching a Kira worshipper in the face. The worshipper fell to the ground with riders pouring on him. A police cruiser came by and fired off a few warning shots. The worshippers shoved the riders off the fallen worshipper and formed a protective circle around him. The police had to come in with riot shields to break the riders apart, but the cameras kept focused on the downed worshipper. As you can see, the hot topic about Kiri has taken a toll on some people, Sora reported. Riders supporting Kiri are striking Kira worshippers, and from what I've seen so far, the Kira worshippers have been passive so far and not treated the Kiri riders with hostility, aside from the one that punched the worshipper in the face. The screen switched back to the news anchors in the studio. Makes you think, one of the anchors said, this is certainly unprecedented, protesting and rioting over mass murderers? What has this world come to? The screen switched back to Sora. We're going to maintain a safe distance until the police can contain the violence. Iris turns off the TV and twirls her fingers in her hair. This is unique, a debate on who is a better mass murderer. Kiri's plan was to turn people against Kira, and he single-handedly created an army of supporters who turned against the Kira worshippers. Kiri is not someone to underestimate, and it's going to take more than just killing him. This is getting interesting, Massey spoke as she took a spoonful of her strawberry sundae. Kiri's plan to throw dirt on Kira is working so far. Kira's supporters have to hide not only from Kiri but from Kiri riders as well. I gotta say, Kiri is definitely changing the rules of engagement up. Iris said nothing. Penny for your thoughts? Iris held a finger up, silently ordering silence. The faceless Kiri, Shinigami Eyes Kiri, is someone who worked at the Saitama Super Arena. The nameless Kiri is someone who was watching from Gaff. Aside from that, what else can I butchers at? Her British accent returned. You could always trade for the eyes. I'm fine either way, considering that I've had my lifespan extended dozens of times, even as a human. True, but what's the point? Trying to narrow down the list with such limited information is going to be extremely difficult. I'm going to have to find another way to narrow down the list. Or I can wait to hear out Knight's plan. She heard the sound of the front door unlocking and she jumped to her feet after setting her cup of tea on the coffee table. Knight walked through with Gilth limping behind him. How did it go? Too easy, Knight chuckled. She just rolled over and accepted it. At this rate, I can make any Kira supporter my pawn. And about Murasaki still being alive? My theory was correct, she's pregnant. The death note can't kill pregnant women. Iris sighed and put a hand over her heart. That's a relief. Remembering Iris's crush on him, he took advantage of the opportunity before him. Hey, Iris, I've been thinking, since the death note can't kill pregnant women, maybe I should get you pregnant, Iris. Iris's face went bright red. What? But we are only 17, just started college, too much on our plate, and we dash. So you don't want protection? Iris ran off into a bedroom and locked herself in. Knight and Massey laughed. Gilth stared at the two with a blank expression on his face. When Knight was little, he was a happy-go-lucky kid making jokes. Now that his mother is back, that part of his personality is returning. After a few minutes, Knight managed to convince Iris to come out of the bedroom. He escorted her back to the couch where he paced around the room with his hands in his pockets. But in all seriousness, with Murasaki on our side and her safety guaranteed, it is time for us to act. Iris, still flustered from the banter earlier, looked at the ground as she said, "There's been some rioting downtown." I heard. Kira worshippers versus Kiri riders. It looks like it is all going part as Kiri planned. If this continues, then all Kira supporters will be targeted. There will be violence until Kiri makes it look like Kira is a worthless savior. Those Kiri riders are his unintentional minions. Though, I do speculate that there is going to be a three-way war. Let me guess, Kira worshippers versus Kiri riders versus anti-Kira protesters? Yep. When I was fighting L, Gilth began, it was all about staying one step ahead of the world's greatest detective. It was about finding the other's real name, and even when L died, the battle shifted to his heirs. When it came to Mello, I had to fight to get the notebook back. When it was with Nier, it was practically a repeat of my battle with L. And with the notebook passed on to me, my rogues gallery has been Break and his two associates and the two Kiris. With Break, it was evading a great detective, while with the Kiris, evading their attempts to downgrade my reputation. Iris finally mustered up the courage to look at Knight, but when their eyes met, her face slightly blushed. I don't know how to narrow down the list of suspects. I know that there are two Kiris at least, but the Death Note is an untraceable weapon, practically impossible to find the source. We could pull a Lind L. Taylor move, Massey suggested. What point would that prove? Gilth asked. Lind L. Taylor was used to draw out Kira's location. Even so, the list of suspects was everybody in the Kanto region. It took the FBI and Ray Pinber specifically to narrow down the list. Knight, Iris spoke up, I just realized something. Shinigami can see each other. Why are we bothering to use Murasaki Kagami if we can have Gilth and Massey identify the Shinigami? Knight looked at her. Because Murasaki Kagami is the only person who can see Kiri's Shinigami without having a Shinigami of her own attached. Whenever we go out in public, we have to be cautious of the faceless Kiri's Shinigami eyes, and we have to make sure Gilth and Massey aren't spotted and traced back to us. Murasaki Kagami does not have a god of death attached to her, is not the owner of a notebook, can't be killed by the notebook, and does not stand out in terms of having a lifespan visible. The Kiris would focus on those with absent lifespans, not those with visible lifespans. Iris nodded. I get it, she's basically our third eye. She's our eye in the sky. Besides, our Shinigami have to stay within 14 kilometers of their attached humans. Murasaki Kagami has the luxury of going anywhere. Iris twirled her finger in her hair. So we figure out a way to use Murasaki Kagami against Kiri. I can't think of anything. Knight sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. Plan, he thought. I need to come up with a plan to draw out Kiri. But how? How am I going to use Murasaki to figure out who Kiri is? He licks his lower lips and sits down on the couch. Plan, come on, Knight, think of a plan. His eyes widen with a gasp. He jumps to his feet with a smile on his face. I've figured it out, I have a plan to draw out Kiri. Iris looked at him and rose to her feet. Tell it to me. Knight leaned in and whispered in her ear. We'll use L's name. When you write multiple names in the death note and then write down even one cause of death within 40 human seconds from writing the first victim's name, the cause will take effect for all the written names. Also, after writing the cause of death, even if the situation of death is written within 6 minutes and 40 seconds in the human world, the situation will only occur to the victims whom it is possible. For those where the situation is not possible, only the cause of death will occur. Chapter 28, Shinigami. April 16, 2031. Tokyo, Japan. Iris cocked her head. We'll use L's name? You can get in trouble for using L's name. Knight snickered. Back then, you could get in trouble for impersonating the world's greatest detective, but tell that to my dad and Nier. No doubt people are wondering where L has been since he involved himself in all 3 Kira cases. Iris nodded. Even though Kira resurfaced 6 months ago, L is absent. That's because I killed him, Knight said proudly. I killed Nate River, the third L. Gilth raised a hand. You never would have been able to had I not implanted my memories in you. Knight rolled his eyes. With my father contributing. He faced Iris. It's because of L not making any appearance that the US government sent Break, Roach, and Maroon into action to try and take me down. There are a few higher-ups who know about L's death, but they don't want the public to worry. I've been reading online that people are wondering where L is, Iris said. Some people said that since L found the C Kira case to be boring, he deemed the current Kira to be a boring case. Knight smiled. History repeats itself in more ways than one. We are going to take up L's name. This is the plan. We're going to make a public broadcast with me impersonating L. I would give my analysis, saying that Kiri is 2 people instead of 1, saying how the current Kira is just as worthless as the original, and I'm going after both Kira and Kiri in a 3-way war. Iris's eyes perked. To the public, it is going to look like a 3-way war. Exactly, and it is highly unlikely that Kiri is aware of L's current fate. But that's not the plan. We're going to post an announcement saying that Kira is making a broadcast and it attracts Kiri's attention. Kiri will be inclined to listen, and that's when we pull the bait and switch of L's broadcast. Iris nodded and crossed her hands over her chest. So it'll be similar to the way Kiri lured Kira to the basketball game in the arena. Correct, but here's the juicy part. We're going to hit him with a secret message that is exclusive to Death Note users. Once Kiri looks over this message, he'll realize that it was indeed Kira and not L. He'll be even more tempted than before, knowing that Kira had the audacity to declare a fake 3-way war. Iris licked her lips. Make an announcement that Kira is making a broadcast. When it happens, switch to make it look like L did it to draw out Kira, and Kiri to hide the fact that Kira is actually doing the broadcast, and deliver a secret message to let Kiri know L is actually Kira and lure him into a trap. Simple, yet complicated. We're going to tell him to meet us up at the police station. Once we've drawn out Kiri, one of them at least, we'll copy and paste their relatives' last instructions next to their names. If there's one thing you can count on being a bitch, it's karma. Iris laughed. She remembered back at the orphanage how when Knight was little, he always used to tell jokes and make her laugh. Her trip down Mary Jane memory lane ended abruptly when a thought crossed her mind. Her hair and eyes turned pink. Kiyomi Takada was killed by being burnt in a fire, she thought, and turned to Gilth, but Gilth told me that he killed Takada through suicide. Yet in her reports, it was reported that she died in a fire, not by suicide. If that's the case, then how did the two Kiris figure out that Kiyomi Takada's death was suicide and not an accident or homicide? She looked at Knight and told him her thoughts. Knight rubbed his chin. When you think about it, I do wonder how they figured it out. If Kiri really is indeed a relative of Kiyomi Takada and trying to avenge their relative, then how did they figure out she committed suicide? It was reported that she died in a fire, not burning herself intentionally. The fact that Kiri is aware of this piques my interest. His eyes widen as they turn a dark red color along with his hair. There's no way Kiyomi Takada could have reincarnated into a Shinigami. Mom and Dad both confirmed that borrowers can't turn, and at the time, Mikami. He gasps. Iris studies him intently. Dad was the one who killed Kiyomi Takada, but Mikami wrote Takada's name in the notebook 1 minute later. His newly discovered fills a gap in his current thought process. Kiri has the memories of a Shinigami implanted in their skull, but only Death Note owners can reincarnate into Shinigami, and the only two Death Note owners who knew that Takada committed suicide were Light Yagami and Mikami. His expression dropped. So that's how they figured it out. Everything seems to fit into place, like a jigsaw puzzle. He looks up at Gilth and Massey. Mikami has been reincarnated into a Shinigami, he said. Gilth glared at the sound of the name. Massey clenched her fists. And he is the Shinigami attached to Kiri. He cracks a smile. It's the only thing that makes sense. He crosses his arms over his chest. Looks like we all get a taste of payback. Mom can have revenge on one of the Kiri siblings while Dad can take a beating on Mikami. Iris and I can take out the remaining Kiri. It is a win-win-win for all four of us. He laughed. History must be in love with itself, it likes repeating itself. He turns to Iris. I am so glad you brought this idea to mind because it will further our mission in taking down Kiri once and for all. Massey slowly unclenched her fists. Mikami is the reason Light died in the first place. Why Light, Knight, and I couldn't be a family. I'll see to it that he pays. April 18th, 2031. Tokyo, Japan. Friday mornings had a new kind of norm for Murasaki Kagami. She craved a taste for soba almost every day of the week, and whenever she would run out, she would go to the store every Friday morning to buy her a pack to last the week. She walked out of the store with 2 bags of groceries in her hand when she saw chaos before her. In the street, Kiri rioters were attacking Kira worshippers. Riots like this had been going on for the past few days, and she avoided them as much as possible. Kira worshippers were identified by their white cloaks, while Kiri rioters lacked any distinctive wear and were just wearing random clothing. Murasaki took off her cloak earlier for this reason, but now the road before her was blocked. As much as she wanted to assist her fellow Kira worshippers, she knew it was too dangerous. Who knows what a violent rioter would do to her, especially with a child growing within her. Her police escort was there with her, and they sounded the siren whenever someone got too close to her. With Kiri, Minato arrived home early and dropped his suitcase on the couch. Sora had been in the bedroom putting on makeup. Minato found her and gazed at her with a smile. There are people protesting, he said. A war of beliefs is on the streets. Sora side-eyed him before applying red lipstick. Are you proud of this? Anybody who worships Kira is borderline evil. She side-eyed him again. Have you forgotten about the time you were a Kira supporter? He glared at her. Have you forgotten how Kira corrupted our obeison? Sora applied mascara. I haven't forgotten. But this massacre, especially ones that we indirectly caused, I don't exactly feel right about them. It's one thing to kill innocent people, but to catalyze an event that makes people kill each other. Minato put his hand on Sora's hand. Don't forget our mission. We prove to the world that Kira is a scumbag. In the end, once it is proven correct, all those Kira worshippers will change their minds. I wanted to be the embodiment of justice, but justice does not involve wars. Letting 10 innocent people die, then 1 guilty man roam free is true justice. Sora looked at him with her right eyelash having mascara applied. Minato pulled out his phone after feeling its vibration. It was an update from the Kira website he subscribed to that there was going to be a public announcement made by Kira. "What's up?" Minato chuckled. "Get this, Kira is going to make a public broadcast at 11 o'clock today." Sora laughed. "What are the chances it's going to be a double?" "Pretty high. It's clear Kira is going to challenge us. When the broadcast happens, we should give some kind of clue that we acknowledge him and accept his challenge. After all, we made Kira look like a coward by having him not kill Murasaki Kagami, even if killing her was not an option." After an hour passed, they turned on the television and flipped to the channel the Kira website mentioned the broadcast would be on. "With Knight. Is everything ready?" Knight asked into his phone. "Yes," Chief Kudo responded. "Start the broadcast." Downtown. The rioting downtown wasn't dialed down when the police got involved, but when a giant screen on a building lit up with a broadcaster's face shown on screen. Murasaki hid in her car whilst looking up at the screen. "As of now, we are playing a tape made by Kira and we've been given permission to play it by the Japanese police force on Sakura TV." The man fumbled through some papers before he held one up. "Here is the message." The screen went blank with a single word, no letter, appearing across the screen. L. Murasaki's eyes widened. "What the hell," she thought. "To all the people in Japan," the modified voice said. "No, all the people in the world, this is L." The crowd ceased their rioting to look up at the screen. The anti-Kira protesters began cheering in the hope of seeing justice re-emerge to defeat Kira and Kiri. "It's L, he's back. After 6 months, where the hell has he been? I'm sorry for the lie about me being Kira, but it was the only way to get the real Kira and this new mass murderer's attention. I believe this new mass murderer calls himself Kiri, Japanese for executioner. The police station. The live broadcast was being viewed by the entire police force in the main room, but in the room headed by the Kira task force, they watched the broadcast on a small monitor. "I don't get it," Soma said to Hey8, "how did Knight figure out that L is dead?" Knight not only deduced that Kiri is 2 people, but he made it into a university with a perfect score on the entrance exams, Hey8 answered, "and he's solved dozens of cases with us in the few months we've known him." Him deducing the real L was dead, especially with that load of evidence backing up, Knight can practically figure out anything. "Pay attention," Kudo scolded them, "this is all part of Knight and Iris's plan." "Yeah," Soma replied, "I'm kinda interested to see what they planned out to draw Kiri out." "With Kiri." Minato and Sora stared at the screen with shocked eyes. "What?" Minato gasped. "It's L," Sora gulped. L continued with his broadcast. "I haven't been interested in fighting Kira because this Kira is nothing but a copycat and I don't like repeating the same challenges. Kiri, if you are watching this, and I know you are nothing but a lowlife. You are nothing but a crazy mass murderer." Minato and Sora glared at the screen and clenched their fists. "If you've listened to my previous broadcasts, then you should know I don't take cases that interest me. However, taking on a case involving a war between mass murderers has definitely caught my interest. My opinion on both of you is low, but I've never tackled 2 birds with 1 stone before, and I think this is going to be interesting. Since you've been so nice in dropping hints about your existence and how you operate, Kiri, I'll do the same. I know how you kill, you use the same methods as Kira, but there are some more interesting things I figured out. Kiri is not 1 but 2 people." Minato and Sora's eyes widened. "The massacres are what caught my attention. During the massacre involving the news anchor, you killed the NHN host, but the guests survived, even though they both said their names. I did research and discovered the guest was using an alias when in the debate massacre, you proved to be able to kill with only a face. So there is only one thing that I can conclude, Kiri is not 1 but 2 people and one of them has the ability to kill with just a face." Minato and Sora began sweating. "I believe that your real plan is to turn Kira's followers against him, and there is something else I noticed. Remember Murasaki Kagami?" Minato and Sora tilted their heads at the sound of the name. You coerced her into challenging Kira directly on your behalf. You tried to get Kira to kill her so that he would look like a psychopathic murderer or look like a coward if he spared her. But what I discovered is that Kira's power to kill does not work on women who are pregnant. In all the female victims of Kira, none were pregnant, and Mrs. Kagami is still alive because of her pregnancy. Minato and Sora felt their hearts pounding in their chests. Thank you, Kiri, for all the hints. I now know enough to get a head start in this three-way war. Now, I'm going to give you and Kira a hint to make things fair. There was shuffling heard on the screen before Elle spoke again. You have to bring the phone to Tuo University at 2:32 p.m. on April 18th. You have to bring 5 pages to the Parent Hotel at 2:33 p.m. on April 19th. You have to bring the cross to the Sakura TV at 1:34 p.m. on April 20th. You have to bring the camera to Dai Kyoto Hotel at 9 p.m. on April 21st. You have to bring the tapes to the Japanese police headquarters at 6:40 p.m. on April 22nd. Decipher this message and show up if you can, cowards. It won't matter either way when I sentence you both to death. The broadcast ended. Minato rubbed the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand while Sora buried her face into her hands, smearing some makeup into her palms. I was not expecting that, Minato said as he slumped down onto the couch. I was wondering why Elle wasn't getting involved, and he already exposed our secrets. Sora said nothing as she took out a piece of paper from her pocket and began writing on it. We've left more than enough clues for Elle to figure out that we are two people and saw through our guise with Murasaki Kagami. Sora finished writing down her notes. But, Minato clapped his hands together, I'll give credit when credit is due. Sora looked down at her notes and her eyes went wide and her heart started racing. Oh my God, she gasped. Minato looked at her. What? She showed him the notes with the dates and instructions. He shrugged. I don't know what I'm supposed to look for. Look harder, imbecile. He looked at the notes harder, trying to find some sort of familiarity. The only thing he found familiar was the Parent Hotel. He recognized Tuo University and Sakura TV but couldn't find the significance. The Japanese police force and Dai Kyoto Hotel seemed to be completely random to him. The Shinigami materialized behind him. Muter, Minato spoke, do you see anything within these notes? The Shinigami, now named Muter, pointed at the bottom of the page. Dai Kyoto Hotel. What about it? He racked through his Shinigami memories to look for Dai Kyoto Hotel. Dai Kyoto Hotel, I remember through your memories. That is the hotel I went to work out at every Monday and Thursday when I was a human at 9 o'clock. I'd been going there for 5 years before I stabbed myself. Sora shouted, do you get it now? Minato half nodded, half shook. Tuo University, Parent Hotel, Dai Kyoto, Sakura TV, why would Kira choose all these places? Minato shrugged with one shoulder. Sora sighed. Because Kira deduced our relationship to Obasan. Minato's eyes widened. What do you mean? She pointed at the top of the page. Aunt Kiyomi attended Tuo University and met up with Kira at the Parent Hotel. And the times on the paper, Minato thought, Mikami wrote that Obasan would die at 2:33 but that white-haired midget said Light Yagami already killed her so her actual time of death must have been 2:32. She pointed at the bottom of the page. Dai Kyoto Hotel, Sakura TV. Obasan didn't attend Dai Kyoto Hotel or Sakura TV. But Muter did when he was Teru Mikami. Sweat dripped down Minato's face. You're saying Kira knows we're related to Kiyomi Takada. Not only that, but Kira has deduced that our Shinigami is the reincarnation of Teru Mikami. Minato panicked. But this is a message from Elle. Sora hit his shoulder. This isn't a message from Elle, it's a message from Kira. Kira must have posted something about a broadcast to get our attention, then lure us into a trap by saying Elle was back. No, that wasn't Elle on TV, that was Kira posing as Elle. How do you know? How could Elle have known about Teru Mikami being reincarnated? And why would the real Elle wait so long to make a public announcement? When Kira turned up, he waited maybe a few days before declaring he is not challenging the fraud murderer, the L in the broadcast waited 6 months after Kira returned to make some kind of announcement. Minato walked to the kitchen table and slammed his fists down. "Damn it!" he growled as he looked up at his older sister. Kira pulled one on us at the basketball game, and he was able to deduce that not only are we two people, but we are related to Kiyomi Takada, and our Shinigami is the reincarnation of Terra Mikami. And he humiliated us on live TV. Sora put her hand to her forehead. We underestimated Kira. This Kira is smart. Super smart. She looked over the paper. Kira wants us to meet at one of these places. I suspect that the 4 locations connected to our aunt and ally are meant to show that Kira knows who we are and what we're about. The only meetup that stands out is the Japanese police headquarters. I was going to say, because of the time, 6:40, it translates as 6 minutes and 40 seconds. To us Death Note owners, that's how much time we have to write details of a person's death. Sora felt her heart pound in her chest and took a seat. If Kira is going to be at the police station, all I can deduce is that Kira is someone working with the police force. Just like the original Kira. Minato sneered at the memory in his brain. Light Yagami, the original Kira. He licked his lips as he considered something. Kira must be a god to deduce that Terra Mikami was our Shinigami, Kiyomi is our obeison, and that we're two people. Yeah. Sora's eyebrows arched as she considered something as well. Wait a second, how did Kira deduce that Terra Mikami is our Shinigami? I could imagine him deducing that Kiyomi is our obeison, but the fact that he was able to deduce that our Shinigami is the reincarnation of Terra Mikami is something else. Yeah, Minato agreed, assuming that Kira did indeed deduce that Muter is Terra Mikami. How do you think he figured it out? How could he have known when we barely gave any evidence regarding our Shinigami? Sora rubbed her chin and went into deep thought. Her hair and eyes turned purple. The current Kira is just as smart as the original Kira. The original Kira managed to come up with a plan that would have succeeded in killing L had Terra Mikami not messed up. She thought of something. Light Yagami, the original Kira. Is it possible he reincarnated into a Shinigami as Mikami did? I wouldn't be surprised. Based on the memories Minato told me about, Mikami wrote down our aunt's name, but according to some kid named Nier, it was Light Yagami who actually killed Obeison. When Mikami wrote the name down, she was already dead. She looked at Muter. So if my theory is correct, Light Yagami reincarnated into a Shinigami and he passed on his memories to his successor. If it's true, then that would explain how the current Kira was able to figure out what Kiri really is. Minato looked at his older sister and narrowed his eyes. Sora shared her thoughts with her younger brother. It makes sense, Minato said, how Kira was able to deduce so much. He has the original Kira's memories implanted in him. If Terra Mikami reincarnated and gave us a death note to counteract Kira, what's stopping Light Yagami from reincarnating and passing the Kira legacy down? He leaned back in his chair and smiled. Wow, it's a next-generation battle. Light Yagami Shinigami versus Terra Mikami Shinigami against Kira's successors and Takada's descendants. Wow, things have become more interesting now. Muter spoke up. There is a reason I chose you to defeat the current Kira for, like the original, he is no god. Both Kiris laughed. I've already thought of a plan, Minato said. I've already thought of a plan to deduce Kira's identity, humiliate him, and catch the police off guard. He looks over the piece of paper in Sora's hands. If he wants a fight, we would be rude not to give him one. By manipulating the death of a human that has influence over another human's life, that human's original lifespan can sometimes be lengthened. If a god of death intentionally does the above manipulation to effectively lengthen a human's lifespan, the god of death will die, but even if a human does the same, the human will not die. Chapter 29, Invitation. April 18, 2031. The police station. Chief Kudo held the door open for Knight to come in to meet the rest of the Kira task force. Knight walked in with a grin. Kudo closed the door to give them privacy. You took a bold step in using L's name like that, Kudo said. Knight chuckled with his hands shoved into his pockets. Don't underestimate me and what I can do. I'm still having a hard time believing that you managed to figure out the real L is dead, Height said. Knight rolled his eyes. I really hate being underestimated. Soma raised a hand. Could you explain to me again how you figured out that the real L was dead? Knight regarded Soma. When L didn't show up for a few weeks, I became suspicious. The Kira that showed up after the original was defeated, the one killing old and sick people. L didn't waste any time in announcing his disinterest. L made no announcement in going after the current Kira. He would at least announce that he wasn't interested. It's been 6 months and still radio silence from Kira. Then, the United States sends 3 detectives, Brake, Roach, and Maroon, who possess a death note of their own, in lieu of L, caught my interest. But what sealed the deal was that Brake told me that he was trying to succeed L. The task force members looked at Knight. Brake practically told me that L was dead, killed by the current Kira. Soma nodded. I get it. And I killed L, Knight thought with a mental smile. And, Soma paused to rub the back of his reddish hair, can you explain the plan to lure out Kiri? Knight rolled his eyes. How long have you been with the police force? A few years. And you can't remember strategy? Knight laughed. I'm kidding. He took his hands out of his pockets and crossed them over his chest. This is the plan. Only people involved with the Kira task force and, of course, the killers themselves, know that Kira's power to kill comes from a notebook. This information is hidden from the public, and if we ask the public to bring 5 pages at a certain time to a location, Kira and Kiri will understand this as us asking them to bring 5 pages of the notebook. So simple yet so smart, Yamane said. Why can't we think of stuff like this? Thank God I'm on your team then. The task force laughed. And as for identifying Kiri, I've already thought of a plan, Murasaki Kagami. He didn't bother hiding his smile. She's the only one who can see and hear Kiri's Shinigami, and out of all of us, the only one safe from the killer notebook. We set her up at the hotel and she'll use her eyes to spot Kiri's Shinigami. That's how we'll identify Kiri. Wow, Soma said, and you deduce that the killer notebook can't kill pregnant women? He nodded. In the past, there has not been a single report of a pregnant woman being killed, regardless of who owned the notebook. In the 6 years the original Kira was active, despite the high kill count, not a single pregnant woman died of a heart attack. Kudo held up a hand. Before we do anything, we need to contact Mrs. Kagami and ask her if she is comfortable doing this. Of course. Kudo turned to make a phone call. She's had a police escort on her ever since she appeared on the news. If all goes according to plan, and if Kiri is as smart as I think they are, then Kiri and his accomplice should be arriving at the Japanese police station at 6:40 on the 22nd. The task force thinks the location is actually the Perrin Hotel because of the 5 pages, a perfect misdirection. Murasaki Kagami, whether you are set up at the Perrin Hotel or police station as planned, you will be instrumental in hiding Kiri. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. Kiri, don't die early on me, that would break my heart. I believe that an eye for an eye makes the world goes blind, but I would rather you be blind, especially with the Shinigami eyes. With Murasaki. Murasaki pulled up into her driveway when her phone rang. She took it out of her pocket and was about to answer when she saw red eyes staring at her in the rearview mirror. She nearly screams before a skeletal hand is placed on her mouth. It's me, Gilth said. I'm here to give you your direct orders. The phone rang with Illumina by Nightmare playing. Caller ID was police. Answer it. Murasaki answered the phone after the skeletal hand was removed. Hello? Murasaki Kagami? Yeah? This is Chief Kudo of the NPA. I've called to ask some questions. Murasaki looked at Gilth in the rearview mirror. Gilth leaned in and put his ear next to her so he could hear. Yes? I was wondering if you were comfortable in helping the police with the Kiri situation. She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? I'm aware that you have the ability to see and speak to a creature known as a god of death. Murasaki nervously licked her lips. Yeah. We have an anonymous source provide us information that the power Kira and Kiri possess involve a god of death. I can confirm that, she said. That news experience was more than enough proof that gods of death exist. I'm looking at one in the rearview mirror. This anonymous source also said that you could potentially be the only person able to identify Kiri. Her eyes widened. Kira, she thought, he said that he had plans for me. Is this it? Is this why you're calling? Are you calling to see if I'll cooperate in identifying Kiri to show up at one of these locations Elle mentioned? Yes. Murasaki looked at the Shinigami in the eyes and said with determination, I don't need time to consider, I am helping you. She glared. Because Kiri couldn't kill me, he made death threats to my husband and son, even threatening to kill me and my child when she's born. I want to see that Kiri pays for threatening my family. I want to make sure you're 100% on board with this. My pregnancy is what saved me from Kiri's wrath, and I'm safe from his wrath until I give birth. I want to bring Kiri to justice. And by justice, I mean with Kira killing him. All right, I'll call you when there is an update on the investigation. In the meantime, hold your family close to your arms and tell them you love them. Don't have to tell me twice, Chief. She waited for the chief to hang up before she closed her phone. Gilth noticed the dash cams. There are dash cams, but they only pick up what's in front of the car, not inside. But they can still capture audio. Murasaki, Gilth whispered, listen but don't respond. Murasaki knew why. This is all part of Kira's plan. Your role in this is to identify Kiri. Your instructions are to show up and look for that Shinigami. Also, I want to remind you that there could be a female Shinigami who could show up in lieu of me, so keep your eyes open. Murasaki subtly nodded before reaching into the back seat to grab the groceries. After stepping out of the car, she noticed her escort was down the road with the officers looking at her from behind closed windows. She headed towards the front door and replayed the one single thought that's been on her mind since she hung up the phone. Lord Kira, Lord Kira, Lord Kira, Lord Kira. April 19th, 2031. 2:30 p.m. Perrin Hotel. All cameras set up? Kudo asked over the walkie. Confirmed, Knight responded, I have eyes on every floor in the hotel. Sitting in the lobby were Yamane and Soma, who dyed his hair brown. Kudo and Heiei were sitting outside in the parking lot, watching all who entered and exited the building. Kudo grabbed his walkie again. Knight, is Mrs. Kagami with you? Yes, Knight answered almost immediately, she's in the room with me. Knight sat in a room in the police station vacant with 6 monitors in front of him, each with a different view of the hotel. He was focusing on the 3 screens recording footage inside the hotel, like the hallways and lobby, before focusing on the screens that showed the outside of the hotel. Murasaki Kagami stood behind Knight, watching the monitors intently for any signs of Kiri's Shinigami. Knight glanced over his shoulder and looked at Murasaki. She noticed and arched her brows in confusion. What? You can see Kiri's Shinigami? He asked. Yeah. Knight fought to hold in a smirk. To avoid Murasaki potentially recognizing his voice from the church, he kept his voice low and speaking only when spoke to, with the exception of his most recent conversation. The more ironic he thought about it, the more he had to struggle to hold it in. Murasaki is working as his eyes and ears without having the Shinigami eyes or knowledge of Knight being the one true Kira. Keep your eyes peeled. Gilth, standing behind Murasaki, laughed at the irony as well. Murasaki looked over her shoulder, pretending to turn around to think, and glanced up at Gilth. What's so funny, Shinigami? She thought. April 21st, 2031. The police station. Knight Yagami was back at the police station with the rest of the task force, minus Soma and Yamane. They looked over footage of the Perrin Hotel with Murasaki viewing it. Murasaki held her face close to the screen, eyes 7 inches away, capturing every detail possible. Even with the recording set to the highest quality possible, she could not see any Shinigami on the screen, and she had to look away as her eyes started hurting and turning red. That's the 3rd time I've looked over the tapes, Murasaki said. I can't find the Shinigami at all. I can't find him anywhere on any of the monitors. She rubbed her eyes as she felt them turning red. Are you sure? Heier asked. We covered every angle of the parent hotel. I'm sure. Kudo groaned. Is it possible Kiri didn't show up? Knight rubbed his chin. I told you to prepare for the possibility that Kiri didn't show up. Can you see Kira's Shinigami? Heier demanded. Murasaki shook her head. I never made contact with Kira's Shinigami, only Kiri's. Gilth laughed heartily behind her. So what's our next plan? Heier asked Knight. I assume you've already concocted some kind of plan in mind? Easy, Knight scoffed before turning to Kudo. Did you have your men set up cameras at the other locations for possible meetup points? He nodded. Perfect, then we'll have Mrs. Kagami look through surveillance footage of those locations. To a university and dash. The door was kicked open and Soma, with hair back to his natural color, and Yamane came running in, both wearing latex gloves, with a Ziploc bag in Soma's hands. Guys, Soma panted, you're not going to believe this. Tapes delivered to Sakura TV by, and I quote, invisible floating hands. He opened the bag and dumped a cassette and piece of paper onto the table. This was not Sakura TV's first time dealing with tapes being sent by Kira, Yamane said, so they called the police station and we went to pick them up. Make sure to wear latex gloves when you pick up the cassette. Heier pulled out a box of latex gloves and handed one to each member of the task force. Knight put on the gloves before picking up the cassette. It was a standard cassette tape that resembled the one that the second Kira delivered to Sakura TV when Yukita was killed. He read over the paper. Written instructions. Do not play this until April 21st at 9:45 p.m. Chief, Knight spoke before the chief pulled out the small TV the task force uses when watching Kira's televised events. They set up and played the tape. Kiri's kanji was displayed in bold words. A deep voice sounded off. I've deciphered the message, Kiri said, and I gotta say, I'm disappointed, Kira. Knight's eyes widened. I knew he might try something like this, he thought, figuring out that it was Kira and not Elle. I've already anticipated this. But the way I've got things set up, it looks like Kiri is the dumb one, not considering that someone extremely smart and knowledgeable of the Death Note could come up with a message. What does he mean? Kudo asked. Kira, Heier echoed, I'm disappointed, Kira? He saw through the Elle facade, Knight said, he thinks that Kira made the message, not Elle. Wow, Soma chuckled, he must be a dum-dum. Knight's eyes inwardly lit up. Quiet! Kudo shouted. You told me where to meet up and you called me a coward. I am a lot of things but I am not a coward. You are the real coward, Kira. He's lying, Knight thought, he never showed up at the parent hotel. He's saying this to throw off the investigative team so when he shows up at the police station tomorrow, the security risk will be minimum. Perfect, he fell right for the bait but he still counterattacked. I showed up but you weren't there. You thought you could sneak one past me and use Elle's name like that, you must think I'm dumb or something. Guess what, you pushed me, I'm going to shove you down to the ground. Just wait and see you bastard. I'll see you soon. The audio went black. The task force stared at the blank screen for a few seconds before Soma was the first to break the ice. So, he paused to rub the back of his hair. What's the plan? Kudo took out the cassette and looked over it. Soma, when was this tape sent to Sakura TV? Oh, they received it on the 19th but were given written instructions by Kiri not to air it until the 21st. Do you know the time? They said they got the tape when it was dark, floating invisible hands delivered it to them along with written instructions. If this was mailed on the 19th, then the only event that Kiri could have shown up at was the parent hotel or to a university. He turned to Yamane. Pull up all footage of the parent hotel and of Tuo University. But we've already searched through it, Heier said. I want us to search again. These tapes prove that Kiri showed up at the parent hotel. We need Murasaki's eyes if we want to find Kiri's Shinigami. Murasaki felt her eyes start to hurt at the thought of staring at more screens and rubbed her eyes. Kudo turned to Heier. I want you to get this into the forensics lab and look over every inch of this tape. Hey, took the tape. Right away, sir. Knight, Kudo said to the young boy, your plan succeeded. Even if Kiri saw through your guise as L, we are grateful that you managed to lure out Kiri into the open. You'll make a fine detective one day. Thanks, Knight said, but I would feel a lot better if Kiri was brought to justice. Kudo turned to Murasaki. Mrs. Kagami, I hate to ask, but I'm going to need your eyes again. Murasaki blinked long and hard before opening them. Anything to ensure my family's safety, she said. Gilth watched the scene before him and a smirk broke out on his face. His smirk evolved into a big grin before he broke out laughing maniacally. Knight and Murasaki tried their hardest not to show any reaction. Murasaki was sweating and slightly twitching but tried to stay as still as possible while Knight was doing everything in his power to suppress his grin. Kiri won't be on those tapes, Gilth whispered to Murasaki, it's a misdirection. Kiri will be here, tomorrow, at 6:40 p.m. Murasaki kept quiet. I want you here, tomorrow, face hidden, and I want you searching for Kiri's Shinigami. Murasaki nodded by twitching her head down. I believe that Gilth has said everything that was on my mind, Knight thought, tomorrow night, Kiri himself, in the flesh, with the Mikami Shinigami in the skeleton, by his side as well. Soma raised his hand. Chief Kudo, I can't help but notice you didn't call out my name. April 22nd, 2031. The Yagami household. Knight woke up early in the morning. Today was Tuesday and he had college to attend today. He got out of bed, made coffee, ate some egg on rice, took a shower, brushed his teeth, and dressed in his casual wear. As he opened the door, he was surprised when Iris stood in his doorway. She avoided eye contact and looked down at the ground. Hi. Knight. She said sheepishly. Knight smiled at her. Hi, Iris. Massey waved at Knight. Hi, Nightlight. She lifted him off the ground in a hug. When Knight's feet were back on the ground, Knight took off his backpack. You're earlier than expected. You said right before school started and I wanted to get here 30 minutes ahead of time, Iris explained. Besides, I'm sure you don't want to swap notebooks during school. Also, they played Kiri's tape last night and people are sending in mixed reactions. Some are accusing the police force of working with Kira but dash. Didn't you hear the second tape they played? Knight recalled before he left last night. After playing Kiri's message to the world, he responded back in his L guise, feigning offense to think that the world's greatest detective couldn't figure out the power behind Kira. Based on reactions he had seen online when he was getting earlier this morning, people are wondering if Kiri was right about Kira working for the police force or if L was real and that Kiri is that big a dummy. Knight pulled out all 3 notebooks in his possession and he handed them to Iris. She handed him her personal notebook. I forfeit ownership of all 3 of my notebooks, he said calmly. Knight clutched Iris's notebook to his chest. He unzipped his jacket and shoved the notebook down the front of his pants before zipping up. After Iris finished putting the 3 notebooks in her backpack, she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out the skin-colored mask from the basketball arena. She pulls the mask over his hair and brings it down his face. She pulled out the same skin color tape as before and she taped the mask on. Her fingertips slowly caressed over his smooth skin and cheekbones, her fingers twitching like they were being zapped with electricity. Once the face mask was secure, she slowly brought her fingers down his face where they traveled down his neck and made their way to his chest. She pulled her hands away before they got any lower and turned her back to him, feeling her face turn red-hot like an oven. Knight raised his hand and touched her back with his fingers like a spider, which sent tingles down her spine. She suppressed making a noise as she felt his fingers work their way down, vanishing just as they reached the small of her back. Iris slowly looked over her shoulder and spotted a mischievous grin on Knight's face. Why does he keep teasing me? Knight closed the door and started walking in the direction of his school. He waited like a gentleman for Iris to catch up to him and they walked to school together. When they were in school, Massey followed Knight as ordered while Gilth followed Iris as ordered. The police station. 5:30 p.m. Knight walked through the front doors and headed into the room reserved for the Kira task force. After school, Kudo contacted Knight about a breakthrough in the Kiri case that could truly benefit the investigation, so he finished up his homework and headed over to the station. In the room were Kudo, Soma, and Murasaki sitting at a table and looking for a file. "Hey, Chief," Knight said with enthusiasm, "what's this about a breakthrough in the Kiri case?" "It's better that I show you." Massey floated over to Murasaki and touched her with a slip of the death note she pulled from her mouth. Murasaki looked at the new entity attached to her. Any other day, she would have been screaming or gasping, but after spending so much time around Gilth, she became desensitized to the presence of a god of death. Soma brought Knight over to a computer and switched to a monitor. He showed him what was on the monitor. Live footage of a man sitting in an interrogation room with his hands cuffed around a bar in the center of the table with a blindfold. This man had thick black hair with pale skin and a tattoo of a star on his left wrist. When he lifted his neck, Knight could see that there were 4 throwing stars tattooed horizontally along his neck. "Who is this man?" Knight asked. "This man is Heir Tashi," Soma answered, 27, convicted for serial murder, later released due to a technicality. "It's sad that bad people like him get to walk away." "What's with the blindfold? You haven't figured it out?" Knight shook his head. "Heir Tashi is Kiri." Knight's jaw dropped with his eyes widening. "What?" Kudo spoke up. "Remember how I told Heiei to get the tape examined in the forensic lab?" "Yeah. We've recovered physical evidence off the tape, specifically, fingerprints all over the cassette and DNA used to seal the tape in the bag it was originally delivered in. Not only that, but his handwriting is the same as the handwriting used to write instructions for Sakura TV. We even found the same voice filter in his room. But what sealed the deal was Murasaki." "I saw a god of death," Murasaki said. "When they brought him in for interrogation, I confirmed the existence of a Shinigami trailing him. Without a doubt, Heir Tashi is Kiri. Or one of them at least." Knight's jaw dropped, wide-eyed stare remained on the screen. "Knight?" Soma waved a hand in front of his eyes. "Are you okay? All this trouble and he gets caught like an amateur? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Tashi, if you're Kiri, then you're going to pay for disappointing me, especially when I had such high expectations. Your defeat was not one for the books, and I'm going to make sure you die a painful suicide for insulting me like that." Then a thought crossed his mind. He closed his mouth and eyes before turning to Kudo. "What about the—" He paused and pretended to be concerned about Murasaki overhearing their conversation. "The you-know-what?" Kudo shook his head. "We couldn't find a you-know-what in his room, but there's no doubt he hid it somewhere." Soma looked at Knight and Kudo and rubbed the back of his head with both hands in confusion. "What are you guys talking about?" Knight made a writing gesture. "Oh, yeah, we couldn't find one." "I guess it's not over until we find the you-know-what," Kudo said, "but with Tashi incarcerated, all we need to do is find his accomplice. And fast." "Why?" Knight asked. Kudo picked up the file from earlier and took out a piece of paper. He handed it to Knight. "Based on this, we fear that Tashi's accomplice is going to kill these targets." Knight scrolled down the paper to discover that it was a list of names. There were some names that he recognized, like Minato Natsuki, before he realized the meaning behind this list. "A hit list of Kira's supporters," Kudo said softly. "If his accomplice is still out there, it's very possible that he could try and fulfill this mission." "That's why Yamane and Heiei are in there," Soma pointed out, "interrogating Tashi right now." "I don't get it," Knight thought. After everything, after how careful Kiri has been, he's been caught so easily? If this is a plan or Kiri, how does he plan to get into the police station? Interrogation room. Tashi not only had his hands chained to a bar with a blindfold on, but he was also chained to a chair to make sure he wouldn't get away. Heiei was pacing around the table while Yamane sat in the chair opposite Tashi. "Who is your accomplice?" Heiei demanded. "We know about your hit list of Kira supporters. We know that Kiri operates as 2 people instead of 1. He leaned in and whispered into Tashi's ear. "Who is your Accomplice? I'm not talking to you, Tashi said. You can call quits on your game of good cop, bad cop. Yamane tapped the bar Tashi was handcuffed to. Arata, don't waste our time. You and we both want the same thing. Tashi tilted his head. And what's that? We want Kira brought to justice. Tashi laughed. It's true, Yamane insisted. We don't like the way that Kira operates, same as you do. However, the one thing that separates us from you is that we work within the law and we work to bring in all criminals. What I'm doing is justice, Tashi insisted. You capture or kill Kira, you make him a martyr. The only way to undo this is to turn his beliefs upside down. Is that why you target the Kira supporters? Yes. If people die for their beliefs in Kira, the survivors will renounce their faith in God in favor of surviving. Eventually, they'll see that Kira is nothing more than a coward, the farthest thing to a god. Hey grabbed the bag of Tashi's hair and tugged. You have no right to kill innocent people, this is why you're worse than Kira. I am making a sacrifice, become evil to undo evil. People will hate me, especially the Kira worshippers, but the Kira supporters and the anti-Kira protesters will see the fruits of my accomplishments. You're wrong, Hayate sneered, everybody will see you as nothing but a murderer. You think those Kira supporters like you? No, they're afraid of you because you kill just for beliefs. When Kira kills, he targets bloodthirsty criminals and people who get in his way. Hayate, Yamane shouted, let Tashi go. Hayate complied. Please, Yamane said, work with us. Let us help each other out. Think about it, you were caught red-handed by the police and not by Kira, meaning you're not able to continue your pursuit of Kira. With your knowledge, we can bring Kira into custody. Tashi licked his lips and let out a sigh. Yamane and Hayate stared at the convict for a long time, unblinking at every motion the suspect made. Tashi lowered his head and inhaled. I will help you out but only on one condition. What would that be? Minato Natsuki. Yamane cocked his head. The bench judge who is a strong Kira supporter, the man on your hit list, what about him? I want to talk to him. I have something I want to tell him. If you can bring him in, I can say my piece, then I'll give you all the information I have. Yamane and Hayate considered this for a second before looking at the one-way mirror. On the other side of the room, Kudo made a phone call to Minato Natsuki and ordered that precautions be set up. With Minato. The hand struck 6:40 on the dot. Minato looked down at his wristwatch, strapped the iconic mask he always wears in court tight around his face and marched through the front doors of the police station with his head held high and chin up. How do you like this, Kira? He thought, bet you never expected that I would show up like this. He tugged at his tie and smiled under his mask. Kira is someone in this police station and I can't wait to meet him. An officer came by and escorted Minato to the interrogation. As Minato entered a hallway, he passed a young teenager with strawberry blonde hair who had his head held down. Knight and Minato side-glanced each other as they walked in opposite directions. A human death caused by the Death Note will indirectly lengthen some other human's original life even without a specific intention to lengthen a particular person's original lifespan in the human world. The use of the Death Note in the human world sometimes affects other humans' lives or shortens their original lifespan, even though their names are not actually written in the Death Note itself. In these cases, no matter the cause, the god of death sees only the original lifespan and not the shortened lifespan. Chapter 30, Mirror. April 22, 2031. The police station, interrogation room. Minato opened the door into the interrogation room while Knight stopped and glanced at the back of Minato's head. Minato entered the interrogation room and stared down at the chained inmate. Behind his mask, he smiled. Outstanding performance, Arata Tashi, you've played the role of Kiri well. His eyes looked to Muter standing directly behind Tashi. As ordered, Muter kept a neutral expression and stayed as still as a mannequin. I would like the room to myself with Natsuki, Tashi said to Hayate and Yamane. The two officers looked at each other and nodded before getting out of the room. There will be cameras, Hayate whispered to Minato, shout if you think something, anything, is wrong. Understood, Minato whispered. Height and Yamane left the room. Minato noted where all the cameras were and where the blind spots were. The only blind spot would possibly be under the table or around the table legs. Minato walked with confidence over to the chair and pulled it out. The legs scraped against the ground and he parked in the seat, scooting forward so he can put his interlocked hands on the table. Arata Tashi, Minato said, or would you prefer Kiri? Tashi smiled, flashing yellow teeth at the judge. Is that you, Judge Natsuki? It is. You're on my hit list of Kira supporters. I heard. Care to explain yourself, Mr. Tashi? No, care to explain yourself, Mr. Natsuki? Minato squinted his eyes. What do you mean? Where do you get off in judging people without a jury while having the audacity to believe that Kira is justice? You were the one who sentenced me to life in prison. Didn't you get off on a technicality? I did, but that doesn't answer my question. Minato sighed. Every criminal that enters my court is a scumbag who deserves no mercy. At one point, I thought that there was humanity in criminals, but when I became bench judge, I saw the truth: all criminals are ugly. There are some people stealing to survive or being forced to murder, but they aren't guilty. People like you, Tashi, are worthless pieces of garbage who deserve to die. Kira delivers justice, that's why I support him. Knight and Murasaki were watching the exchange from behind the one-way mirror. Knight held a hand onto the mirror while Murasaki crossed her arms over her chest. Wow, Soma said, I can't believe we're going to get inside Kiri's head. One of their heads, Kudo corrected. The second Kiri could have an entirely different motive for all we know. I can't believe that Arata Tashi is Kiri, Knight whispered. I was kinda hoping he was someone of higher status rather than a standard criminal. At least he's been caught, Murasaki said, but there's the other Kiri we have to look out for, but so far, I could only see one Shinigami. Knight bit his tongue. No, something doesn't feel right. After how careful Kiri's been up to his point, he got caught like a rookie amateur? I almost don't want to believe that Tashi is Kiri. Massey, standing behind the four, shouted, in that case, I shall figure it out. Murasaki looked over her shoulder, feigning looking at the clock, and stared at Massey with a confused look. Knight noticed and pretended to be confused as well. What's going on? He asked. He can't see the Shinigami behind me, she thought. Shouldn't give away the fact I'm working for Kira directly. Just thinking, she said, just thinking of how we can identify the second Kiri. Murasaki, Massey whispered, I want you to keep your eyes on both Tashi and Natsuki. I'm going to do something and I want you to watch their reactions. Blink once for no and twice for yes. Murasaki blinked twice. Massey floated into the ceiling. Mrs. Kagami? Knight called, is the Shinigami telling Tashi what to say as he did to you? Murasaki looked at the Shinigami and noticed that he was barely moving, let alone saying anything. No. She turned to Minato and watched his reaction. He couldn't tell his facial expressions because his face was covered by that mask, so she focused on his eyes. What is your justification? Minato asked. What is justification in killing Kira's supporters? Why supporters to begin with? Tashi chuckled. Anybody who is a supporter of Kira is borderline evil. Anybody who believes in Kira has a higher chance of becoming a murderer than anyone else. If Kira is killing criminals, I'm killing latent criminals to prevent the birth of new criminals. Muter was suddenly knocked forward and nearly landed face first on the table. He phased through the table before impact, but it was too late. Knight saw Massey push an invisible entity. Minato saw Muter shove through the table. Murasaki saw the outcome of both. Minato's eyes widened at Muter's sudden movements and he jerked slightly. Reeling in this new information, he stared down at the spot where Muter phased through the table with beads of sweat dripping down his face. Murasaki caught sight of Massey shoving Muter and began sweating nervously. Knight was gazing at Minato's brief wide eyes and fidgeting fingers before side-eyeing Murasaki with narrow eyes. She subconsciously blinked twice. Minato Natsuki reacted to the Shinigami's sudden movements. Both thought, could Minato be Kiri? Muter picked himself off the ground and faced the Shinigami who suddenly attacked him. I can't fly away, Muter thought, and I can't talk too loud or else I might confuse or distract Tashi and Minato. Who the hell are you? Muter demanded in a whisper tone. Massey eyed the Shinigami's appearance. Muter had a skeletal face with smears of blood along his jawline with yellow eyes, purple pupils, and unkempt collarbone-length hair. He was wearing a suit with blood around the heart area with ripped sweatpants. He wore black boots lacking laces and had a bracelet of human teeth around his left wrist. He had a death note with a white cover dangling by his waist with a chain. Massey noticed that the kanji characters were written on the cover of his notebook. Hi, Massey cheered back whisperly, nice to meet another Shinigami here on Earth. I asked who the hell are you? Minato and Tashi suddenly went silent. My name is Massey and I've been here in the human realm for a while, it's been so lonely. Are you Kira's Shinigami? Don't you know it's rude not to give your name when I just told you my name? He rolled his eyes. Fine, my name is Muter, now, are you Kira's Shinigami or not? Kira's Shinigami is here, Minato thought, and Muter is communicating with him. I can't leave this station without identifying Kira. Minato smiled under his mask. Muter, if you can follow orders, then you better follow the next step of the plan before Kira's Shinigami makes it out of the room. Who is Kira? Massey asked, are you talking about that human who is using the death note to kill? Who else? Massey clenched her fists. Muter is an anagram for terrorism, as in Terra Mikami. It's because of you that Light died. Knight grew up without his father and I committed suicide. You caused Kira's defeat and you had the audacity to come back to Earth to destroy my son? That won't happen. I'm going to kill you myself. Massey calmed down. Before I do that, I'm going to follow on Knight's plan. If Mom can fulfill simple orders, Knight thought, then she'll have ripped off a piece of paper from Kiri's Shinigami's notebook. I did tell her that if she saw Kiri's Shinigami, she is to steal off a piece of his notebook and touch me with it. No, Massey said, I don't know who the human Kira is. I just came here out of boredom. I mean, have you seen back home? It's dull and boring. But you are here on Earth, Muter said, you are attached to a human, which means that there is another notebook out there. In total, there are at least 3 notebooks out there. Who is the human you are attached to? Massey laughed. Like I'm telling you that, I only came in here to socialize. I'm busy with something. Leave before I kill you. Is that any way to talk to a girl? If you don't leave, I'm going to find that human you're attached to and kill him. Massey laughed. Huh, don't you know that you're not allowed to do that? You can only kill the human you are attached to. Since you aren't attached to my human, you could face punishment if you kill him. Also, there is a rule saying Shinigami aren't allowed to give out names or lifespans to others. Really? He deadpanned. Yeah, Shinigami rules forbid me from telling you the names of humans I see, and if you tell me the name of humans you see, whether it be to me, another Shinigami, or human, you'll face punishment. You are also not allowed to reveal which humans own a death note or not. You're lying, he scowled, I'll kill you for this. How? Do you know how to kill a Shinigami? Muter said nothing. That's what I thought. She began waving. Welp, bye-bye and see you later Muter. Massey did a 180 and began walking towards the wall. If the theory that Light Yagami is the current Kira's Shinigami is false, then who is this Shinigami and what is she doing here? Is she connected to the original Kira? Either way, I can't let her escape yet. He saw the edge of a piece of paper dangling out of her personal notebook. He lunged to rip the very corner of it off with 2 hands before she phased through the wall. Massey appeared on the other side of the one-way mirror and faced Murasaki. She put a hand to her lip in a shushing gesture. Discreetly, as Murasaki kept her eyes forward to not let Knight know she's secretly communicating with a Shinigami, Massey reached over and touched Knight against the back of the head with the piece of paper from Muter's personal notebook. I tore a piece of Muter's notebook off before I shoved him down on the table, Massey thought. Now Knight should be able to see Muter. Knight kept his eyes focused as straight as a pole forward, but he could see Muter standing behind Tashi as the convict continued his conversation with Minato. After a 30 or so, Minato was ordered to leave while Tashi was escorted out of the interrogation room by Height and Yamane, with Kudo and Soma leading them to a room out of Knight and Murasaki's eyesight. Muter followed, discreetly dropping the corner of the notebook he tore from earlier, while Minato stayed behind in the interrogation room, rubbing his thumb against his chin. Minato looked down at the corner of the paper. It fell down on the ground near the leg of the table in the blind spot of the cameras. He steps on it with his shoe and looks around the room. Kira's Shinigami must be somewhere else. He picks up the piece of paper, pretending to tie his shoes, and stuffs it in his sock. He dusts his coat before standing up and marching out of the room. When he was in the hallway about to walk the way he came in, he is stopped by a boy with reddish blonde hair with his head looking down. He arrived at 6:40 on the Knight thought, and he reacted to Masi shoving the Shinigami down. This is more than enough proof that Minato Natsuki is Kira. Judging by the fact that he is wearing a face mask, he either hasn't forfeited ownership of his notebook, or because he made the deal for the Shinigami eyes, he can't risk not getting a refund on his shortened lifespan if he gave up ownership. Based on this, I can deduce that Minato Natsuki is the faceless Kiri. Knight looks Minato directly in the eye, smiling under the balaclava he just applied on top of his skin-colored mask whilst pushing a strawberry blonde bang out his left eye. Minato narrowed his eyes at the teenager, studying him from head to toe. Knight Asahi, Knight introduced himself, and I know who you are, Judge Minato Natsuki. Minato shook his hand. I don't have time. He regarded Knight's face mask. What's with the balaclava? Don't want to take any risks, especially with Kiri in the building. You a Kira supporter? Knight smiled under that mask. To say I'm a Kira supporter would be an understatement. Minato's eyes widened for a brief second before he narrowed them again. Worshipper? I was raised by worshippers. I may be an officer of the law, but I truly believe that Kira is justice. It's nice to find someone else who is a true believer in Kira, especially someone with status. Yeah, Minato deadpanned, people on the receiving end of Kira's wrath don't understand. Kira is true justice. Yeah, and that's why this faux Kira opponent has to die. Minato went silent. Kiri's way of killing is not right. He's tarnishing Kira's public image, out to make him a fool. He tried to make Murasaki Kagami a victim of Kira's wrath when he knew full well that he wouldn't be able to kill her. If you ask me, Kira's more of a man than Kiri will ever be. That's why Kiri deserves to have justice delivered to him by Kira's hand. I'm sure Kira won't hesitate to kill Kiri when given the chance. Minato replayed that sentence in his head. Tashi, I don't believe he is Kira. Why not? Think of all the work Kiri has done so far. The public massacres, he made a mistake, but he barely slipped up since then. Then came the arena and he turned that basketball court into a bloody basketball court. Then the wars between the believers, I believe that was his plan all along. Then to respond to the message? Kiri has always been proactive rather than reactive, and he gets caught barely a few days afterward. Do you want to hear a theory I'm picking up on? I believe that Kiri is still out there and he is using Tashi to his advantage. Then there's this other thing I noticed. On the message L sent out, he told Kiri that a potential meet-up place is at the Japanese police headquarters at 6:40. In case you haven't noticed, it's 7:10, and given that there are two Kiris, I wouldn't put it past that Kiri is or was in the building at 6:40. If Tashi really was Kiri, then his accomplice would have visited this place. Minato couldn't hide wide-eyed reaction anymore. The mask tied around his face suddenly felt like it was compressing harder against his skin, and he was tempted to remove the mask so he could breathe, but he couldn't risk it. This kid, he's hitting close to home. If I'm not careful, he'll figure out that I'm one of the Kiris. First things first, I must find Kira's Shinigami, and then I must identify Kira. Once I do that, I'll kill this kid as soon as I can see his face. You're quite the detective. Minato said, it's because of smart people like you that bad people are caught for me to judge, jury, and practically execute anyone who is sentenced to one of my bench trials. Anything to aid Kira in his road to justice, Knight said, and the next step is finding both Kiris and bringing them to justice. I couldn't agree more. When I came in here to talk to Heir Itachi, I was prepared to tell him to go to hell. When I put him away, I locked him in a jail cell and was ready to throw him away before he got released due to a technicality. But to find out he is Kiri is like getting punched in the gut. Never in my 28 years alive have I felt this kind of sucker punch. I am praying to get Tashi for my court trial so I can sentence him to death. Heir Itachi, Minato thought, you've done well so far. You've memorized all your lines and you played the role of fake Kiri well. I had promised to erase your criminal record if you cooperated with me. Good news for me, bad news for you. I'm going to kill you as soon as I kill Kira. Minato looked at his watch. Knight glared at Minato in the eyes. I offered the possibility that Tashi might not be Kiri and he's insisting that he is. If someone is consistently insisting the opposite of what someone is suggesting, then they are more likely to be guilty. He looked at the ground. There's something else going on, the Shinigami. If Minato ordered his Shinigami to follow Tashi around at all times, then there is only one thing I can do. A plan formed in his head. Now that I know Minato Natsuki is the faceless Kiri, I can look up his address and come up with a plan from there. I'm afraid that I must get going, Minato said as he adjusted his mask. I have somewhere to be. Minato walked past Knight before the teen grabbed the judge's shoulder. Kira, why are you a supporter of Kira, Mr. Natsuki? Minato looked up towards the ceiling with a hesitant look in his eyes. He sighed and looked back at Knight once he found an answer. When I was a young boy, I used to have a black and white sense of justice. Anybody who broke the law was evil and deserved to get tossed in jail. It was a sense of justice that my older sister and I both shared. He shoves his hands in his pockets as he relives the memories in his head. One day, my father took me and my sister to a trial when I was 10 and my sister was 12. He took us to open our eyes and show us that the world isn't black and white. There was a guilty man who wanted to serve time because he felt regret for armed robbery, and there was an innocent man who didn't want to go to jail for stealing food to feed his dying child. These two criminals made me realize that maybe there is something more to criminals and that we should focus on helping these people rather than toss them behind bars. I started to see criminals in a different light and I wanted to help them. This was during the time the original Kira was absent. I was 10 turning 11 when the original Kira vanished, so I was still clinging onto this new sense of hope, but when I became a judge and got my own court with no jury, only me to judge, I saw the rotten side of humanity. Anybody sentenced to my court was a scumbag who deserved no mercy. I've seen a lot of them, serial killers, child molesters, rapists, and they all deserve to die. Not a single one of them has justifiable motives, or if they did, they were so pathetic I wanted to vomit. With the power in my hand to judge, jury, and execute criminals, I showed no mercy to these rotten scumbags and cleaned house with nearly every criminal in my court. I thought that Kira's way of delivering justice was wrong, but now that I'm an adult and I've seen the ugly side of humanity, I fully support Kira and what he's doing. As far as I'm concerned, he has my approval to go on killing. He hesitated. If we're being completely honest, I'm still hoping that there is maybe one criminal in my courtroom that truly is innocent, but it feels like I'm trying to hold onto a rope of water. Minato's hair and eyes turned purple. My reason for becoming Kiri, my obeisance. Granted, Kira's way of justice is correct, but it comes with a cost of turning innocent people, no, corrupt them, into becoming the very thing I hate. I love my obeisance with all my heart, but Kira corrupted her and turned her into a murder, the kind I would sentence to death in my court. I will kill Kira for corrupting innocent minds, and after I forfeit ownership of my death note, I will continue to judge and execute criminals in my courtroom. I am justice. Knight nodded. So, your father tried opening your eyes to see that Kira was wrong, but as you grew up, you realized that Kira's brand of justice was correct. Minato side-eyed him. Yeah. It feels good to be right, but to get an eye-opener to how right you were all along hits home in a different way. What about you? What's your excuse for worshipping this god of justice? Knight laughed. How did I join the Kira worshippers in the first place? He taps the ball of his foot into the ground. I guess you can say it was ingrained in me from a young age. It all starts when we're children. I can spare a few minutes and listen to your explanation. It's only fair after I told you my explanation. The words struck a chord in Knight's heart. It opened up a memory within him that he hadn't thought about in a while. Wow, is that where my love for Kira came from in the first place? He smiled. I was 4 when I first learned of Kira. There are male and female gods of death, but it is neither permitted nor possible for them to have sexual relations with humans. The gods of death also cannot have sex with each other. After a god of death has brought the death note to the human world and given its ownership to a human, that god of death has the right to kill the human using her own death note for reasons such as disliking the owner. Chapter 31, Knight's Prayer. I was 4 when I first learned of Kira. I remember living in a 1-story house with a pool in the backyard and a nice couple of parents raising me. They weren't my real parents, but they treated me like their own son. February 9th, 2018. Knight Shinigami Yagami, age 4. Even when in his room playing with his toy trucks and smashing toy soldiers together like they were kissing, Shinigami could smell his mother's home cooking from a mile away. There's nothing that stimulated his sense of smell other than the sweet scent of his mother's grilled shishamo fish. Kishi! Mayukamaya called from the kitchen, breakfast is ready. Kishi ran out of the room and sprinted into the kitchen. He sat at the kitchen table as his mother got him a plate of fried fish. Kishi waited for his mother to take a seat before he dug in. His mother, Mayukamaya, was a quiet woman in nature. She had a loud voice when she called Kishi in his room from any point in the house, and she rarely raised her voice directly at Kishi, if ever. Mayukamaya, my foster mother. She was so nice to me and everything. She was a stay-at-home mom, but she was very smart. She helped me get a head start in preschool before I even knew what pre-K was. She would play puzzles and toys with me, and when I'm down, she would usually play a funny movie or TV show to cheer me up. Not a day went by when I didn't see a smile on her face. Mayu was a woman of average height with chin-length brown hair with bangs coming over her right eye and a single bang coming over her left. She had brown eyes and fair skin. Since he was a stay-at-home wife, she would mostly dress in casual but neatly pressed clothing. "Where's Daddy?" Kishi asked. "He'll be home soon," Mayu answered. "He took an extra shift so he can have an entire day off from his construction project." "Okay," Kishi shrugged before digging into the rest of his plate. After a few minutes, the front door opened and Tomakamaya walked in, kicking his shoes off in the corner. He was a tall man with neck-length dirty blonde hair parted so the bangs wouldn't hide his brown eyes. He was currently wearing a white cloak, which he discarded in favor of wearing a simple tee and basketball shorts. Tomakamaya, my foster father. He was the leader of a small sect of Kira worshippers, although I didn't know it at the time. What he would do was that he would go to different communities and neighborhoods, especially ones that were known for being Kira supporters, and he'd be paid to build a church dedicated to Kira. When a church was being constructed, it would usually take 6 months to complete, and the money would be distributed equally amongst the crew. When he walked into the kitchen, he had a rectangular box under his armpit and a newspaper in his other hand. When Kishi leaned in to get a closer look, almost falling out of his chair before he caught himself, he saw black and white squares running up and down the box. "What's that you got there?" Mayu asked. Toma held up the box. An antique chess set worth over 110,000 yen in mint condition. He slapped the newspaper down on Mayu's side of the table. "I'm going to sell it as soon as I can find a buyer." "What's chess?" Kishi asked, leaning on the table by his elbows. "It's a strategy game. You have 16 pieces and you have to try and take your opponent's pieces. Here, let me show you." He opened the chessboard and laid it down on the table. The first set of pieces were made of silver while the second set was made of bronze. The king and queen were designed to be wearing long robes with long hair. The king was identified by his long beard. The bishops were soldiers with knight-like armor. The knights were soldiers riding on horses kicking upward. The rooks were temples. The pawns were samurais with their left hand reaching for the sword in their holster. The squares had a red flower in the white boxes while the black boxes had a blue flower. Toma set up the pieces and explained the moves they each make. The point is to take the other person's king. Kishi snatched the king on Toma's side. I win! Mayu laughed before opening up the newspaper Toma laid out with the headline, Midnight Slaughter Claims Family. Toma took the piece back and put it back in its original place. If it were that easy, then there would be no need for strategy. He rotated the board so the bronze pieces were on his side while the silver pieces were on Kishi's side. I'll let you go first, Kishi. Okay, Kishi thought, pawns can only move forward 2 spaces on the first go and 1 on the next go. King can only move 1 space, the queen can move everywhere, the horse can make an L shape, the bicep can move across diagonally, and the castle can only go straight but can move across the board. Kishi made his first move. My dad kicked my ass twice. After Dad beat me in my second match, I wanted to play again, but he said to wait while he finished Mom's home cooking, so I took the opportunity to go over the rules and the moves before I came up with a plan in mind, and I must say, there's a reason they say third time's the charm. I'll let you go first again, Toma said. Kishi moved the pawn in front of his king forward 1 space. Toma moved the knight on his right side up to the left. Kishi moved the queen 2 spaces ahead of the king. Toma moved his pawn in front of the king forward 2 spaces. Kishi moved right his bicep across the board until it was a space across from Toma's pawn. Toma moved his first pawn forward. Kishi moved his queen forward and took out the pawn to his opponent's king on his left side. Checkmate! What? Toma looked down at the board and looked at the position of where his king was. There was no way he could move his king forward without facing the wrath of his opponent's bishop, and his queen couldn't do anything either. Mayu dropped the newspaper and her jaw to the floor. My first win in a chess match, and I loved it. My love for chess indirectly came from Kira because my foster father built churches dedicated to Kira and he got a vintage chess set as a gift. At the end of the day, he decided not to sell the chess set as it was the only chess set that I would be playing with for a while. A few days after my first chess win, I woke up early in the morning to go to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw that the TV was on in the living room. February 13th, 2018. Kishi rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he walked towards the lights of the television set flashing against the darkness and lighting up the couch. The TV had sound, but it was set to a low volume so he couldn't hear anything until he was up close. When he looked at the couch, the only place lit up by the brightness, he saw his mother and father cuddled on the couch, watching a rerun of people on screen shouting into the camera. Kira! Shut up! There are lots of people who believe in the right to life. Why can't we believe in the right to death? Kill me! Gah! Ack! When the couple noticed a tiny silhouette standing in the dark hallway, they knew it could only be one individual and they quickly turned off the TV. Once the TV was shut off, the living room was entrenched in complete darkness. There was a moon out, but it was in the waning crescent cycle and barely offered any moonlight. Mayu moved over, using instinct and memory, to locate the light switch closest to her and flips it on. Kishi squinted at the sudden brightness coming from the ceiling fan and covered his eyes. What's going on? He asked. What were you watching? Nothing, Mayu said, a smile absent from her face. It's not something for you to see at your current age. Kishi unraveled the hands from his eyes and waited for his eyes to adjust before setting his gaze on his mother standing at the far end of the wall with a somber expression on her face. What's wrong, Mama? Why do you look sad? Toma scoffed. You're observant, he said and rested his jaw on his fist. You're going to figure it out eventually, so we can at least give you the watered-down version. Mayu looked at her husband. Toma, he's only 4. He beat me in chess and he's only 4, and he's more observant than most kids. Sides, I said I give him down the watered-down version. She scolded him but bit her tongue with a sigh. If he's going to figure it out, I guess he should hear it from us. What are you talking about? Kishi asked. Mama, Daddy? Toma patted the empty seat beside him and gestured for him to come over. Kishi jumped knees first onto the couch before resettling so that he was leaning on his father's side. Mayu stepped away from the wall and sat next to Kishi's side and ran a hand through the bangs of his reddish blonde hair. "What do you know about Kira, my little gallant hero?" she asked. Kishi shrugged. "Come on, you must know something about him." Kishi's thought about his answer. He had heard rumors about Kira and how he is looked up to as a savior in most neighborhoods and communities he visits, but beyond that, he knows nothing about him. But he also heard from some kids in these communities that Kira was a killer and not a savior, but the kids who supported Kira would always rebuke their claims. Kishi stayed out of these conversations, but the Kira supporter kids would get beat up. "I know that some people call him a savior while other people call him a killer," he answered. "I don't know why some people call him a good guy while other people call him a bad guy. Superman is a good guy and people don't call him a bad guy." "Yeah," Toma said as he rubbed the back of Kishi's head. "Whether Kira is a hero or not is definitely a subject for debate, but your mother and I believe that he is a hero." "What did Kira do?" This was the part they've been dreading. They knew that Kishi would ask why they worshipped someone, but if they withheld information from him, he would become more curious as to why certain people call this seemingly noble hero a murderer. He's already going to learn about death when he gets older, so why not tell him right now and just get it over with, but tell it in a way that it doesn't frighten him. "Kira killed people," Toma and Mayu said. "That conversation would introduce me to Kira on a personal level for the first time. Until that day, I knew only of Kira in the same way most people knew of God before their parents explained God to them." Kishi spent 5 seconds looking at his mother before switching eye contact with his father. He had an expression of concern on his face and began shaking his leg nervously. "What?" "I know it may seem wrong, but before you judge us, hear us out," Mayu pleaded. "Kira didn't just kill people, he killed bad people." "He killed bad guys," Toma clarified. "Bad guys?" Kishi questioned, finding the strength to stop shaking his leg. "Bad guys who like killing sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers for fun. He killed bad guys who took children away from their parents. He killed bad guys who hurt people for fun." "What?" Kishi gasped softly. "Kira killed people?" He licked his lips and looked down at the ground. He put a hand to his chest and listened to the thumps of his heartbeat, counting each thump before he lost count. "But, isn't it wrong to kill people?" "It is," Mayu said. "It is wrong to kill people, but Kira broke the law and the rules. When I heard about him for the first time, I was 14 and I was having mixed reactions about him. I thought that it was just wrong to kill people, but she stuttered to a stop as she cleared her thoughts. I saw the good in what he was doing and how safe I felt when walking out the door for the first time without a fear of getting mugged. Why couldn't Kira just put these bad guys in jail?" He looked at his father. "Why couldn't he be a superhero like Batman and throw them in jail?" Toma snorted. "Superheroes are real. In real life, criminals don't just go to jail, they face trial and they can escape prison before even getting there. That's not fair. You'll understand when you're an adult." Upon hearing those words, he was reminded of the TV being shut off before he could see. "What were you watching?" "A clip of Kira." "A different Kira," Mayu pointed out. "This Kira was active 2 years ago in 2016. This Kira was killing depressed and elderly people." "Why?" "Because they were suffering and in anguish." "But I thought Kira only killed bad people." "Kira does kill bad people, but sometimes people are in so much pain that they wish to die. I wouldn't kill them if I were Kira. But if you didn't kill them, then they would cry in pain day after day." Kishi looked at the ground and hugged his knees to his chest. "The clip we saw was of people begging Kira to kill them because they were depressed and didn't want to live. Kira granted them their wish to find peace in death." Kishi licked the inside of his cheek. "Why would people want to die? Some people have been dealt a bad hand in life. Sometimes, they're bullied and they don't wish to live anymore. Sometimes, they are in physical pain and want to escape it. Sometimes, they are just depressed. So Kira did a good thing by killing these people who wanted to die?" "He did," Toma answered. "At least, we thought he did." "I don't want to die," Kishi cried. "I want to live forever." "You're going to live a long life, Kishi," Mayu reassured. you're going to have so much to accomplish when you get older. Kishi felt his mother rub the back of his hair in a similar way his father did and smiled warmly. Why do people hate Kira if he is a savior? This was the question Toma and Mayu were dreading. Because some people think that killing bad guys is just as evil as the bad guys themselves, Toma answered. But that doesn't make sense. Exactly, Mayu agreed. Even though they were doing their job, the police and the FBI started chasing down Kira. Kira killed the FBI. Kishi's eyes lit up with shock and confusion. Why did he kill the FBI? What is the FBI anyway? Toma quickly explained what the FBI was so Mayu could finish her thought. Because the FBI was trying to catch him. From my point of view, I believe it was necessary because if the FBI caught Kira, then he wouldn't be able to create a peaceful utopia for us where we don't have to hide from bad guys. Toma put in his 2 cents. I believe that it was justifiable as well. To be fair, they already knew that Kira has no problems killing law enforcement, Lindell, Taylor, yet they continued to investigate. Who's Lindell Taylor? Kishi thought. Then again, it was the world's greatest detective, L, who is responsible for the death of the FBI agents. I know who L is, Kishi said. They said he defeated Kira. Sadly, Toma said gloomy, L thinks that he is so high and mighty, but in my opinion, he is no better than a criminal. He set up a criminal to die on a public broadcast, made promises to sentence Kira to death, and he sent the FBI into Japan, knowing full well that they could potentially be killed by Kira. Not only that, but he wasn't trying to catch Kira out of justice, only out of his own fun and amusement. When L made his most recent announcement with the Kira that kills old people, he said that he has no interest because he finds it to be boring, so L doesn't care about justice. In my mind, he deserves to die. L, he thought, he only wanted to catch Kira because he thought it was a game? We lost a good person because someone wanted to play a game. I hate L. I still don't understand why Kira would kill police officers. Why would he do that? To avoid getting caught, he can't work with the police because, while he is justified, legally speaking, he is still murdering people. I like Kira, Kishi said suddenly. Kishi, Toma began, don't say that if you don't mean it. We would understand if you hate Kira, but we don't want you to like Kira because we like Kira. If you want to believe that Kira is a bad guy, then that's your right. We promise not to judge. No! Kishi exclaimed, I like Kira. I believe in Kira. You told me all the things he did and how he made life happy for you. I like Kira and I wish he were back. I wish that people wouldn't see him as a bad guy. Anybody who sees him as a bad guy is stupid. Even L? If L doesn't like Kira, then he's stupid. And he's supposed to be extremely smart. The 3 of them laughed. My disdain for L started to bubble up at that single moment. I've spent maybe an hour or so listening to my parents explain my ear off about Kira, and the more they said, the more it made sense why people looked up to him. He ended wars and global crime rates were reduced by 70%, especially violent crimes. Kira brought peace to the world for 6 whole years before up and vanishing. Then a second Kira comes along and starts killing depressed and elderly people to relieve them of their pains. Mom and Dad explained to me why they love Kira so much, why they believe he was justified, and the conversation was getting interesting. My love for Kira broke through the surface that one night, or very early morning, and from that day onward, I became a Kira supporter. I wanted Kira back so he can bring back the peace he had made possible all those years ago. I wanted evil people to die, and I wanted parents to be coming home to their children, untouched by criminals, and hugging their children without the fear of a criminal slicing their throats in an alleyway. February 28, 2018. Weeks passed before the topic of Kira was brought up again. Toma and Mayu decided, since Kishi announced his belief in Kira, to take him to a church that worshipped Kira. They put on their usual white cloaks and bought a white cloak for Kishi in his size. They left early in the morning after breakfast to head over to Church 12 of Kira carrying handheld candle holders. They entered the church where there were dozens of other people in white cloaks sitting on benches and listening to a priest recite a verse from the Holy Bible. Kishi sat wedged between his parents on the bench and put the candle holder in his lap. His eyes absent-mindedly roamed over the room to look at other Kira worshippers. He was somewhat nervous to be around all these new people and he kept his head down. Toma whispered, "Hold your head up." Kishi squeezed his eyes shut as he felt his eyes starting to moisten. "Why are you crying?" Mayu whispered. "Kira," Kishi sobbed, "I wish Kira were back, I wish Elle was gone, I wish that there were more people who like Kira." Toma patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Hold your head up, please, I don't like seeing you sad." Kishi wiped the tears away from his eyes but they kept rolling down his cheeks. He waited to calm himself down before he raised his head up and listened to the sounds of the priest talking about all of Kira's accomplishments over the years. That night was one I'll never forget. Not only did I go to a Kira church for the first time, but I got to go up in the mountains for the first time. If you're a Kira worshipper then you know about it. Not a Kira supporter, a Kira worshippr. It was 9 o'clock at night when the Kira worshippers started moving. Like most Kira worshippers who follow tradition, they climbed up the mountain on the 28th of each month because January 28, 2013, was Kira's last official day active. After January 28, not a single criminal dropped dead from a heart attack, so the 28th of each month had been something of a tradition to pray to Kira and pray for him to come back. The Kira worshippers each carried a handheld candle holder and illuminated the mountain with each candle. Although not a full moon, there was enough moonlight from the waxing gibbous moon to light up the path for the worshippers to walk. Holding a lit candle was not something Kishi was allowed to do, so Toma carried Kishi's lit candle along with his while Kishi clung to his mother's free hand while her other hand was holding her candle. As Kishi looked around, he saw that he wasn't the only kid here. There were other small people wearing white cloaks along with old people wearing cloaks whilst walking with canes. There was even a couple holding an infant baby in a white cloak walking up the mountain. Seeing all these people walking in unison made Kishi realize how much Kira has had an influence on so many people of different ages, and they were all willing to walk up to this mountain just to pay respect for someone who died in their honor of getting rid of criminals and bringing true peace to this world. The worshippers halted as they reached the edge of the mountain. The worshippers up front parted as they made room for a female worshipper to walk to the edge of the mountain. She got on her knees and gently placed the candle down in front of her and interlocked her fingers as she prayed. The worshippers followed her example and placed their candles before them as they prayed on their knees. Kishi got on his knees and waited until Toma laid both his and his personal candle on the ground before them. Mayu and Toma interlocked their fingers and began praying. Kishi looked at the praying crowd around him and after a few seconds of hesitation, he interlocked his fingers together and began praying. "Kira," he whispered, "our savior." A single tear escaped from his eyes. "Please come back, Kira." Chapter 32, Harbor. April 22, 2031. The police station. Quite an interesting story, Minato said, replaying the story in his head, looking back to make sure he didn't miss any details, raised by Kira worshippers and grew up amongst Kira worshippers. You even follow the tradition of praying every 28th of the month. Yeah, Knight smiled under his balaclava. Where are your parents? Knight suddenly remembered the reason he ended up in the Wammy's house in the first place and his smile suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a glare. They died. My condolences. The tone in which he used was neutral at best. Knight glared at him with dark red eyes. Liar, he thought, you're happy that Toma and Mayukamaya are both dead, you hate Kira worshippers. For insulting my foster parents like that, you will die. Thanks. Knight shook his hand. Minato held his hand up and looked at the time. Unfortunately, I really do have to get going. Remember, bring Kiri into my courtroom and I will execute him. Knight's smile returned. I'll deliver him a platter so shiny you can see your reflection. Minato tucked his hands in his pockets and started walking away. Knight kept his eyes on the back of Knight's head and glared. His eyesight shifts to the right where he saw Massey following behind. Earlier that morning. On the way to the police station, Knight whispered to his mother the plan. Today, Kiri is supposed to show up at the police station at 6:40 p.m., Knight said. Yeah, Massey agreed, 6:40 translates to Death Note owners as 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Murasaki is going to be the one who identifies Kiri, and this is the plan. I want you to get into contact with the Mikami Shinigami. The thing I need you to do is to steal a piece of his Death Note, then touch me with it. Once I see Kiri's Shinigami, it'll be easier for me to come up with a plan. What if he tears off a piece of my notebook? Knight smiled. Already a step ahead. He made sure he wasn't in view of any cars' dashcams or street cameras before he reached into his backpack and tore out a piece of paper from a journal. Put this in your personal notebook. Make sure the corner of the paper is sticking out, but wait until we get to the police station to do that. Massey grabbed the piece of paper and examined it. Was this torn from the Death Note? No, it's a regular piece of paper. Massey quickly hid it in her personal Death Note between the pages, rendering it invisible to the human world. What's the point of the piece of paper? She asked. If Kiri's Shinigami tries to steal a piece of your Death Note, it'll be easier for him to identify me. If we give him a fake piece to tear off, then he won't be able to see him. Oh, Massey odd, I get it. Kiri is aware that Kira will be at the police station, and if he tells his Shinigami to tear off a piece of my notebook and touch him with it, then he'll be able to see me, but if he touches a piece of a regular paper, then he won't see me. Yeah, it's another form of humiliation for him. At the sporting arena, we framed Ibata as Kira, and when Kiri tried to control him, it backfired. Here, Kiri will probably try to find my Shinigami, and once he realizes that he's been tricked, then he'll feel the gut punch when he gets home. So smart, Knighty, Massey cheered. I'm so proud of you. Knight stopped suddenly and Massey stopped behind him. By the way, did you swallow? Massey flew in front of him and opened her mouth at a 90-degree angle like a snake and angled her head so he can see inside her mouth. A tape recorder homemade by Iris as requested by Knight himself. Perfect. Present. Knight snicked under his mask. Minato Natsuki is the faceless Kiri and Terra Mikami is his Shinigami. Massey sprang herself forward and faked throwing a punch at Minato, stopping only inches from his face. He didn't blink or flinch an inch. Just as I thought, he can't see her, Knight thought, this just gets better and better. If Minato ordered his Shinigami to follow Tashi indefinitely, then we can work with this. We can use Murasaki to stall Tashi and the Shinigami and keep him as far away from Minato and his accomplice as possible. Meanwhile, the tape recorder in Mom's mouth will record his conversation with his accomplice. This way, we can deduce the identity of the nameless Kiri. Knight began walking back towards the observation room where Murasaki waited inside. Knight imagined himself climbing up an endless set of stairs, his hair and eyes turning a dark red color. Minato Natsuki, he thought, the faceless Kiri, you made a fatal mistake coming here. He looked up the stairs to see Minato standing before him, his hair and eyes purple and face covered by his infamous balaclava. Once Massey records your conversation with your accomplice, you'll be defeated. Minato Natsuki, the faceless Kiri, Terra Mikami the Shinigami, and soon, I'll have the identity of the nameless Kiri, and this all went according to my extremely complicated plan. Minato began walking up the stairs. Knight cut in front of him and was ahead by 5 steps. I've always been several steps ahead of you, Kiri. You were a worthy opponent, smart in trying to defame me, but at the end of the day, you lost. You were always short-sighted and your goal had been to defame me. Had you been focusing on trying to kill me, then maybe you could have come up with a plan that at least put up a fight, but this was a curb-stomping battle. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bestow upon you the ultimate humiliation, and when I'm done, I'm going to kill you. Knight marched over to Murasaki and made eye contact with a smile on his face. Prognosis? Murasaki looked away nervously, weighing the options in her head. The only thing I know for sure is that there is a Shinigami that is following Tashi. Was he making any attempt to hide? She shook her head. Knight tilted his head. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Murasaki nervously bit her lower lip. Why? Think about how cautious Kiri has been put to this point. He didn't write down any instructions for you to read off of, and when he coerced you on the news, he had his Shinigami talk to you. Don't you find it odd that he's been caught because of an amateur mistake? If he was really cautious, don't you think that he would have told his Shinigami to hide? And when you think about it, this police station was a potential meet-up spot for Kira and Kiri, and Tashi's Shinigami was just standing behind him. Murasaki nodded. Yeah, he wasn't whispering in his ear or anything. Why do you think that? Knight touched his chin. Call me crazy, but having established Kiri as someone being extremely careful, it is out of character for him to make a rookie mistake. My theory is Tashi is a stand-in for Kiri, someone being framed. Murasaki's eyes widened and she had to bite her lip to close them. He hit so close to home, she thought. He deduced that Tashi isn't Kiri. If I'm not careful, he'll figure out I'm working with Kira. But then again, I did hear him talking to Natsuki about being a Kira supporter, so maybe he'll have sympathy for me. She mentally shook her head. No, not possible. He is still working with the police force. If he finds out I'm Kira's accomplice, he could throw me in jail. I might never see my husband or Rei. She touched her belly. They might take my daughter away as soon as she is born. There's only one way to know for sure, Knight exclaimed. Knight picked up his phone and dialed Chief Kudo. Chief Kudo? What is it? I've been going over things with Murasaki and we both came up with a theory that Tashi was nothing more than a decoy. How did you come to that conclusion? I'll explain after, but there is something that I need you to do. What is it? Where is Tashi's current location right now? We have him in the holding cells. Knight went over to the computer and pulled up footage of the holding cells. Tashi was sitting in the corner of the cell with a blindfold on and hands tied behind his back. His feet were also cuffed together, but Knight doubted it was necessary. Murasaki looked at the screen and saw Muter sitting directly behind Tashi on the bed. She took Knight's phone. I can see the Shinigami. So can I, Knight thought. Mom, pickpocketing him and touching me with a piece of his notebook is what makes you the MVP for today. But there's still more we have to do. Knight took the phone back. Murasaki said she can still see the Shinigami, which is why we have to wait. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to tell you the plan, but no matter what you do, do not release Tashi from his cell. That goes without saying. And we should get Murasaki some footage of Tashi's cell at all times, at least for 2 more days. By tomorrow, if Murasaki can still see him in the cell, then we can activate my plan. Knight, what are you planning? Something that will prove if Tashi is Kiri once and for all. He inwardly smirked. And more importantly, humiliate Kiri. April 23, 2031. 24 hours later. With Kiri. There was nothing for Minato to say as he stood under the spray of the shower. The water had been switched to a hot temperature for about 10 minutes and he could feel the entirety of his back turn red from the spray. He squeezed his eyes shut and muted the sounds of the shower drops splashing against the ground and focused on the beating of his own heart. The more he focused, the louder the beating his heart sounded, and the more it reminded him that he was alive. And that's why he collapsed to his knees. Sora used her key to unlock the door and enter. Another day in the journalism career had worn her down as she couldn't wait to hop in the shower. She threw her jacket on the couch before walking into the bedroom to see Minato standing over the bed, looking down like a grieving family member looking down in an open casket, shirtless and wearing nothing but baggy sweatpants. What's wrong, Minato? She didn't get an answer. What's wrong, baby brother? Minato regarded her with a somber look on his face. Very quietly, he whispered, I think I can hear Obasan's voice. Sora chuckled humorlessly. What's this supposed to mean? I think I can hear Auntie Kiyomi's voice in my head. I've heard it ever since I came back from the police station and the voice just won't go away. I don't know if I should laugh or feel concerned. She didn't miss the way his eyes went down and stared aimlessly at the floor. Minato? I think I made a fatal mistake. Why? It's what Obasan's voice keeps telling me. I made a mistake, a fatal one. What fatal mistake? I'm not even sure myself. He bit his lower lip and looked back at the bed. I never should have gone to that station. I never should have played into Kira's hands. But it was the only way to find Kira, right? He went silent quickly, staring into nothing, his head down and eyes closed. Sora walked up to him and put a warm hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry." He said it so quietly that she would have missed it the first time had she not been paying attention. "For what?" "For failing to fulfill my duties as a judge and executioner." "You didn't do anything wrong." Minato reaches out and wraps Sora in a hug. "I just had to say it," he whispered softly in her ear. "I didn't want to die with any regrets." "You have nothing to regret," she said and wrapped her arms around his back, "and you're not going to die yet." Minato pulled away from her and met her gaze with a warm smile. "Thank you for taking care of me growing up. You were a great big sister." Sora stared at him speechlessly. "It's do or die time," he said, snapping back into his serious persona. "I will not lose." "You told Muter to follow Tashi until he is in prison." "Yes, I told the Shinigami to follow him at all times. If I unknowingly came into contact with Kira at the station and his Shinigami spotted mine, he'll know I am Kiri. But I don't need a Shinigami to carry out my mission. I will find Kira myself, and once I've exposed his identity, I'll kill him. Maybe I'll out his identity and then I'll kill him when the world sees Kira as nothing more than a murderer. Don't go making the fatal mistake of dying on me." "I promise not to, Sora." "For you, for Obasan." Unaware to both of them and oblivious that the piece of paper Muter touched him with came from a regular notebook, Massey was listening in on their conversations. Watching, observing, stalking, and recording. April 24th, 2031. 7:30 a.m. The police station, holding cells. "Man," Mutter grumbled internally, "I know I'm supposed to stay with Tashi until Minato and Sora give the all-clear, but this is boring." Muter stood up from the bed and he went into the corner of the cells, leaned his shoulder against the wall. Tashi was sitting on the bed, sleeping in an uncomfortable position on his front, handcuffs on, handcuffed legs up to the chest, and blindfold on as a sleep mask. He tossed and turned to get a comfortable feeling, but it was impossible with two handcuffs on. Muter continued to say nothing and crossed his arms over his chest and lifted his leg up and put the ball of his foot against the wall. If being a Shinigami is boring, this is boring at an all-time rate. At least as a Shinigami, you could move around freely and gamble and watch humans with your Shinigami eyes. Standing in a jail cell, bored to death, I'm glad I committed suicide. His hair and eyes turned purple. "Mikami," Light Yagami called out in his memory, "what are you waiting for? Write down their names, write them down. Kill them all." Muter remembered what he was thinking that one moment. How could I write their names down, in a situation like this, and with a fake notebook? He remembered what he wanted to shout out to him that day. "You're not God. What the hell is this? Look what you've gotten me into. You're not God, you're just scum." He remembered the last words Light Yagami would ever scream. "Where are you, Misa? Where's Takada?" Muter remembered his last thought. "I can't believe I worshipped this piece of scum. He is not God. He is not God. He is not God." He remembered the feeling of the pin stabbing into his chest and spraying the warehouse with blood, screaming his lungs out as his fountain of blood spurted out. Light Yagami died, but someone else picked up his trail. Once I saw the worthless scumbag humans dying in the human world, it awoke my memories of when I was Terra Mikami. I could not let a scumbag like Light Yagami, or even a successor, continue his work. Finding a human that had what it took to challenge the new Kira was a challenge itself, but once I found Minato and Sora, life became easier. He looked at Tashi for a split second. After that one Shinigami, Grim I believe, died because he had gotten lazy in updating his lifespan, I took his notebook and I flew to the human world to give it to Minato. After that, I implanted my memories within him. He knew the truth about what happened to his aunt, and he set out on a quest to burn down Kira like a wildfire. He walked back over to the bed. In more ways than one, Minato is similar to me, a civic person serving the people to put away evil, even having the power to sentence them to death, and he's using it on criminals and Kira supporters alike. I do not agree with Kira's supporters and their beliefs on Kira, but it's as he said, they are evil in their own way. Besides, the fewer Kira supporters there are, the less support there will be from him in the future should he decide to ignore Kiri as a whole. He thought back to Massey. But who is that female Shinigami? Massey, is she connected to Kira, or is she the third party? Muter was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the cell doors open. He spotted Height and Yamane from the interrogation room welcome themselves into the cell, and they forcefully grab Tashi by his shoulder and forearms and shake him awake. Once he's awake, they drag him out of bed and to his feet and escort him into the hallways. Muter sprouted his wings and followed. "What's going on?" Tashi asked. "Did my Kiri fan club bail me out?" "We didn't tell the media you're Kiri," Yamane answered. "And your riders aren't your fans, they're just using you as an excuse to justify their crimes," Height sneered. "You try to attack Kira, call him a monster, yet you revel in the fact that people are fighting, hurting people just for their belief in Kira." "It's their faults," Tashi rebutted. Arata Tashi, Muter thought, even with the short frame we worked with, he was able to memorize all the lines he was supposed to speak prior to being put in this boring jail cell. If all goes according to plan and Minato and Sora defeat Kira, then Minato will present evidence that Kiri coerced Tashi as a fall guy and he'll be pardoned and released. His being released due to a technicality, that was all Minato. Height and Yamane took Tashi to an elevator which leads them down to a parking garage. Once they settled in the parking garage, they look around before they spot Kudo and Soma attending a police cruiser. Yaman jogs towards them while Height takes his time and shoves Tashi forward. Soma tosses the keys to Yamane. "The cruiser is yours," Kudo announced as he opened the back door. Height shoved Tashi in before slamming the door shut. "What's our destination?" Height asked. Kudo answered, "Kushida Prison." "With all due respect, why is he sentenced there? He shouldn't be around other people." "I'm not asking, I'm telling, now get in the car and drive." Height flinched at the chief's sternness before hopping into the passenger seat with Yamane taking the driver's seat. They drove off. Muter followed after them, flying just barely behind the car and following aimlessly. The car ride seemed to go on endlessly, as Muter had already forgotten the feeling of his legs and his vision was tunneled due to staring at a moving object for too long. His body began to feel weightless against the wings and he lowered altitude with his feet nearly touching the ground. He did everything he could to keep up with the car, but it was going fast, especially since it was traveling along a road that had a car or two passes by even 10 minutes or so. Once he felt the wings starting to weigh down on him like a box underwater, he rubbed his face and forced his eyes open. Kushida Prison, he thought, where is that? He flashed back to a couple of weeks ago. When he first met Minato and Sora, they updated him on the changes that have recently happened in Japan. In the 18 years he's been dead, there has been an increase in crimes, especially violent crimes, and prisons had become overcrowded, and when the Kira bubble happened, people working in the courtroom donated a portion of their money to the state to build more prisons to house more criminals. Kushida Prison was just a regular prison that was for basic serial killers, but in this case, what stood out was its location. Kushida Prison was located 12 miles away from the Japanese police station's headquarters. When Muter realized this, he panicked. "As a Shinigami, I have to stay near my owner. I'm allowed to go away from my owner, but I must stay within 14 kilometers of my owner, and 14 kilometers is at least 8 miles. I'm not allowed to go 12 miles away from my owner. What do I do?" He continued to follow the cruiser until he reached the end of the line, literally. When he was about 5 feet away from being 15 kilometers away from Minato's current position, he halted midair and watched the police cruiser trail off in the distance. "I can't follow Tashi anymore, not while I'm like this. Crap. What should I do? Should I go back to Minato and Sora, or should I just disappear and wait for further instructions? The last time I went off and did my own thing, it cost me my life. I'm not repeating any mistakes." At the police station. "He's not following him," Murasaki exclaimed in the walkie-talkie. 30 minutes before Tashi was escorted into the car, Murasaki was set up in the surveillance room and set up in front of a camera was showing live footage of the police cruiser with Tashi inside. There was a dash cam facing outward but a hidden cam in the consoles angled to face Tashi and just outside the window. She had been watching this for almost 30 minutes, keeping her eye on the Shinigami following the cruiser, and exclaimed when the Shinigami suddenly stopped following. "I can't see the Shinigami anymore." She had a walkie-talkie set up to communicate with the earpiece in Hei'd and Yamane's ears. After hearing this information, Yamane feigned answering a phone call from the police and pulled up to the side of the road to make a U-turn, heading back to the station. With Knight. Ha ha ha, he laughed loudly in his seat, the sound echoing throughout his bedroom. "I can't believe it worked." Gilth and Massey floated into his bedroom from above while Iris walked in through the door and locked it behind her. "I just got a call from Murasaki," he laughed. "She said that Kiri's Shinigami stopped following them once they were at least 7 or 8 miles away from the police station. I can now conclude that Minato Natsuki is indeed the faceless Kiri, as the Shinigami stopped following Tashi approximately 8 miles from Minato's current location. Arata Tashi is not the owner of a death note, nor is he the accomplice, and there is only one death note in Kiri's possession, with the nameless Kiri being the borrower." He turned to Massey. "Thanks to you, Mom, we now know the identity of the nameless Kiri." Massey pulled out the tape recorder from her mouth and replayed the most recent conversation. "Minato Natsuki's older sister, Sora, is the nameless Kiri, and they are the niece and nephew of Kiyomi Takada. Based on the conversation, Mikami's Shinigami name is Muter. Looks like your extremely complicated step-by-step plan to figure out their identity was a success," Gilth said. "What now? What now?" "Why, Father, I'm going to bring upon them the ultimate humiliation. I'm going to kill them and their Mikami Shinigami as well. That is why it is essential that instead of killing both, we only kill one." Iris averted her gaze. "If Minato Natsuki is the faceless Kiri, then that means he has the Shinigami eyes. Yes, we're going to execute him first, and then we'll come up with a plan to kill Sora and Muter later." "But," Iris hesitated, "how are we going to kill him?" "What do you mean?" "He wears a face mask all the time, even when out in public. Not only that, but how do we know that their father didn't take their mother's last name? How do we know for sure that their names are Takada?" "That's true, in Japan, the husband will sometimes take the wife's last name. But then again..." He slapped himself upside the head. "We're veering too far off course. Right now, we need to figure out a plan to kill Minato. We already know his name, but we need to know his face. You could just pull his mask down. Even if I do find out his name, I realize that he could also be using an alias. What if his name isn't Minato Takada? His surname might be Takada, but what about his first name? The way I see it, the only way to make sure is to do the deal for the Shinigami eyes." Iris's eyes widened. "What?" "Trading half the years remaining in my lifespan to see the names of everyone I see." "I know, but why? Trading your life just to figure out a person's name?" "Iris, it won't only benefit the current battle, but it will help in the long run. I plan to rule this world and purge it of all criminals, and in order to do that, to become truly unstoppable, I must trade for the Shinigami eyes." "No," Iris shouted, "you can't, you'll die sooner." "I have to do it, Iris." He put his hands on her shoulders. "You may be my accomplice, but this is my responsibility. It is my job to make sure that evil is purged off the face of this earth." "You can't do it, Knight," she shoved him back. "I won't let you. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good." "I agree, but no, I don't want you to die." She did a 180 and faced Massey in the eyes. "Massey, I want to do the deal for the Shinigami eyes." "Huh," Massey groaned, "you do?" "Yes." "Iris," Knight stepped forward, "what are you doing?" "I'm not going to let you have your life, I won't. What if you are destined to die in 2 days and you trade for the eyes? What about you?" "It was already my destiny to die." She looked at Knight. "Remember the apartment that burned down before I met you? Remember how someone trapped me in and I was to be burned to death? Had that man not been killed by the death note, then I would have died. It just means you get a second chance at life." "No!" "I'm tired of this, Knight. I've had a crush on you since we were 5, and every year, I've always tied as the second smartest student in the orphanage along with my sister. I'm tired of just being a follower. I'm going to stop being reactive and going to start being proactive. After all, it's the least I can do. She stared down at his watch. After all, you saved my life. Knight instinctively pulled the crown on his watch 4 times to open the secret compartment. There was the slip of the death note with Iona's full name and Iris's first name. He remembered the lie he told her, how he saved her from when Roger Ruby was writing in the death note. He remembered how he wrote it the day they reconnected so she wouldn't go crazy and kill him on a whim. He remembers manipulating her into being his accomplice. How did this make Knight feel on the inside? Iris faced Massey. I'm ready to trade for the Shinigami eyes. Massey cocked her head and looked at Iris's name and lifespan. Iris Abernathy, 1277-3655-8. If you say so. Massey held out her hand and held it over her eyes before pulling them away. Iris opened her glowing red eyes and gasped. The eyes, she thought, I have the Shinigami eyes. Iris Abernathy, 75-36-9423. Gilth, standing silent from earlier, looked it over and saw a familiar, yet unusual expression on Knight's face. He had a grin on his face, a laughless, humorless grin on his face, with dark red eyes staring at the back of Iris's head. What's that grin on his face? Gilth thought, why is he smiling like that? Was he really going to trade for the Shinigami eyes, or was he manipulating Iris? Is he grinning because he has the eyes on his side, or is he grinning because his plan to kill Minato is about to approach? April 26, 2031. The courthouse. Minato donned his robe and climbed up the steps to his podium. The crowd in the courtroom rose for him, taking seats only when he took a seat again. He looked in the back of the courtroom and noticed the cameraman adjusting the cameras, which reminded him to adjust his balaclava as this wasn't a bench trial. The guilty party was heir Itachi, tried for mass murder, as far as the public knew, and his lawyer was Minori Maki. Heir Itachi, Minato sucked his teeth, nice to see you back in my courtroom. I see that you're being tried for a crime far worse than your previous crime. He smiled under his mask. You've been charged with the mass murdering of 14 people. How do you plead, scumbag? Your Honor, Minori spoke, I can assure you that my client here is innocent. Minato laughed and put his elbows on the podium with his fingers interlocked in front of his face. Innocent? My client was coerced into mass murder. Coerced? This I gotta hear. Serial murderer turned mass murderer, you've piqued my interest if you can convince me that Tashi is innocent. Minori reached into his duffel bag he planted against his chair and pulled a manila folder and a cassette and tape recorder. This tape recorder and file were sent to us by an anonymous source. Minori went to the jury and handed the manila folder to the first juror. I would ask you not to open the folder until I tell you to. He went back to his table and put the cassette in the tape recorder. Permission to play the tape? Minato laughed. If there is evidence on that tape that proves that Tashi is innocent, then by all means. Tashi's innocence is being proven a little too early, he thought. Minori played the tape. It's do or die time, a voice spoke from the recorder, echoing throughout the courtroom for all to hear, I will not lose. It didn't take Minato 2 seconds to realize that it was his voice. His eyes narrowed in confusion. When Minori paused the tape, Minato exclaimed, What? You don't recognize the voice on the tape? Minori asked with sarcasm, I'm surprised, Judge Natsuki. Maybe I should play more of the tape. He resumed the recording. You told Muter to follow Tashi until he is in prison, a male voice spoke. Minato's heart pounded when he realized that not only was his voice on the tape but Sora's as well, but he was briefly relieved when he realized that Sora's voice had been warped to sound unrecognizable, but his voice remained, and the fact that Minato told something called Muter to follow Tashi until he is in prison. Yes, Minato's voice echoed again, I told the Shinigami to follow him at all times. If I unknowingly came into contact with Kira at the station and his Shinigami spotted mine, he'll know I am Kiri. Minato gasped in horror. But I don't need a Shinigami to carry out my mission. I will find Kira myself, and once I've exposed his identity, I'll kill him. Maybe I'll hide his identity and then I'll kill him when the world sees Kira as nothing more than a murderer. Oh my god, he panicked, what the hell is going on? That's my voice, the conversation I had with Sora had been recorded. But how? And this court case is live on the news? Kira, he must have figured out who I am and sent his Shinigami to spy on me. This is Kira's doing. He jumped to his feet and pointed at the device. Turn that off, he shouted, that is inadmissible. But it proves Tashi's innocence, Minori rebutted, how is this inadmissible? It's Kira, he's trying to frame me as Kiri. This is fake, a false confession. I'm a Kira supporter. This proves that Kira is a scumbag, he is trying to frame me so I will be targeted. I swear to God, I'm not Kiri. The crowd gasped at the stoic judge's sudden breakdown and went quiet. They could hear his rapid breathing and trembling voice across the courtroom and practically feel the pounds of his heartbeat. Minori kept a straight face. There's only one way to find out if this tape is genuine or not. He turned to the jury. Juror number 1, I want you to open the folder and pick up the piece of paper you find. Inside. The juror averted his wide eyes from the panicking judge and opened the manila folder. There was not a file inside but a single scrap of paper. He picked it up and looked over both sides. He looked up at the judge, saw the horrifying skeletal face of Muter standing behind Muter. He screamed and dropped the piece of paper at his feet. What's going on? Juror 2 asked and picked up the fallen scrap of paper. Holy shit, what the hell is that thing? Juror 2 dropped the scrap of paper and Juror 3 picked it up, repeating the process until it got to the last juror. It's him. I can see a monster standing behind him. It's Judge Natsuki. He is Kiri. It's a Shinigami. The crowd stood up to their feet and started making way for the front doors, some staying behind to watch the chaos unwind. The cameraman zoomed in on Minato's masked face. No, Minato sobbed in his head, Kira, he outed me. He outed me as Kiri. The bailiff reached for his gun. Minato tore out a piece of paper from inside his robe and a pen laid out for him on the podium and wrote the guard's name down out of the camera's view and under the desk, making him commit suicide in less than 90 seconds. The security guard pointed the gun at his head and bang! The crowd screamed and ran out of the room. Minori scrambled to hide amongst the crowd and left his client, Tashi, behind, but only after he retrieved the slip of paper. Minato grabbed the dead guard's gun and ran out the back door he usually enters through and ran out in the hallway. Kira, he sobbed internally, you bastard. You bast. He sobbed as he shredded his robe off and let it fall to the floor behind him. I lost, he sobbed, I fucking lost. God damn you, Kira. He reached the end of the hallway and shoved open the doors leading outside. He was cocked to charge down the stairs, but instead, a crowd of Kira worshippers charged into him. The police station, you stole a piece of Muter's death note, you had your Shinigami record my conversation with Sora, and you got Minori Kagami, Murasaki Kagami's husband, to out me. You son of a bitch. You bastard. The Kira worshippers grabbed at his limbs and yanked in opposite directions, one of them going for his gun, but Minato kept an iron grip on the gun. You corrupted my aunt into becoming a murderer and now you do this? Minato fought against the crowd of worshippers, pulling his arms back. If you figured out my identity, then does that mean you figured out Sora's identity? Across the street from the courthouse, having watched the public outing of Kiri on their phones, stood Knight Yagami and Iris Abernathy. Iris has reached for her locket and removed the piece of death note she had hidden in it. Murasaki Kagami, the wife of Minori Maki, was in the crowd of attacking Kira worshippers and she lunged out and ripped the mask from Minato, exposing his face to the world. Iris's eyes glowed red. She got a good look at his face, memorized the visual details of his facial features and the name floating above his head. She used Knight's back and a pen provided to her by Knight to write. Minato Takata, suicide. Minato tore his hands free from the Kira worshippers and he fires the gun off into the air. He charged down the steps before doing a 180 and aiming the gun at the Kira worshippers. Before he could pull the trigger, He realized he could feel the cool breeze against his mouth and nose and panicked as he knew that his face had been exposed. Thump. Minato's movements froze, arms out with the gun aiming for Murasaki Kagami before they dropped to his side. I've truly lost. He put the gun to his head. Sora, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Bang! His body collapses to the ground, blood sprayed on the pavement beside him. The Kira worshippers flinched at the gunshot. Iris averted her gaze and buried her face into Knight's shoulder. Knight looked at his fallen enemy and smiled. I've won. Exactly as planned. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. Step 1. Arrange for a trial with Tashi and Natsuki during a live trial. Step 2. Use Massey's recording of his conversation with his accomplice to out him. Step 3. To drive the point home, use the slip of paper Massey tore from Muter's notebook to make contact with the jurors and make them see Muter. Step 4. Make arrangements with Murasaki to appear outside the courtroom with Kira worshippers. Step 5. Have one of my Kira worshippers unmask Minato. Step 6. Kill Minato Natsuki. He smiled and clenched his fist. Minato Natsuki, the faceless Kiri, is dead. Now there's only one Kiri left out there, and with Iris's Shinigami eyes, it'll be easy pickings to find this Sora character. I could easily kill her, but the Kiri Shinigami, Muter, is still a problem, and I can't continue my reign as Kira until Sora and Muter are both dead. Congratulations, Sora, I'm not going to kill you right now. I'm going to conduct a plan that involves both you and Muter dying. Once you're both out of the way, I can get back on track to becoming the god of the new world. Around the corner, Sora appeared behind a camera crew, heart caught up in her throat and hands clutching her microphone so hard it would have popped. Even from this distance, she could see Minato's wide-eye expression, the last expression he'll ever make, as he lies dead against the ground. The heart that had been caught in her throat dropped to her lower abdomen. Muter flew out into the air, realizing he couldn't afford to be seen with Sora, as though who touched the piece of paper would realize her connection. Minato, Sora thought, what happened? What did Kira do to you? A single tear escaped her eye. I couldn't protect you, I'm a horrible big sister. Chapter 33, Sky. May 1st, 2031. The world suddenly seemed darker, quieter, these last few days. The birds were flying and flapping their wings, but she could hear no chirping. There was rain dropping from the sky, but she couldn't hear the sounds of the raindrops. The moon was out, but she couldn't see the moonlight in front of her. The world sounded like the volume dialed all the way down to 0, muting everything around her. Even her skin was drained of color, especially around the eye areas. The only sound she could hear was the sound of her sobbing. The rooftop which she stood atop was drenched in failing rain, and she didn't have an umbrella. It didn't matter anyway, even if she had overhead protection, her face would still be wet with tears, tears she couldn't control leaking out of her tear ducts. She stood over the edge and leaned her hands against the railing, head hanging down with drops of rain mixing with her tears. Even though it's been days since the incident in the courthouse, she could still see the expression on her younger brother's face flashing through her mind, not bothering to leave her. These flashes of her dead brother were what were keeping her up at night. She clutched her chest and let out a painful sob, collapsing to her knees, and cried into her forearm. Her undead ally, Muter, walked up behind her and kneeled beside her. I'm sorry, he spoke, for your loss. Sora sobbed louder. She pushed herself up and cried into Muter's arms. May 2nd, 2031. With Knight. Knight switched on the television in his living room to check the most recent updates on the Kira/Kiri investigation. A few days after Minato's outing at the courthouse, police have kept everything under wraps, especially with Minato explicitly killing a security guard in the courtroom on live TV. This was not the first time that a victim of Kira or Kiri was shown on TV, but how the kill was conducted still managed to evade the public's eyes. Minato had used a scrap of the death note to kill the security, but kept it under the table and out of the camera's view. After that, he ran off and was executed outside when he was unmasked. As ordered, Murasaki quickly frisked him and confiscated all papers on him before police could catch up, while her husband, who was let in on the plan, retrieved the scrap of notebook Massey stole from Muter to out Minato in public. Knight was worried about too many scrapes of Death Note pages being out there in the human world, but with his disciples backing him up, his worries had gradually faded away. As for heir Tashi, Knight executed him. As for the nameless Kiri, Knight was having Iris look over pictures of people with the first name of Sora or people with absent lifespans. The news was recycling the same thing, Minato's outing and execution as Kiri, with police keeping a tight lip on the whole situation. Gilth made himself visible to Knight. "Feeling proud of yourself?" Gilth asked. "Knight?" Knight chuckled. "Of course I am, one less threat to worry about." He stepped back and sank into the couch's cushions. "So, what's the next step on your to-do list? Kill criminals? Find this Sora Takada? Kill this Muter? All of the above. Lately, I've been trying to come up with a plan to kill Muter and Sora at the same time. You could pull a break grudge scenario. I could, but I'm trying to picture if that can work in my head. If Muter is the Shinigami reincarnation of Terra Mikami, and he chose the Takadas to give his notebook to, then he must be on a quest for revenge. If our memory serves us correctly, Mikami is just like us, not hesitating in letting an ally die if it benefits us. He killed Takada to serve Kira, and if he's serving revenge, he probably won't sacrifice himself to save Sora Takada. Yeah, I guess you have a point there. So getting him to extend Sora's life doesn't seem like an option. No, it's not an option. We could try it, but if it fails, then that just means that Sora is dead and Muter is alive and flies off to give his notebook to someone else. Muter turned into quite the nuisance. So, sacrificing his life is off the table. So, we're going to have to come up with a different plan. Yeah. Knight touched his chin. I've been going over dozens of scenarios in my head, and they all involve Sora. A god of death dying must involve a human somehow. Rem, jealous, and grudge all prove that logic. So my plan has to involve Sora somehow. But what? Don't beat yourself up about it, Knight. Ever since Minato's outing, Kiri hasn't made a move. I think it's time for you to relax. I can't afford to relax. Letting my guard down is what'll get me killed. And overworking yourself is what'll cause you to make mistakes. Knight glared at him. If all you're going to do is give suggestions leading to my downfall, then why don't you leave? Gilth held up his hands apologetically. I'm just offering some advice, no need to be a bitch about it. You try to get me to relax when there is an active killer out there, and now you've got the nerve to curse at me? He rises to his feet and points at the Shinigami. Let's not forget who the real Kira is in this situation. Unlike you, I can kill whoever I want and not suffer consequences, like turning into a pile of dust. You have to be cautious about who you kill, because I'm pretty sure you don't want to break some Shinigami law and face one of 9 Shinigami punishments. If you are going to be no help to me, then fly away. Gilth laughed. Where do you get off talking back to your parent like that? Don't look down on me, Shinigami. Don't think you're better than me just because you're my parent or you're a god of death. Unlike you, I wasn't defeated by some pale-skinned, white-haired boy who sits like a monkey playing with finger puppets. Gilth glared. You say that I have to be careful with who I kill? He takes out his personal notebook. Shinigami rules dictate that I can kill my human for whatever reason I like, such as hating the human. Rub me the wrong way again, Knight, and you'll be a dead knight. Knight's glare turned to a chuckle. We'll see about that, Gilth. He sank back into his couch and sighed. He lifted his feet off the ground and planted them on the coffee table. Why don't you go grab a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips and stuff your face full of them? I could go for some barbecue chips right about now. He sprouted his fingers and flew to the kitchen. Don't worry, I'll get out of your reddish blonde hair and take a bag of potato chips and eat him. May 3rd, 2031. With Iris. For the past few days, Iris has been checking the names and faces of every known Japanese person online for the name, Sora. Luckily, she had a filter on her computer to narrow down the search, but it was still taking a long time and it was starting to strain her Shinigami eyes. Massey materialized behind her. How do you like your eyes, Iris? 70/20 vision? Iris has noticed that she can see more clearly now. She remembers Osamu Ibata and how Knight coerced him to deal for the Shinigami eyes. What stood out to her was that Ibata had been blind, but when he traded for the eyes, his vision came back, a measurement above average, and now she was starting to see the benefits of the Shinigami eyes. Not only can she see names and lifespans floating in the air, but she can also see details more clearly, like the world was in 4K for her. I can't find anybody named Sora, Iris said, and my eyes are starting to hurt. She winces her eyes shut and rubs them. Yeah, I had that problem when I had the eyes. You get used to it after a while. Iris removed her hand from her eyes and licked her lips. If I find Sora, I'm supposed to tell Knight straight away, she reminded herself. She went back to searching for Sora. You want to know how long you have to live? Massey whispered. I thought you weren't supposed to say, Iris responded. I know, I'm just messing around. Massey reached into her pouch and pulled out a strawberry sundae in a cup. She popped the lid off and began licking out of it. We don't have much time. This Sora lass will be miffed and emotional now that she has lost both her aunt and her younger blood. If we're too dozy and reactive, then she'll get the upper hand on us. That's why you have to follow Knight's orders to the letter, find out this Sora character, and report back to him. Once we find out his name, then I'm sure he can come up with a plan. Iris searched through her computer once more. I've looked up Minato's address, and his apartment has only one bedroom and one kotsi, and it was rented to him alone. Have you checked the neighboring apartments? Course I have, and there is no one named Sora and no one with a missing lifespan. She did another search. I've looked up residents for the past 6 months, and there's nobody named Sora. Is it possible she went off the grid? Maybe. She paused to think. Then again. She gasped. The courthouse, she exclaimed. The Old Bill Station. What if the nameless Kiri was at the Old Bill at 6:40 or at the courthouse during Minato's outing? She searched up for footage of the police station and the courthouse. May 4th, 2031. With Sora. In a new building, after clearing out all of her belongings from Minato's apartment, she sat in an abandoned loft apartment with some power running throughout the building. To save power, she kept only the essential electricity turned on, like the fridge, printer, and television. For additional lighting when she needed it, she would let in light from the window when it was daytime and from the moonlight if it was bright enough. She poured herself some coffee to keep herself up. Bitter coffee with no cream or sugar would do that, especially with how bad it tasted. She put her coffee mug down next to an empty manila folder and continued writing in the death note. Ever since she retrieved the death note from the hollowed-out Bible back at Minato's storage unit, she made the deal for the Shinigami eyes. She didn't really have much to live for, considering the fact that she lost her mother, her father, her aunt, and now her little brother. She had been writing in the names non-stop ever since she became the owner and printed out photos of dozens of criminals. Sora, Muter materialized behind her. What are you doing? You've been writing names down for 3 days straight? What are you trying to do? And what's with the printed photos? He looked down at her feet and noticed a cassette player. And the tapes? Insurance, she answered. It's the final battle. Kira's had the Shinigami eyes since Minato's mask was pulled from his face, so I gotta stay one step ahead. She opens up her phone and looks up photos. It's only a matter of time before Kira kills me, and I've gotta strike back. You could always forfeit ownership back to me, he suggested. I promise not to kill you. No thank you. There's a good chance you'll just end up giving the notebook to someone else. Yeah, I would, because Kira must be stopped. Sora didn't reply. So, what's the plan now? Minato is dead, you have the Shinigami eyes, you have the power to continue, yet, you are writing the names down of criminals, saying you intend to strike back. Sora looks over her notebook pages and does a head count for every name written. There was enough room on the pages to fill 4 rows of names, but each page had only 2 rows of names, as there was a death date for each name beside it. They're not even dying by suicide, Minato pointed out. What's the point? The point is, this is the final match between Kira and Kiri, she answered. The finale, the showdown. Whoever wins will have achieved godlike status. Kira will be the god of justice while Kiri will be the god of defeating a god. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Muter chuckled. If you die, I am going to give the notebook to someone else who is anti-Kira and the cycle of Kiri will start over once again. If you lose, then you won't be a stepping stone, as your death will be in vain, as I will make sure my next successor defeats Kira. Sora glared at her Shinigami and bit her lower lip. You and I used to be supporters of Kira. The difference between us is I'm still a supporter while you turned your back on him. Muter laughed at her statement. Muter, I am a believer of Kira. Sure, he killed my brother, but ever since I was a little girl, I've looked up to Kira. She thought back to her time as a youngster. Minato and I had a similar sense of justice in terms of black and white until Dad took us to the courtroom to show us what guilty and innocent people looked like. Minato's justice was, anybody who broke the law was evil and deserved to get tossed in jail. My sense of justice was, there are good and bad people in this world, but it's nature versus nurture. Most of the criminals in the court case were brought in due to nurture, not nature. It's why I aspired to be a reporter, so I can get down to what nurtured these people into becoming good people and bad people. Minato only believed in bad people deserving to die because the criminals in his courtroom were evil due to nature, not nurture. Oh, Muter said, so Minato's been dealing with the evil people while you've been dealing with what's making people evil? Interesting. What would be your opinion on Kira B? Sora thought about this before she answered. Tough to say, but Kira is quite a complex character. Nature-wise, he is a good person. Nurture-wise, he was raised a Kira worshipper. Muter laughed again. Trust me, Kira is evil. She glanced at him. The Kira you met, Light Yagami, he was evil by nurture, not nature. I'm sure he was a good person before he picked up the Death Note. But he killed your aunt. She glared at him, remembering Muter's role in attempting to murder her aunt. You tried to kill my aunt. Before we veer of this topic, I just have to ask, if you win, then what do you stand to gain? Sora laughed. Minato wanted to humiliate and kill Kira for corrupting the minds of innocent people. Me, I'm more realistic. I want to be remembered as a superhero. Huh, you're going to have to explain. I want to be a superhero. I've always looked up to Kira as a superhero, the Kira that kills criminals, not the Kira that kills innocent people, and I thought that if I took over as Kira, I could be a better hero than he was. I want to be a nice Kira. Her laughing smile suddenly vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, that can never be. She pouted and sipped her bitter coffee. My goal of becoming a superhero is something that can no longer come true. What do you mean? Kira will stop at nothing to find me, and when he does, he'll kill me. This Kira is super smart and hard to outmaneuver. The best I can hope for is to stump him for a brief second, but he'll still find a way to kill me. Which is why I have a different goal in mind. She sips from her coffee. I want to meet Kira in person, I want to meet him and I want to talk to him. I want to understand him, see what makes him tick, why he is the way that he is, and then, if he wins, he is a god. If I win, I will be remembered as a goddess. Muter looked at her suspiciously. Remembered as a goddess? She choked on her words and put her mug of bitter coffee down. It's nothing, forget it. Sora, Muter thought, do you have a god complex? I have come up with a plan to meet Kira, talk to him in person, and then see once and for all who will achieve godlike status in this world. She begins ripping out blank pages of the Death Note. May 5th, 2031. Playground. 5 more minutes, Daichi shouted, then we really have to go. Sure, Lyko yelled back. Lyko climbed up the brick wall and did a double front flip off it. Sosuke charged up and did a wall run up the brick wall and finished with a handstand. Kamen charged forward and front flips over a large rock and rolls forward with a somersault. Daichi clung to the monkey bars above him and kicked his feet out before he let go and landed with a front flip. After that, he backed up and charged up the stairs on the playground, leaping over the railings and doing a double front flip as he landed. After 5 minutes of parkour around the children's playground, the 17-year-olds picked up their hoodies and began walking away as children began playing. Stay low and keep your head down, Daichi thought, Kira won't notice you. Just keep your name and face out of profile pictures. Daichi kept his head up and his head down with his hands in his pockets. He looked over his shoulder to make sure that Laiko, Sosuke, and Kamen were trailing behind them with their identity concealed. There was no reason to keep his head down as he and his small-time band on teenage delinquents were barely recognizable within the Yakuza syndicate known as Imperial, and even if they were, they doubt Kira would care. Kira only goes after bloodthirsty criminals, and Daichi, Laiko, Sosuke, and Kamen were far from bloodthirsty. Sure, they were a part of the Imperial Yakuza, but at the very least, they were scouts sent out to find enemy territory and never participated in any killing, nor were they witnesses to any killing. Then again, Daichi thought, Kira won't hesitate in killing innocent people, so I gotta be cautious of that. Just keep your head down and keep moving. Daichi and his small gang walked around town before they reached their destination and made it inside the abandoned loft apartment and locked themselves on the top floor. Before they could settle in, they look around and realize that the TV has been left on. What the hell? Sosuke exclaimed, who left the goddamn TV on? Lower your voice, Laiko, the sole female of the group, scolded, shut up. Why? Afraid Samara Morgan is going to pop out of the screen? No, we haven't been to the loft in 4 days, and if the TV is on, then that means someone had been using our loft. Given that the TV is still on, they could be anywhere. Kamen, the sole gunman of the group, drew his pistol and waved it around the room. Search the place, Daichi ordered. As he was the oldest at 17, he had the authority to give orders to these 16-year-olds. The 4 of them scouted the place, with Kamen searching the upper floor with Sosuke behind him while Daichi and Laiko searched the kitchen and living room. Laiko went over to the TV and checked the channel that was on. Static. Looks like our intruder couldn't find anything interesting to watch, she cracked. Laiko, did we leave any evidence about our most recent scouting behind? Daichi asked. If a rival gang broke into the loft, they'll know of Imperial's scouting. No, she answered, no, we use this place to sleep in when one of us has a falling out with our parents or for meetups. We also made a pact not to leave any evidence here. Guys! Sosuke shouted from above. Check out what me and Kamen found. The 2 of them come walking down the stairs to meet up with Daichi and Laiko in the middle of the floor. Kamen had detected no threat evident by his storing his gun away, but what they were focused on was the manila folder in Sosuke's hand. It's addressed to us, Sosuke said, reading off the names written in permanent marker on the front. Someone broke into our fucking safe place and they know our fucking names, Sosuke cursed. No return address, so it must have been hand-delivered. Open it up, Daichi ordered. Sosuke tore the top off and dumped the contents on the table beside him. What fell out were dozens of sheets of paper along with a cassette and a player for the cassette. What the fucking hell, Sosuke cursed and lifted up the cassette. Someone went 96 and left a cassette player for us. It's addressed to us, so let's listen to it, Laiko said. What if it's from the cops? Daichi asked, timid. Or a rival gang? All the more reason to hear it then. They set up the cassette player to listen. Daichi and Laiko were waiting patiently for the sound to come on by leaning on the table with their elbows, while Sosuke and Kamen, the 2 aggressive members of the group, kept a lookout for any hostiles around the loft. Hello, a warped voice sounded off. No need for any introductions on your part, I already know your names. Daichi Nagasawa, Laiko Hanada, Kamen Katajiri, and Sosuke Chiba, scouts for the Imperial Yakuza. It is because I know your names and faces that you should be afraid of me. There was silence hanging in the air before the voice sounded off again. I am Kiri. Daichi and Laiko gasped and went wide-eyed. Kamen and Sosuke side-glanced the radio with sweat running down their faces. What? Daichi's thoughts ran wild. I thought Minato Natsuki was Kiri. Then again, L did say there were 2. This is not a joke, not one fucking bit. If you don't believe me, here's a gift. 5 minutes after you open your loft door, your associate, Akino Mochizuki, will knock on your door. As if on cue, there was a knock on the door. The four delinquents gasp in terror and Cayman draws his gun. The voice suddenly went silent on the cassette player. Sosuke and Cayman ran to the door and opened it, revealing the bandana-wearing scout of Imperial, Akino Mochizuki, standing there with a blank expression on his face. "Is this some kind of fucking joke?" Sosuke yelled. "Didn't mommy and daddy tell you not to pull pranks on people, especially if one of them has a gun?" Akino took out his personal pistol and aimed it at his head. Bang! Cayman and Sosuke yelped and jumped back. Daichi stumbled and fell on his ass while Laiko covered her eyes. "And dud till commits suicide." The warped voice continued. Sosuke and Cayman dragged Akino's corpse in and shut the door. "We need to get the fuck out of here," Sosuke said. "Someone will have heard those shots popping the fuck off." "Don't you think we know that?" Laiko snapped, "But there's more on the tape. If he's already committed suicide, then you should still believe my power. Your friend, despite being a scout for Imperial, was a Kira supporter and he had to be executed. The four of you are Kira supporters, but you're still criminals and you need to die. However, I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. The pieces of papers you have in front of you are how I killed your friend. I wrote his name on a piece of paper and he died when I specified. If you don't believe me, there should be a couple of pictures I printed out of rival Yakuza members that you can kill. If you write their names down now and check tomorrow, you'll know for sure they're dead. I even wrote their real names down at the bottom of the photos so there won't be any confusion." Daichi reached into the manila folder to find 12 pictures of rival Yakuza with their names written at the bottom. "Once you have faith that I am the real Kiri, this is what I want you to do. I want you to create chaos with these killer notebook pages." Chaos, Daichi thought. What the fuck is going on? I have a plan to take down Kira, but in order to do that, I'll need a substitute and you four will fit the bill perfectly. What I want you to do is kill as many random Kira supporters as you want, just as long as you create chaos. You are free to kill rival Yakuza members, but make sure they are killed through disease or accidental death, while the Kira supporters are killed through suicide. All you have to do is write their name down, picture their face in mind as you write, then write the word suicide next to their name. "Does this bitch expect us to believe him?" asked Sosuke. "Did you not see Akino blast his brains out?" Laiko argued, "This might be the real thing. But Kiri's power comes from writing a name down on a page? If you don't follow my orders," Kiri hissed, "I will kill your families. I know about all your loved ones. Daichi, I will kill your mother and father. Laiko, I will kill all of your siblings. Cayman, I will kill your girlfriend. Sosuke, I will kill your infant child. And after I kill them, I'll kill all of you." These threats sent chills down the four teens' backs and caused them to shiver. Remember, create chaos by killing random Kira supporters through suicide and make sure to use at least one page a day starting tomorrow. That's all for now. The recording ended and the four delinquents stared at the cassette player in silence. Holy shit, Daichi thought. What did we get ourselves into? Laiko asked herself. How did he know about my girlfriend? Cayman asked. How did he know about my 6-month-old child? Sosuke asked. Daichi stuttered. Did everybody get that? Sosuke spoke up. You mean we're being blackmailed into becoming pawns for Kiri? Yeah, we heard it. They know about our family, Laiko whispered. They know about our loved ones. Shit, Sosuke cursed. How the fuck did we get ourselves into a can of worms? How could he, Cayman thought, he made death threats to my girlfriend. Shit. What are we going to do? Daichi asked. You're the leader, Laiko said. I mean, that's what you keep saying. I thought I was because I'm the oldest, but what the fuck do we do? Maybe we should go to the police? Hell no, Sosuke shouted. We're scouts for the Yakuza, and if we go there, the police will bite our asses off, or the Yakuza will do that for us for stepping inside a police station. We keep the police out of this. So, we're just killing people? Cayman asked, on Kiri's behalf? Daichi pushed his hands on the table. I can't believe it. I didn't sign up for the Yakuza for this. I'm pretty sure none of this, but hurry, Liko urged. W have to do something about Akino and we have to make a decision. What do we do? Do as Kiri asked or do we ignore it? We can't ignore it, not when Kiri knows about our families. Daichi's head went limp. I never wanted to kill anyone, but if it means saving our family and loved ones, then I say we do it. If following Kiri's lead means coming home to our families, then so be it. They grabbed the killer pages. Chapter 34, Surrender. May 13th, 2031. The Yagami household. Knight woke up early in the morning and stretched out. He followed his usual routine of getting out of bed, making coffee, some eggs on rice, taking a shower, brushing his teeth, and dressed in his casual wear. Today was Tuesday, so he had school to attend. As he finished packing up his backpack, he turned on the TV to stay up to date with the news. All Kira supporters are encouraged to take their photos off the internet. Knight was halfway done zipping up his bag when he heard that reporter's trembling voice. With his back turned to the television, he looked over his shoulder and gazed upon the screen. A reporter was standing in front of an ambulance wheeling out several corpses onto a stretcher one by one. There was a sheet over the bodies, but one of them climbed down the corpse's neck and Knight could see the corpse was dressed in a white cloak, a traditional Kira worshipper garb. His eyes widened. Kiri, he thought, Sora is making a move. The news reporter continued, moving closer to the ambulance. We're here on the scene with another massacre involving Kira worshippers. From what I gathered from previous statements, this is not another series of isolated incidents conducted by Kiri. It's been 1 week since these random isolated incidents started popping up, and every day, the death toll seems to be higher. On May 6th, it was 3 Kira worshippers at a Kira church. Today, it was 23 Kira worshippers attending a gathering, and like all previous victims of Kiri, the Kira worshippers died by suicide. Knight let go of his bag and squared up to the TV. Holy fucking shit, he cursed, Kiri is making a fucking move. Gilth materialized behind him. The massacres aren't even public, just senseless killings. It seems the nameless Kiri is straying away from the faceless Kiri's MO and going their own way. The reporter continued. It's already been 17 days since Minato Natsuki's outing as Kiri, and just as things have seemed to be calming down, things have gotten much worse. Earlier in this three-way battle between L, Kira, and Kiri, L mentioned on his broadcast that Kiri is 2 people, and with Minato Natsuki dead, his accomplice is taking over. In my personal opinion, the second Kiri is more dangerous than the first Kiri. We have with us a Kira worshipper, for obvious reasons. We won't reveal his name or face. The reporter moved on to a surviving Kira worshipper but kept his face off camera and made it look like she was talking to the thin air beside her. Kira worshipper, what happened at your gathering? She held the microphone up to the off-screen worshipper. No comment, the worshipper whispered, I'm not taking any chances. The worshipper's hand jerked the microphone further off-screen to presumably speak into it. Kira, find the person who did this and kill him. The reporter snatched the microphone back. Any Kira supporter or worshipper, we encourage you to stay indoors and to take your names and faces off all social media platforms, including but not limited to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and any other platform that may display your name and face. We encourage you to stay indoors and keep your head down. We recommend working at school from home via laptop or video chat and go out only when necessary. Your safety is much more important, and we can only pray to God that this reign of terror comes to an end soon. Knight quickly shut off the television and buried his face in his hands. Oh my God, he gasped. Senseless killings, no message for Kira, no challenge, no attempt to draw out Kira. He tore his hands from his eyes. The nameless Kiri, Sora, I have to find her and mute her, and I have to kill her immediately. He snatches his phone from his pocket and dials Iris. Iris, thank God you're alive. Knight, Iris's voice trembled, what is going on out there? There were small, isolated reports of Kiri returning, but every day of the week, the kill count increased. Did you see on the news? All those people died and it's not even noon yet. Iris, listen to me. I want you to pack all your belongings and get over to my home. No matter what you do, keep your face concealed and double-check to make sure that no one is following you." "Knight," Iris cried, "it's the second Kiri." "It is. With Minato dead, it can only be the second Kiri." Iris, Knight thought, while genuinely scared, is pretending not to be Kira on the phone and choosing her words carefully as phones can be tapped. "The second Kiri is more dangerous than the first, which is why until this is over, I'm requesting you drop everything and stay with me." "Knight, I'm scared." "Are you genuinely scared or putting on a facade? Your fear may be real, but to be crying over the phone, is it real or an act?" "Iris, now!" He hung up before she could respond and shoved the phone in his back pocket. "Damn it!" Knight slams his fist on the coffee table. "It's all out war. Kira versus Kiri, but this is bigger than anything I've seen before. Not even Break, Roach, or Maroon would go this far, even with the Death Note. And it seems that Minato was keeping Sora on a tight leash, and with him gone, a mad dog is running the streets and killing everything in its path." Gilth grunted. "And you know the worst part, even if you find out Sora's name, you're still unable to kill her, as neuter is still a threat." "Son of a bitch, I already know that. And I still haven't come up with a plan on how to kill either of them." He takes a deep breath and sinks down into his couch after knocking his backpack out the way. "I can't hold anything back now, a conflict this big, I can't afford to hold anything back anymore." He glared at Gilth. "It's time to take off the gloves." He took out his phone and dialed up another number. "Chief Kudo." Knight exhaled with relief when he heard the chief's voice. "Chief Kudo, Knight Yagami here." He slowly rose to his feet and stiffened his back. "There is no arguing in this anymore. I want in. I want all in on the Kiri investigation. Knight, after everything that's been going on, you should keep your head down. With all due respect, Chief Kudo, this doesn't just involve me, this involves thousands of innocent people. If Kiri is killing Procura on a daily and upping the kill count exponentially, then I must join the task force." He started pacing around the room. "Kiri is pure evil for committing mass murder on this grand scale, ruthless, and more frightening than Kira, and I won't sit back while my fellow worshippers are being slaughtered left and right and I'm at home, isolating myself like some lowlife during the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to do everything in my power to bring Kiri to justice, and if you refuse, I will solve this investigation on my own." He stops pacing. "As my grandfather said, I will not sit back and let evil triumph." His hair and eyes turned a dark red color. "I will see to it that Kiri is sentenced to death. Listen, Knight Dash. I will be conducting my own investigation and I will meet up with you ASAP. Knight Dash." He hung up. "You like hanging up on people," Gilth chuckled. "I wonder how many times they call you back." "No time for jokes, we gotta get ready for when Iris and Massey get here." He looked at his fallen backpack on the floor. "Looks like I get to stay home from college for a few days. But no time to procrastinate." He ran upstairs to retrieve his death notes. When he was halfway down the steps, Knight got a call from his phone. It was from Iris. "What's up?" "I'm almost there. Can you unlock the door for me?" "Sure." He hangs up and unlocks the front door when the doorbell on the front gate rang. Knight opened the door for her like a gentleman when she knocked and let her in, but there wasn't any time to dwell on his chivalrous act. He double-checked to make sure she wasn't being followed before he locked the door and chained it up. Iris had come charging in wearing a face mask similar to the skin-colored one she made for the visit to the Saitama Sports Arena, but it wasn't colored and left in its blank black color. Once Knight shut all blinds to the windows and made the all-clear, Iris removed her mask and sighed, her face as red as her infamous blushing face, but her red face was the result of running on foot from her apartment to his. "I triple-checked to make sure that I wasn't being followed," Iris panted. "The coast is clear. I also had Massey do a sweep of the area and there was no one suspicious with 100 yards. "That's good, Iris," Knight said. "We can't afford to talk about triple-checking and aerial views, we have planning to do." "I couldn't agree more." Knight sat down on the couch and patted the empty seat beside him. "Sit with me, he ordered like a superior, "Promise I won't bite." Iris's blush was hidden from her energy-drained red face but did not hesitate in accepting his offer. Knight crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his companion sternly. "Well?" Iris immediately knew what he was asking. "I found a match, Sora Hajime." The name sounded familiar until it clicked in his brain. "I know her, she was the reporter at the Saitama massacre. She was the one who interviewed me as Kisho Asahi." He sneers. I can't believe that I had already come into contact with the nameless Kiri. Her real name is Sora Takada. Born May 26, 2000, attended a journalism school and won a few prizes for a role as an investigative journalist before he went into the news. She was also there at the police station at 6:40 and she left only after Minato left, and he was there at the courthouse after Minato was killed. Surveillance footage confirmed it. The older sibling of Minato Takada. He looks at her. "You didn't kill her, did you?" She shook her head. "Good, because we need her in order to kill Muter. You told me, but you also told me that there is a strong possibility that Muter won't sacrifice himself for her. I have Misa's memories and I know how to kill a Shinigami. I also doubt the way you killed Grudge and Break will work again on Sora and Muter." "I know." He interlocks his fingers and leans forward, head going limp and elbows resting on his knees. "I've been thinking of a plan non-stop for the past week and I've come up with a few ideas, but executing them is going to be the real problem. I have come up with one plan, but it is going to be extremely difficult to pull off." "What is it?" She put a hand on his shoulder. "I may be smart, but strategizing is your specialty. If you told me your plan, then maybe I can help you pull it off." He looked at her with a glare, studying her intently. "What?" He narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. "I don't think she'll be able to pull this off." He looks at Gilth and Massey. "But they might." "Gilth, Massey," he called out, "how about a little revenge on your reincarnated friend, Terrorism?" Both Shinigami tilt their heads. "What do you mean?" Gilth asked. "I don't care, as long as I get to kill him," Massey exclaimed. "This is my plan," Knight began. "We're going to kill two birds with one stone. We are going to get Muter to kill Sora." "What do you mean?" Gilth asked. "You mean trick him into writing Sora's real name down?" "No, we're going to trick Muter into killing Sora without the death note." Gilth gasped. "That's right, the rules." Knight nodded. "Exactly." Knight reached for his original notebook and read over a few rules that had been scratched out. There are laws in the world of gods of death. If a god of death should break the law, there are 9 levels of severity starting at level 8 and going up to level 1 plus the extreme level. For severity levels above 3, the god of death will be killed after being punished. For example, killing a human without using the death note is considered as the extreme level. So we trick Muter into killing Sora without the death note. He'll kill Sora and then Muter will be punished and executed. "Wow," Massey cheered, "that's so smart." Knight looked at Gilth and Massey with a serious expression. "This means this is a fight between Shinigami. Sora would never kill me without the death note, and the same goes for Muter as well. This means that killing Muter will depend on all 4 of us." "But how will we pull it off?" Massey asked. Knight contemplated before he spoke. "We kidnap Sora and wrap her in a body bag. After that, Dad, you get into a brawl with Muter, and when you're fighting, pretend to drop your hammer on accident and allow Muter to pick it up. Once that happens, lead him swinging and bashing your way, and just when he's about to strike, move out the way so he'll cave Sora's head in with the hammer." Iris cringed. "That's so brutal, Knight." She nervously twirled her hair around her finger. "But does it have to be this way?" Knight looked at her. "We've already established that Muter will not risk his life to save Sora." He paused. "I also came up with a theory that if Sora were to die, then he would make me the owner of Sora's death note, which would allow him to kill me with ease as he would be attached to me." Iris gasped and looked at the floor. "Sora's head is going to cave in? This is the only way." The police station. With the chaos riding downtown over fear and panic, the war between the Kira worshippers and Kiri riders had been all but vanquished. With the new fear of any and all Kira worshippers being targeted, the Kiri riders decided to no longer throw Molotov cocktails or vandalize Kira gatherings, most likely because they thought that Kiri will wipe out all worshippers for them. The worshippers had gone quiet and stayed out of sight and out of mind. At the police station, it was no longer a case that involved the Kira task force, it involved everyone. Day in and day out there were calls from concerned citizens about the deaths, complaining, crying, but there was only so much the police could do against their ESP foe. But in the Kira task force room, Kudo and his 3 companions were trying to do something. "I want our text to censor all Kira supporters on the internet who are high profile," Kudo said. "I'm talking about news reporters, lawyers, judges." Height and Yamane were listening and nodding while Soma was looking at the ground behind them. "I can't believe that the first Kiri was a Kira supporter," he thought. "You would think that he's someone openly antagonistic against Kira, but..." "With all due respect, Chief," Yamane began, "it is impossible to censor everything on the internet, and we already know that Kiri can designate the time of deaths for his victims, so it's possible they are due to die on a certain day." Kudo snapped, "I don't care." He signed pensively before he addressed the 2 officers before him. "Also, Height, Yamane, I want you 2 to provide protective detail on Murasaki, Minori, and Light Yagami as well." Height said, "They played an active role in bringing down Minato Natsuki, so it would make sense to target them." Soma remembered something. "But the death note can't kill pregnant women." Kudo nodded. "True, but Kiri is aware of that, so that's why he threatened her husband and son when they first used Miss Kagami. I want protective detail on all 3 of them." "Why can't I be in charge of that, sir?" Kudo sighed. "No offense, Soma, but Height and Yamane have more experience in leading a squadron of officers than you do." Soma rubbed the back of his head. "I promise to prove myself, Chief." Before they could say anything more, a young female officer walked in with a young woman with brown bangs behind her. "Chief Kudo, this woman says she has something important to tell the people leading the Kiri investigation." "Let her in," Kudo ordered. The officer moved out the way and shut the door once the woman was inside. Soma eyed the woman from head to toe before his brain clicked on why this woman was so familiar. "Hey, I know her, she's an investigative journalist. Sora Hajime." Sora smiled at the officer's recognition. Kudo kept a straight face. "Miss Hajime, if you don't mind, we're very busy, but do you have something to help in the Kiri investigation?" Sora nodded vigorously. I do. Her smile only grew wider. "I have only one thing to say." "Let's hear it." Sora let out a soft chuckle and slowly raised her hands above her head. "I, Sora Hajime. The second Kiri. Surrender." May 16, 2031. It had been 3 days since Sora Hajime's surrender as Kiri. As far as the public knew, Sora Hajime went to the police station as a voluntary witness in the Kiri investigation. Even with her incarceration, the killings had continued even when she had no access to any information. After being processed, she was put in jail behind bars with a blindfold on and deep underground, watched 24/7 by a camera in her cell covering every angle. Although the killings continued on, even after put behind bars. The fact that Murasaki and Light Yagami could both see the same Kiri Shinigami standing beside her confirmed her statement that she was indeed the second Kiri. It wasn't like Tashi, who was remaining silent in the presence of the Shinigami, but Sora and the Shinigami were communicating with each other, and neither would leave for various periods to fly off into the city before flying back, where he would spill information about the outside world. They even pulled the same trick they used on Tashi, driving 10 miles away. The only difference is that this Shinigami followed her all the way, not making any stops or turns, confirming that she was indeed the second Kiri. No time for further confirmation, it was time to interrogate. Height and Yamane took her into the dimly lit interrogation room, cuffed her to a handhold in the middle of the table with a lamp, and blindfolded her. As a precaution, they wore balaclavas that covered their face with the exception of their eyes. Sora didn't need eyes to know that they were swarming her like a pack of wolves, but she could feel the heat of the lamping shining on her smooth skin. "What is your game, Sora Hajime?" Heiei demanded aggressively. "It's been 3 days since you surrendered and the killings have continued." Sora feigned shock by gasping. "I said I surrender. I didn't say I will stop the killings." "Then what's the point?" She felt his hand grip the back of her shoulder hard enough to leave a barely noticeable mark under her shirt, and it made her laugh. "It's Kira. I want to talk to Kira." Heiei tightened his grip. "Not going to happen. Tell us where the notebook is." "When we frisked you, we didn't find any notebooks or scraps of paper. We did the same on Aratashi, and we thought it was odd until he remembered Kiri is 2 people, not 1. Since you're the second Kiri and your partner is dead, you should have it in your possession." "Ah, you know about the death note. You know how I can designate times of death?" Heiei gripped the collar of her shirt. "How many names have you written down?" Yamane, sitting in the chair opposite of Sora, grabbed Heiei's hand. "Heiei, stay calm." He calmly pulled Heiei's hand away before interlocking his fingers on the table. "Sora, please talk to us." "What do you mean when you say you want to talk to Kira?" "I mean it literally," she nearly snapped. "If you can bring me Kira, then I'll stop the killings." "How are we supposed to contact Kira?" She shrugged. "Not my problem. Bring me Kira so we can chit-chat like old friends. You want the killings to stop. This is my one and only request, and it's non-negotiable." Heiei growled. "You're not going to talk to Kira." Sra shrugged with one shoulder. "Then I guess you want the killings to continue." Heiei knocked the lamp off the table and the light bounced around the room before settling. "You are worse than the first Kiri." He remembered something. "Speaking of which, what is your relationship to Minato Natsuki?" Sora's smile dropped from her face, and before she could realign it, Heiei was already talking whilst picking up the fallen lamp and setting it back in its original place. "Why go silent all of a sudden? Is he your boyfriend? Your lover? A relative?" Yamane raised a hand to silence Heiei. "Miss Hajime, why do you want to meet Kira?" "That's my business," she growled. Heiei slammed his hands on the table. "And when innocent people are involved, then it becomes our business." Sora bared her teeth. "I just want to talk to Kira. If you can comply with my requests, then I'll stop the killings. You have my word." "And what about the death note?" "I'll see to it that it is burnt." "How can we trust you?" Sora took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, going over her thoughts to make sure she makes it clear what she wants. "I want to meet Kira," she thought. "That's all I want. I just want to meet my hero. I have no cards left to play," she exhaled calmly. "Kira is smarter than me, smarter than every person in this room combined, and I just want to meet him. I want to talk to him. My one and only request. I want to meet him in the flesh, and when I meet him, I'll ask him a question only the real Kira would know. I have nothing more to say. Let me talk to Kira and I'll lay down all my aces. Please, this is all I want." She hated how she had to say please. Yamane and Heiei looked at each other, deciding that they'd had enough for leaving the room. 1 hour later. Knight Yagami walked through the police station with nothing but a balaclava around his face. Considering that he has a valid excuse to hide his face, he believed it was no longer necessary to wear the skin-colored face mask that Iris made. Speaking of which, she was also in tow with him, wearing the same mask from earlier. He found the door leading to the observation room with the one-way mirror. When he opened it, he saw Kudo and Soma standing at the one-way mirror with Heiei and Yamane standing in the corner of the room with Murasaki and Minori behind them, their son, Rei, sitting on his father's lap. Knight looked down at Murasaki's stomach and noticed that she was beginning to show more. From what I gathered, he thought, Murasaki and Minori were questioned in their roles in Minato's death. Murasaki and Minori got off based on the premise that Kira blackmailed them into helping them attack Minato and were let off without any charges. I also heard that they were interrogated rather ruthlessly about where they got the paper from the death note. Minori insisted an anonymous source provided the paper to them, and the police concluded that the anonymous source was Kira, so they got off without any consequence as far as I can tell. Good, they're still of use to me. Knight closed the door after Iris came through, and he walked up to meet Kudo and Soma and stared at the suspect through the glass. What's going on, Chief Kudo? He asked after pulling down her mask. That woman in the interrogation room, Kudo began, is the second Kiri. Knight double-checked the interrogation glass and realized that his suspicions were correct. Sora Hajime was the second Kiri, and she was in the interrogation room with a blindfold on and hands cuffed to the bar in the center of the table. He does a side glance to the now unmasked Iris and smirks at her. With Iris's eye power seeing no lifespan above Sora Hajime's head, I can confirm that she is the nameless Kiri, and this isn't another Heir Tatashi trick. He looked back and saw the figure behind Sora. And there is Muter. Muter was looking at the one-way glass as if he could see through and stared absent-mindedly. Were you able to confirm? He asked. Murasaki and Minori confirmed, Kudo answered. We even drove out 10 miles as we did with Tashi, and the Shinigami followed him the entire way. The public, they don't know. As far as they are concerned, Sora Hajime is a voluntary witness and helper. Huh, he nodded. How did you catch her? She showed up here a few days ago, claiming to be Kiri, revealed the way as to how she killed, and said she surrendered. But the killings are still happening. She says she'll stop if we meet her demands. What would her demands be? She's insisting on speaking to Kira and Kira alone. Knight widened his eyes. Interesting. He subconsciously crossed his arm over his chest and his fingers slightly squeezed on his sleeve. But, we know how Kira and Kiri kill. There's no way she's committing the killings herself. She could have designated the times of death. No, if she did that and her goal was to meet and talk to the real Kira, then it would mean she's breaking her promise. If she came in here, surrendering, then it must mean she has a plan. Someone is killing these people, and the way I see it, she designated the times of death, which I find to be unlikely, or she has an accomplice. He uncrosses his arms from his chest. Is there any possible way for us to contact Kira? Kudo shook his head. I figured. She's too dangerous to be let out in public, and I highly doubt Kira will make himself public. We have to do something. Her one and only goal is to meet Kira, and the only way she'll end this cycle of chaos is if we bring Kira to her. We could set up a radio dash. She wants to meet Kira in the flesh, meaning she wants him here physically talking to her. And she's going to ask a question only Kira would know. Damn it. Knight mentally yelled at himself. What are you going to do, Knight? Even if I wanted to kill her, I can't, as no one outside the police station knows about Sora being the second Kiri. I still have to take out Muter. I could have Gilth and Massey fight Muter in there, but there's a flaw with that plan, Murasaki and Minori. They both touched a piece from Muter's notebook so they can see him, and if they see Gilth and Massey fighting Muter right after I follow them here, not only that, but we need Sora alive in order to find her death note and the identities of her accomplices. Knight looks over his shoulder to make sure that Gil and Massey were out of sight and out of mind. Shit, how am I going to talk to Sora without the police knowing I'm Kira? Knight? He looked at Chief Kudo. I think I have an idea. It's risky, and I understand if you don't want to do it. Knight stared at him in the eyes. What if you pose as Kira? Knight's eyes widened. Holy hell, all this time I've been trying to think of a plan to talk to Sora, and here Kudo is, handing her to me like a Christmas present. Why me? Out of all of us, you know the most about the Death Note. Knight sweated nervously. You said that genre from the break investigation told you all she knew about the Death Note, so you should hopefully be able to answer her question. You are my hero, Chief Kudo. I understand if you don't dash. No! Knight snapped. I'm going to go through with it. The others looked at him with different expressions on their face. Knight grabbed his balaclava to make sure it was still around his neck and looked at Kudo in the eyes. This is a good plan, Kudo. It's risky, but I understand. Out of all of us, my knowledge exceeds all of you, so I should pose as Kira. Kudo looked down at the floor as if he was guilty of something. I wish I could have come up with something sooner, but dash. No, you are the chief of police, it is your job to make sure evil does not triumph. All of us in this room are here because we are ready to risk our lives to bring down Kiri. Knight pulled the balaclava back up to his face. Ha ha ha, Sora Hajime, you wanted to talk to Kira in the flesh, here I come. Knight walked to the door to leave. As he put his hand on the doorknob, Iris put a hand on his shoulder. She leaned in and whispered, "Don't die." Knight side-eyes her. He grabs the hand on his shoulder, lowers his balaclava down to his chin, and bestows a kiss on the back of her palm. "Anything for you, Ice." Iris blushed but didn't look away and stared at Knight in the eyes. Knight took his arm back and pulled the balaclava up again. Every step he made to the neighboring door echoed throughout the hallways. He could feel the weight of his steps against the tiles, and every step made a faint sound that resembled the sound of his heartbeat. He opened the door and stood in the doorway, staring at his fated opponent in the dimly lit room. Sora lifts her gaze up from the middle of the table to the eyes of Knight Yagami, half her face illuminated by the lamp. Knight stared at her, his eyes a dark red color. He steps through in one fluid motion and slammed the door behind him. He didn't walk to the empty chair in the middle of the room, he took one big step and yanked it out before sinking in it. He puts his elbows on the table and interlocked his fingers. "Kiri?" Knight whispered, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kira. In the death note, you cannot set the death date longer than the victim's original lifespan. Even if the victim's death is set in the death note beyond her original lifespan, the victim will die before the set time." Chapter 35, Showdown. May 16, 2031 Interrogation Room. Sora narrowed her eyes. Are you the real Kira?" Knight nodded. "Of course I am." She tilted her head. "Take off your mask. Aren't you going to ask me a question only Kira would know?" "Take off your mask," she hissed. "Or I'll have my Shinigami rip it off and kill you with his death note." Knight kept a calm composure and he lifted his hand up and removed the balaclava from his face. "You wanted to see my face? She has the eyes," he thought, "and she can see my absent lifespan." Sora's eyes trailed to the top of his head and saw the floating name. Knight Yagami. No visible lifespan. Yagami, she thought, Knight. Yagami. Her hair and eyes turned purple. Light Yagami, the original Kira. Misa Main, the second Kira. She glared at him. He's the real Kira. Knight Yagami, she shouted aloud for the people in the observation room to hear, your real name is Knight Yagami. Knight's eyes widened, mostly for show rather than actual shock. In the observation room, Kudo and Soma put their hands on the glass. Holy shit, Soma cursed, she knows his real name. Let's get Knight out of there, Kudo ordered. Turn off all audio and all forms of surveillance to our conversation, Sora shouted at the one-way glass. If you don't comply, I will murder Knight Yagami. I'll tell my Shinigami to write his name down and commit suicide. Turn off all surveillance right now. If my Shinigami is suspicious for any reason, then Yagami is a goner. Holy crap, Soma gasped. What are we going to do, Chief? Kudo looked at the ground in shame. We have no choice. The officers turned off all surveillance into the interrogation room and waited patiently for Sora to start talking. Since they could no longer hear the conversation, they were going to settle with watching their lips move, but Knight moved his hand over to the lamp and turned the dim light to a dimmer light setting. The room was pitch black from the observation room, but there was enough light on the lamp to illuminate the faces of Knight and Sora. Sora interlocked her fingers, uncomfortable over the bars she was handcuffed to. Good, we can finally talk without any restraint. Knight nodded. Sora Hajime, Sora Takata, I am the real Kira. He watched her expressionless reaction after his eyes adjusted. I'm sure you can see my name floating above my head. I'm sure you can see I have no visible lifespan. He looked over at Muter. Nice to meet you, Shinigami reincarnation of Terrorism. Muter sneered at him. Son of scum. At least I didn't stab myself with a pen and kill myself. Muter nearly lunged but remembered how he's not allowed to put his hands on a human. Sora's glare slowly vanished from her face and was replaced with a soft smile from the two's bickering. I knew you were Kira the second I discovered your surname was Yagami, she chuckled. History repeats itself. Death Note, next generation. But let's not dwell on that. What do you want to talk to me, niece of Kiyomi Takada? Son of Light Yagami and Misa main, copycat Kira. She countered before her smile widened. It is such a pleasure to meet you, even if you are a successor to the original. Ever since I was young, I've always looked up to you. I don't understand you. I killed your younger brother and you still wish to speak to me like an idol? I am sad about Minato and Auntie Kiyomi, but I'm not going to dwell. I just wanted to meet you, to understand you. I want to know why you are the way that you are. She's just like Mom when she wanted to meet Dad, he thought. Why? My brother believed that people are inherently evil while I believe that people are made evil. I just want to know you. And if I talk to you, what do I get out of this experience? The status of a god. She let that sentence linger. I'm aware I can't outsmart you, so I came up with a plan where it's win-win. Knight rolled his eyes. Sure you did, but I shouldn't take any chances. All right, chat away. Sora got right into her cue while he waited for the A. Were you born evil or made evil? Knight glares at her, using all the willpower within him to not reach out and strangle her to death. I'm not evil. She replayed that answer in her head. Were you born this way? I wasn't born this way, but I believed it was my destiny. My parents were the first and second Kira, and they chose me to take over when I came of age. My ruthlessness, that is something I inherited over the years from the environment around me, but I believe I would have turned out like this regardless. She tilted her head with a smile. Where do you get off on killing innocent people, killer? Knight chuckled humorlessly. I could ask the same about you, executioner? I believe in Kira's brand of justice. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to become justice. When my brother learned the truth about our aunt, he broke down, saying that people who believe in Kira are borderline evil. I was only following Minato's MO out of family loyalty. I was on the fence about it and felt uncomfortable killing innocent people. Then why the chaos right now? I was desperate. I wanted to meet you. I wanted to meet my idol. Knight shook his head disapprovingly. You are messed up in the head. At least the second Kira didn't absent-mindedly kill innocent people. The cops in front of Sakura TV, yeah, but only if they interfered. She shrugged with one shoulder. Looks like I'm no different than your mother. This doesn't excuse you, Sora. You killed people who believed in me. Even if you were doing so out of family loyalty, that doesn't excuse anything. I will make you face justice for this. I wanted to be a superhero, Kira. I wanted to be a superhero like you because I believed in your brand of justice. I told myself that if Minato killed you, then I could take over as Kira, except I would be a nice Kira. He laughed. Sorry, but Kira was never meant to be nice. No matter how you look at it, Kira is, and always will be, a necessary evil. I understand that. I also understand that becoming a superhero is no longer an option. Knight looked at her with a confused brow. What are you talking about? She sighed pensively. I wrote my name in the notebook. I wrote that I would die in the not-too-distant future. You can control a victim for 23 days, but you can choose any date of death for any victim, as long as you're not controlling him or his death date is before the end of their lifespan. Because I wrote my name in the notebook, I can't be killed by other notebook. Knight's eyes widened. Is she really crazy enough to write her own name in the notebook and kill herself? If it's true, then getting Neuter to kill her is going to be increasingly difficult. My only hope is if she is lying. And as per our contract, I will end the killings. She suddenly stiffened, her eyes going wide and staring off into space. That look on her face, Knight thought, holy hell, what the hell is she thinking? Sora made a fist with both hands, and her wide-eye gaze into space slowly turned into a glare, with her eyes and hair turning a purple color. I can't believe how easy it was to figure out Kira's identity, she cheered inside her mind. All I had to do was request a meeting. Take away a child's toy and they'll do anything to get it back. Now that I've figured out Kira's identity, I can now begin step 2 of the plan. On second thought, while you are my hero, I can't forgive you for killing Minato. Knight stared at her. Does that mean dash? You thought it was going to be this easy? She broke down. Where has your head been? You thought that I was just going to roll over and let you walk over me? You're lowering my opinion on you, Kira-sama. Was this all a ruse? Of fucking course. She hit her hand against the bar twice, creating 2 loud thuds that echoed off the walls. Muter nodded and sprouted his wings before disappearing into the wall behind. Knight watched him disappear. The whole idea was to figure out your identity. How are you going to kill me if you don't have any pages of the Death Note on you? I'm not going to kill you, I'm going to dismantle your reputation. That was always Minato's goal. But I thought you said dash. I did want to meet you, but I wanted to play one last game with you, as retribution for the suicidal killing of my obeisant and younger brother. Here's the game. Right now, my Shinigami is flying off to meet with my accomplices and he will stay with them until May 26th. You have until May 26th at 11:59 p.m. to find my accomplices and retrieve the pages of the Death Note. Fail to find them in time, then Muter will reveal your identity to them in an indirect way and they will be instructed to make Kira's real name public. Your godlike reputation will be torn down and you'll be remembered as nothing more than a mass murderer. She laughed maniacally. If you win and find them in time, I'll tell you the location of my Death Note for free. Here's your first hint as to who my accomplices are, Kira-sama. They are a 4-man group as part of the Yakuza. Knight rose to his feet and slammed his fists on the table. You fucking bitch, there are at least 24 Yakuza in the Kanto region. And I made a few tweaks. I wrote the names of every known Yakuza in the Kanto region in my Death Note and designated their time of death for May 28th. This means that you won't be able to kill any Yakuza with the Death Note until then. She laughed again. You have 10 days, Kira-sama, don't waste any time. May 20th, 2031. After that chit-chat with Sora in the interrogation room, she had been taken back to jail and has been kept there since. Muter was spotted anywhere near her by Murasaki or Minori and the conversation evaded surveillance as planned and Knight told the police everything with the exception of stuff that might reveal that he is Kira. Instead of telling them what will actually happen unless he meets the 10-day deadline, he told his police companions that the killings will start at 100 people every day from May 26th. Knight worked at home and shifted all focus on figuring out who the 4-man group of Yakuza were in possession of the Death Note. Since the conversation Massey recorded confirmed that Kiri was in possession of 1 notebook instead of 2 and given that Sora was still the owner of the Death Note as confirmed by Iris, he knew that this 4-man group was nothing more than borrowers and thus, their lifespan wouldn't be absent. So he had to put his thinking cap on. When Iris arrived, that was when he got to Detective Ing. Gilth and Massey silently watched. He searched up all 12 active Yakuza groups in the Kanto region and wrote their titles down on a piece of paper. He pulled up all known members of the Yakuza and he had Iris write down the names of one of them. After 40 seconds, his name and lifespan remained, confirming Sora's statement that the Yakuza members were immune to the Death Note and already designated to die later in the future. So, Iris began, how are we going to find this 4-man group of borrowers? I'm thinking, he nearly snapped. There are 12 Yakuza groups in the Kanto region and they all have at least 50 members each. The biggest Yakuza group, the Samurai, has 100 members, and the smallest, Sama, has 50 members exactly. You'll figure something out. He glared at her as if she offended him. What makes you think I'm going to do all the work? While I do have a specialty in detective work, you have a better specialty in profiling people and narrowing the group of suspects. Iris nodded hesitantly. True. If you want dash. It's not about what I want, it's about what you're going to do. His tone gave off a sinister vibe that sent chills down her spine. She nodded silently and got to work. Hours passed, the sun went down, and the moon came up by the time Knight had stacked the coffee table with documents of his investigation. Okay, he said as he straightened his back and looked over the material. I think I've figured it out. Iris kicked her shoes off and put her feet up to her chest. I'm sure you're aware of this by now, but Shinigami can't go any farther than 14 kilometers from their owner. Sora knew that she would be incarcerated in the Japanese police station and knew that Muter would have to maintain constant contact with the borrowers, so I believe she chose a group that is headquartered within 14 kilometers of the police station. He pulled out a map of the Kanto region. The police station was highlighted in yellow and he drew a small circle with a red marker around the police station. 14 kilometers roughly translates as 8 or 9 miles, and everything within this red circle are within 8 or 9 miles away from the police station. He paused. There are only 4 Yakuza groups headquartered within 9 miles from the police station. The Sama, the Disciples, the Seppuku, and the Imperial. He searched the coffee table for the manila folders he gathered and opened them, for papers piled on top of each other with photos of the Yakuza insignia printed at the top. How do we know those 4 crime syndicates aren't in cahoots and the borrowers are an individual from each Yakuza? Iris asked. That's what I thought until I did some digging. He dropped the manila folder and held up a photo of a Yakuza member dead from a car accident. While everybody was focusing on the worshippers dying, I noticed a small and thin thread of Yakuza members dropping like flies. He showed Iris the picture of the dead Yakuza. This man, a recent rookie in the Disciples Yakuza, died in a car accident, an accidental death, on May 7th. Iris nearly vomited at the sight of the corpse. He drops the photo to pick up another one. This Yakuza member was clutching his chest. This Seppuku Yakuza member died on May 8th of ARCV5, also known as arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy type 5. It's a heart disease he was diagnosed with. He picked a photo of a Yakuza member lying dead in a chair with a bottle of pills in his hand, foam at the mouth. This depressed Sama Yakuza member overdosed on pain medication on May 9th. He dropped the photo and showed her another and then another and one final photo. Do you know what the connection is? Iris looked over the photos hesitantly before coming up with an answer after careful consideration. They were small time. And how would you know that? There's no name for any of them. Knight clicks his tongue and smiles. Exactly. These guys are nobodies. They don't have a name or face in the criminal database because they haven't made a name for themselves. All the Yakuza members that can't be killed or people who are so notorious that they have their own Wikipedia page. So, she began, you're saying that there is no way Sora could have known about these Yakuza members because their names and faces are public but the borrowers do? Right again. He picked up the manila folder with the 4 Yakuza members within the area and reached for the bottom page and showed it to her. Do you know what Yakuza this is, based on the photograph of the symbol? The insignia was a bloody handprint. The Imperial, they're the only one without a confirmed dead member from the borrowers. Someone give this girl a cookie, that's 3 for 3. Iris blushed at Knight's confidence but didn't avert her eyes. You believe that the borrowers are someone within the Imperial Yakuza? He nodded. They are the only syndicate to not suffer deaths from disease, accidental death, or suicide. He turned back to his computer and searched up the Imperial Yakuza. Having access to the entire Japanese police database, information about criminals who aren't publicly known about being part of the Imperial Yakuza became presented to them. You have access to all this information? Iris asked. I do. He pulled a list of all Imperial Yakuza members. He sighed and rubbed his chin. Although, there is something I do wonder, how did Sora find this 4-man group to borrow pages of the Death Note? She used to be an investigative journalist, so it's possible she found a lead or she broke into a Yakuza-owned building. Either way, the borrowers aren't leaders. He looked at her. How do you know? If they were bosses or higher-ups, they would have used the pages of the notebook on their completion, regardless of their rivals' ranks, but these victims you showed me, so far, they are complete nobodies. Why would a leader focus on foot soldiers when he can take out the higher-ups? So the borrowers are also a couple of nobodies who are trying to play it safe. He narrowed down the list to people who had been recruited into the Yakuza within the last month. There were only 8 suspects and all of them were teenagers. Who are these people? He asked. Use your eyes. She grabbed the computer and pulled up the pictures of the 8 teenagers, focusing on the group on the left. Her eyes glowed red. A 17-year-old boy with short brown hair with bangs over his left eye and stubby facial hair growing. Daichi Naisawa, 6739-1256. A 16-year-old girl with short black hair that came down to her chin with parted bangs. Laiko Hanada, 6362-8966. A 16-year-old boy with long brown hair with bangs dyed blonde. Kamen Katajiri, 4325-1328. Last but not least, a 16-year-old boy with bushy curly hair that resembled a messy bedhead. Sosuke Chiba, 3888-9549. May 26, 2031. 11:10 p.m. On the eve of the night, where nobody was up, Daichi, Laiko, Kamen, and Sosuke marched aimlessly down the street back to the loft. They looked uneasily at the Shinigami floating behind them, stalking them like a ghost. Ever since May 16th, this Shinigami has been following them relentlessly for the past 10 days, Daichi mostly because he was the leader. Even though they were aware that nobody but them could see this skeletal beast, they felt exposed, almost like they were naked in the snow, and that wasn't something they wanted, which is why they didn't draw attention to themselves, even if they were the only ones out this time of night. Just a few more blocks until they were at the loft where they would get in their daily kill of Kira worshippers before they would make the identity of Kira public. The Shinigami said that he will reveal the identity of Kira, but only when Kira misses the deadline to find them. Knowing that the world's most dangerous mass murderer was hunting them put a lump in their throats that was so big they could practically choke. Laiko jogged to catch up to Daichi. Nervous? She patted him on the shoulder. Hell yes, I'm nervous, he nearly snapped. Who wouldn't be? I'm more curious as to how you can stay calm in a fucking situation like this, biatch, Sosuke whisper shouted. When you live with a dad who has a vicious hair-trigger temper, you learn to stay calm in situations like this, she answered. Daichi looked at his watch. In less than an hour, our task will be done. We'll finally be free to go home. Yeah, Laiko agreed. How interesting is it to actually work with Kiri to bring down the world's deadliest serial killer? I didn't sign up for this, Daichi said. The only reason I became part of the Yakuza was so I could stand out. I was an outsider growing up, and the Imperial Yakuza was the first and only group to ever accept me and give me a chance. Laiko shrugged. We all got issues. I joined the Yakuza because they pay enough money for me to help my family's financial situation. Sosuke and Kamen both went to the same school and they got kicked out for violence. Misunderstanding, Sosuke clarified. I was kicked out for fighting in self-defense. It was bound to happen because I've been holding back my rage for so many years, and they deserved it for insulting my 6-month-old son. Kamen shrugged absent-mindedly. My girlfriend is part of the Yakuza and I joined to support her. And have you guys considered that if we're not careful then Kira will kill us? Daichi exclaimed. As soon as our mission is done, we're burning everything that links us to Kira and Kiri, and that'll be the end of this chapter. The apartment loft was within sight, only a block away. They stayed silent the rest of the way and started jogging and slowed their pace as they were coming up to the door. They stopped dead in their tracks when a heavy flashlight beam shined on them and nearly blinded them. It's them, a woman shouted at the top of her lungs behind a police cruiser. I can see the Shinigami following them, they are Kiri's accomplices. The 4 teens gasped and widened their eyes, even with the light shining on them. Freeze, an officer shouted, cocking his gun loudly to show he meant business. Get down on the goddamn ground, you fuckers. Kamen reached for his gun. Laiko grabbed his hand. No, if we shoot then it's just going to be much worse. Muter was slightly blinded by the light and held a hand up. He looked through the crowd of police cruisers. All of them were wearing tinted helmets with the exception of one. And he recognized her. Murasaki Kagami, she's the one who could see me. He glares. Choosing her to pass on Kiri's message to Kira was a big mistake. Daichi does a 180 and dashes off into the alleyway between the loft and another building. The others follow. The police officers give chase. Be careful of them, another officer shouted. They have Kira and Kiri's power and should be considered dangerous. Non-lethal shots only. The 4 teenagers reach a fence at the end of the alleyway that towered up to 10 feet, and there was a lock holding the gate's door in place. They weren't going to go through it, so they did wall runs up and vaulted over. The police chasing after them froze in their steps, flabbergasted at the teens' parkour moves. They snapped back to their senses and climbed up and over the gate and continued the chase. This is our territory, Daichi thought as he leaped over a brick wall and lands onto the top of another, and front flips off it. We practice parkour on a regular and we know this environment well. They use parkour to get up and over, to move around and down under this urban environment. The territory which they were in was rich with brick walls and fences and closed-off gates and areas that would make it difficult for a car to navigate. Officer Soma has never been in a chase like this, or any chase in general. The only chase he saw were ones on TV, and they had a production crew to make it look cool. If these thieves got away, he was going to call the nearest movie studios and teach them how a chase scene works in real life. The teens leaped over another brick wall and made a right down an alleyway. This time, there was no sense for them to climb, so they had the luxury of running straight through. Bang! Kamen clutched his shoulder and fell face first into the ground, screaming and flopping like a fish. Daichi looked over his shoulder to see a single officer with his revolver raised. They turned the corner before Officer Soma could get another shot. They're shooting at us! Laiko shouted. Fuck! Sosuke exclaimed. They jumped up a brick wall and leaped down. Bang! Blood spewed out of Sosuke's forearm and he fell to the ground on the side of the wall that was opposite of Daichi and Laiko. Oh my god, Daichi cried, I can't believe they're shooting at us. We have to go back for Sosuke and Kamen, Daichi told Laiko, we can't leave them. We have to worry about ourselves, Laiko said, her voice full of regret. They checked over their shoulder to see the officer was nowhere in sight. Perfect. Instead of repeating the mistake of leaping over a fence or going through an alleyway, they ran up to the building in front of them and headed for the fire escape. Daichi wall runs up the fire escape and grips the ladder with one hand before yanking himself up and over the rails and started climbing the stairs to the 3rd story. Liko repeats the action except when she grabs the ladder with one hand, a bullet punches through the back of her palm and makes her fall into a pile of trash bags. Daichi heard that last gunshot and saw Officer Soma standing at the far end of the street, aiming for him. He dives into the closest window headfirst, shattering the glass and landing shoulder first into a baby's room, evident by the crib and crying baby. He runs through the living into the front door, quickly unlocking it and running down the hallway. I never should have joined the Yakuza, he thought as he imagined the life he had before he became one with the crime syndicate. I'm going to be sentenced to death as Kiri's accomplice. I'll never see Laiko, Sosuke, or Kamen again. Laiko won't see her siblings, Sosuke won't see his half-a-year-old son, and Kamen won't see his girlfriend, whom he loves so much to join a crime syndicate for. Once he reaches the end of the hallway, he dives through another window leading to another fire escape, getting a few cuts around his forehead and shoulder. He leaps over the rails carefully and slides down the ladder. He turns and runs off into the street. If I'm not sentenced to death by the police, Kira will. Daichi is suddenly launched into the air and lands flat on his side after rolling a few times down the street and stopping in the middle of a streetlight beam. Kudo's hands clutch the driver's wheel like he's choking it and gasped. I didn't see him, he panicked, I didn't mean to run him over. He grabs his tinted helmet from his passenger seat and puts it on before exiting the car. He draws his gun and aims it at the downed Daichi. The boy sustained a minor concussion but a few bruises on his left shoulder and perhaps a fractured rib along with some cuts from the glass when he dived out the window. When he decided the gun was no longer necessary, he put it away before taking out his cuffs. Chief, Soma shouted coming from around the building. You caught him, Chief? Not the way I wanted, but yeah, I caught him. He lifts the injured boy into a sitting position. Help me get a blindfold on him. Soma double-checked to make sure that his helmet was secured before jogging over and wrapping a blindfold he brought with him around Daichi's eyes. The others are securing the other 3 right now, Soma said. Can you believe it's finally over, Chief? He asked cheerfully. Kudo nodded with a sigh. Yeah, it's finally over. Yeah, maybe we can have a party when we get back. Soma! There are laws in the world of gods of death. If a god of death should break the law, there are 9 levels of severity starting at level 8 and going up to level 1 plus the extreme level. For severity levels above 3, the god of death will be killed after being punished. For example, killing a human without using the death note is considered as the extreme level. Chapter 36, 28. May 26, 2031. 11:30 p.m. It's been roughly 15 minutes since the teenagers were brought down and incapacitated. An ambulance was called to bring in the 3 teenagers shot while Daichi was stuffed in the back of a police cruiser. So, how did I do? Soma questions like a child wanting to see if he impressed his father. Good work on stopping 3 of the perpetrators, Kudo said. But now's not the time, we need to interrogate them. Kudo walks to the back door of his police cruiser and he opens the door. He grabs the injured teenager firmly but not too firmly as he was still hurting and brought him down to his knees. Daichi, Kudo said in a soft and gentle voice, are you okay? You ran me over, Daichi hissed in pain. That was my fault. But I need to know, where are the pages of the notebook? Daichi bit his lower lip and began sweating. We know that you are Kiri's accomplices. How did you know? A young officer within the police force managed to narrow down the list of suspects to 2 groups of 4-man teams, and we have 2 people who are able to see the god of death. We have one here in this neighborhood with the other in the other neighbor. They spotted the Shinigami following you and exposed you as the accomplices. Daichi bared his teeth nervously. Kiri made us do this, he cried in desperation. He told us that if we didn't then he will murder our loved ones. Like Murasaki, Kudo thought. If you cooperate and tell us where the pages of the notebook are dash. I don't want to be sentenced to death. I'm sure we can figure something out. But you'll still send me to prison for being a member of the Yakuza. Given as to how you're a minor and non-violent member of the Yakuza, serving only as a scout of them, we could work out something. Daichi inhaled and exhaled deeply, listening to the sounds of his heartbeat pumping fast in his chest. In my back pocket, Daichi whispered, I have 1 page of the notebook, same for the others. He remembered how Soma shot his friends. Speaking of which, will Laiko, Sosuke, and Kamen be alright? They'll be fine, I shot them non-fatally, Soma said. They'll spend some time in the hospital but they'll be alright. Kudo reached into Daichi's back pocket and retrieved a folded-up paper of the death note, completely blank of any writing. What did you do with the other pages? We burned them after we filled the names out. Daichi sighed as he calmed himself down. Kudo looked around, rotating clockwise before his view was obscured by a large stomach. When he followed to the top of the stomach, which required him angling his head upwards, his eyes fell into the gaze of Muter. He yells in terror and falls to the ground. The other officers look at him. What is it, Chief? Soma asked. It's the monster. Soma touched the scrape of the notebook and followed the chief's gaze into Muter's eyes. He yelled and landed on his ass and crawled away, nearly bumping into Daichi. You remind me of Tota Matsuda, Muter said to Soma. Who the hell is that? Muter sprouted his wings. Nobody to worry your head about. He flies up. Where did he go? Soma asked the chief. Probably back to Kiri. He grabbed his phone. At the police station. With Kudo and Soma out, Knight and Iris stayed behind to watch the chain Sora in the interrogation room from the observation room. They sat in complete silence before Knight's phone went off. Knight, Kudo gasped, we've caught Kiri's accomplices. Knight's eyes went wide and turned dark red. I've won. It's over, Kiri has been defeated. The Shinigami, I saw it. I touched the pieces of the paper and I saw him flying up into the sky. I think he's flying back to the station. Perfect, exactly as planned. Based on Sora's earlier statement, I doubt he'll really be a threat. I'll let Hade and Yamane know. He hung up the phone and put it in his back pocket. Iris watched the back of his head, narrowing her eyes and taking in the detail of his reddish blonde hair. Good news? I've just received news that is so great that it makes God himself happy. Kiri's accomplices have been caught. He turned to face her. And Muter is flying back. She remembered the plan. I don't want to see Sora's head cave in, Iris winced. Knight laughed and walked over to her. I'll make it up to you. Maybe we'll go out for steak and eggs, pig intestines, Bloody Marys. Iris put a hand over her mouth. Stop it, Knight. He laughed. I'm just kidding. He looked over in the observation room to stare at the motionless Sora. There is something I need to do, however. He left the room to enter the interrogation room. The room wasn't dim this time and the lights were on so brightly it could blind someone, which is why Knight tried not looking at the light. It didn't matter as he moved over to the interrogation table and leaned on it with his hands. Sora felt the vibration of someone putting their hand on the table. You lost, Knight said. I won. Daichi and his small gang were caught. Sora remained still. I narrowed down the list and I sent the information to the police. Chances are, they'll be let off with a slap on the wrist while you will be sentenced to life in prison, at least until you reach the death date you wrote in your notebook. Sora said nothing. You gave me a game to play and I won. I beat you at your own game and the reward was the location of your notebook. He leaned until his face was inches from her face. Where is your fucking death note? Sora bowed her head. It's at a storage unit 3 miles from my younger brother's apartment. Kanto Storage, storage unit number 513. It's been stuffed in a hollowed-out Bible. It has a white cover that says Justice. Knight smiled. And how can I trust your word on this? I told you, it's a game where it's win-win in the end. You are still my idol, but you killed my younger brother. If you won, then my idol will be able to continue to serve justice as a god. If you lost, my brother will receive justice and Kira will be remembered as a mass murderer with his identity revealed, while I will be remembered as a goddess who took down a god. She looked at him through the blindfold. He helped remove her blindfold so he could look her directly in the eye. He gripped the sides of her face and inched his face towards her. I have no cards to play, she said when she could feel his warm breath against her face. I've lost. Knight studied her, studying her hard to make sure she wasn't pulling any fast ones on her. Muter is on his way right now. Ah, yes, as expected. Thank you, Sora. She looked at him with a confused look. For making this an interesting experience, he finished. Sora smiled at him. You are welcome. And right on cue, Muter phased in from the ceiling and landed behind Sora. Terrorism, Knight said, Muter. He flashed the cheekiest grin he could at him. 20 minutes later, Heier and Yamane came into the interrogation room with handcuffs. They removed her from the interrogation table and hauled her up. They cuff her hands tight together and make sure the blindfold Knight removed earlier is bound tight around her eyes. They can't see Muter, Knight observed from the observation room. On the phone, Kudo said that he could see Muter, and chances are, he's on his way right here. But once Muter is dead, he won't be able to see him anymore. Heier and Yamane escorted her into the hallway and down the elevator into the parking garage, Knight and Iris following. Muter was following close behind. Gilth and Massey, a dozen feet behind Muter, trailed him. Every limping step they took following Muter was a step closer to Sora being put in the back of the police car, 20 yards away. Gilth and Massey looked at each other and a silent conversation transpired between the two. It's now or never. Gilth lunged for Muter and tackled him to the ground. The sudden commotion caused the calm Sora to jump out of her skin and go cold. What's wrong? Heier asked. The thought of going to jail suddenly scares you? Muter elbows Gilth off of him and picks himself up. He quickly closes the distance between them and punches the Shinigami in the face. Gilth retaliates by grabbing the skeletal hammer holstered on his back and swung it like a baseball bat. Muter ducked and punched Gilth in the stomach. He brought his other fist up to connect to Gilth's jaw. Gilth's grip on the hammer relaxes and slips from his grip. Muter shoved Gilth back and picked up the hammer. He swung it above his head like a sledgehammer and nearly capped Gilth in the skull. Gilth jumped back in time, but Muter quickly brought his hand back and hammered it into Gilth's jaw and knocked the Shinigami on his back. Delete! Muter raised the hammer halfway above his head when... I-oh! Muter halted his attack and looked over his shoulder to see Massey waving her hands above her head like she's directing a plane. You, he shouted, you again. What's up, Muter? It's me. Massey, she laughed. She slowly started walking backward. I stole a piece of your death note, but Minato nor Sora were able to see you. Yeah, that's because my brilliant son tricked you into stealing a regular scrap of paper. She started picking up the pace of walking backward. Muter lowered the hammer and gripped the bottom with one hand while the other hand gripped the middle of the hammer. He started pacing towards her menacingly. Knight Yagami is your son? His eyes widened as a vision flashed before his eyes. Where are you, Misa? Where's Takata? Misa, Massey? She must be the Shinigami reincarnation of the second Kira. I love Light with all my heart, but it's not his fault that he died. He cried for you when he died, Muter laughed, and he was flopping on the ground like a worm. Your lover is nothing but a pathetic piece of shit. He smiled. He deserved nothing but death. Massey's wide smile dropped slightly before returning to its original position. At least it wasn't his destiny to kill himself. Muter halted for a second, but resuming his stalking towards her. What do you mean? Gilth told me everything, and ever since I found out that my husband died and that he was defeated by Nier, I thought that maybe Nier cheated and used the death note to manipulate you in the warehouse. That is until I remembered a rule in the notebook. Humans that have traded for the eye power of a god of death will see a person's primary lifespan and will not be influenced by the death note. Ibata made the deal for the eyes, and he couldn't be influenced by the death note. This all proves that Nier didn't use the death note, and therefore, you were not influenced by the death note. You screwed up Kira because of your genuine incompetence. She stopped walking backward. You want to hear something interesting, Muter? You were destined to die that day. Because you traded for the Shinigami eyes, you lost half the years remaining in your lifespan, and since I proved that there is no way the death note could have controlled and influenced you, the day you died in the warehouse was because it was your destiny. Even if the outcome was different and you didn't mess up in the end, you still would have died that day or 10 days later. Muter stopped pacing 5 feet away from her. Massey began laughing. You lost as a human and you lost as a Shinigami. You are a pathetic waste of space, and I'm glad you died a slow and painful death all those years ago, you worthless piece of trash. Muter charged at her with a roar. He swung the hammer over his head and brought it down. Massey jumps out the way in time. But the hammer still made contact, evident by the fact that blood splattered on Light Yagami's face. Iris averted her eyes. Knight closed his eyes. Light Yagami gasped. Sora dropped to her knees, her caved-in head limping forward with blood making a pool at her knees from her skull. Holy shit! Light screamed. What the hell happened? Her fucking head just exploded. Muter looked at the hammer in his hand and instantly noticed the blood at the end, and he looked at what it made contact with and saw a motionless Sora with her crushed head. Iris buried her face into Knight's shoulder and started gagging. Knight smiled. Exactly as planned. This is my plan, Knight began. We're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We are going to get Muter to kill Sora. What do you mean? Gilth asked. You mean trick him into writing Sora's real name down? No, we're going to trick Muter into killing Sora without the death note. Gilth gasped. That's right, the rules. Knight nodded. Exactly. Knight reached for his original notebook and read over a few rules that had been scratched out. There are laws in the world of gods of death. If a god of death should break the law, there are 9 levels of severity starting at level 8 and going up to level 1 plus the extreme level. For severity levels above 3, the god of death will be killed after being punished. For example, killing a human without using the death note is considered as the extreme level. So we trick Muter into killing Sora without the death note. He'll kill Sora and then Muter will be punished and executed. Wow, Massey cheered, that's so smart. Knight looked at Gilth and Massey with a serious expression. This means this is a fight between Shinigami. Sora would never kill me without the death note, and the same goes for Muter as well. This means that killing Muter will depend on all four of us. But how will we pull it off? Massey asked. Knight contemplated before he spoke. We kidnap Sora and wrap her in a body bag. After that, Dad, you get into a brawl with Muter, and when you're fighting, pretend to drop your hammer on accident and allow Muter to pick it up. Once that happens, lead him swinging and bashing your way, and just when he's about to strike, move out the way so he'll cave Sora's head in with the hammer. Iris cringed. That's so brutal, Knight. She nervously twirled her hair around her finger. But does it have to be this way? Knight looked at her. We've already established that Muter will not risk his life to save Sora. He paused. I also came up with a theory that if Sora were to die, then he would make me the owner of Sora's death note, which would allow him to kill me with ease as he would be attached to me. Iris gasped and looked at the floor. Sora's head is going to cave in? This is the only way. We weren't able to put her in a body bag, but I say the plan went off without a hitch. Muter dropped the hammer in shock and looked at his hands as if they were covered in blood, but they were, metaphorically. Gilth crawled over and snatched his hammer back and backed away, walking over to stand by Massey's side. You understand what you've just done? Gilth said. You killed a human without using the death note. In the Shinigami world, killing a human without a death note warrants extreme punishment. He smiled. You know what's going to happen now? You're going to get dragged back to the Shinigami realm and you're going to be tortured before being killed. And this time, once you die, you die. He looked over at the caved-in Sora. Like Sora Takada. He looks over Muter's shoulder at the end of the parking garage. And looks like the welcome wagon is already here. Muter turned around and laid eyes upon three gods of death. The Shinigami on the left was Daryl Garoza and the Shinigami on the right was Hurt. The Shinigami in the middle, the one sitting on a throne, was Harmonia Justin, the Shinigami King's right-hand man. Hey, it's you, Hurt exclaimed, the newcomers, you're the ones responsible for Grudge, Grimm, and Pike dying. You're not killing me, you wretches. Daryl Garoza laughed as she scanned her surroundings. The human world is looking a little better the last time I visited. Muter, Harmonia Justin hissed. You understand what you did, right? Muter started sweating. You killed a human without using a death note. This calls for extreme level punishment. He let that sentence linger. Once you've been tortured the worst punishment imaginable, you'll be put down like a dog and the only hope you have for survival is the Shinigami King himself, except he created the law in the first place. He really hates it when Shinigami kill without using the death note. It was them, Muter pointed at Gilth and Massey. It was his hammer. But you were the one who swung it. He interlocked his fingers with his elbows resting on the arms of the throne. Muter, you are hereby sentenced to extreme level punishment, and once you've endured this punishment, you will be killed. Daryl Garoza and Hurt reached for a chain on the backside of the throne and started swinging them in the air like a lasso. Better you than me, asshole. Hurt shouted. You killed Pike and Grimm. They launched the chains in the air and they interlocked around Muter like a spider's web. They wrapped tightly around his body, bounding his arms to his chest and legs together. They yanked the chains back and Muter fell on his back and screamed as he felt himself get dragged across the ground like a brick. When he was within 5 feet of the throne, the chains locked together with a lock that materialized in the center of Muter's chest. Hurt picked up Muter and carried him above his shoulder, sprouting his wings and about to fly until he was distracted when Muter's death note fell from his pocket. Daryl Garoza bends over to pick it up and was about to pocket it when a voice called. Give us the notebook! Gilth yelled. We want the notebook. We wish to stay on Earth a little while longer and we wish to have a human own that death note. Oh God! Hurt panicked as he laid eyes on Gilth. It's you. You're the Shinigami who dropped the death note that started the mass killings of the humans. Grudge, Grim, and Pike are all dead because of you. I don't want you anywhere near me or Derry." He turned to the female Shinigami. "Derry, give him the notebook. If this notebook is given to a human, it'll total to 6 death notes in the human world, meaning the chances of another Shinigami being killed for the notebook will be slim." Daryl Garoza looked at him before turning over to Harmonia Justin. "I have no objections," the Shinigami right-hand man said. Daryl Garoza dropped the notebook on the ground and kicked it over to Gilth and Massey. "If you want to hang around in the human world, then have fun." Gilth picked up the notebook, and as he watched the Shinigami disappear into the shadows, he reached into his pouch, took out a potato chip, and ate it. Knight smiled evilly as his hair and eyes turned a dark red color. "I've gotten rid of everyone in my way. Minato and Sora Takada are dead. Muter has been dragged to hell, and Kiri is nothing anymore. There are now 6 notebooks in the human world, and I am the owner of all of them. There will never be another opponent with a death note, nor will there be any humans with the Shinigami eyes." He looks at Iris. "And better yet, I have the Shinigami eyes with me." May 27, 2031. The Yagami household. Knight sat at his desk, pencil in hand, and laid out all notebooks in his current possession. There was the notebook he first got from Gilth in October of last year. There was the notebook the Takadas used when he retrieved it from their storage unit. Then there was Muter's notebook, which was given to him shortly after Muter's death sentence. Knight flipped open the Takada's notebook and pressed the lead of the pencil to the paper. "There hasn't been a single Kira worshipper or supporter die all day," he said. "While there are still riots, they will be contained shortly, no doubt." Massey materialized behind him. "Knight," she called out. "I have something to say." When did she not have something to say? He thought. Dad is with Iris at the moment, so I guess I'm her only source of conversation. She's not that annoying. He rotated in his chair. "What's up, Mom?" "That story you told Minato, about how you fell in love with Kira in the first place, was it true?" "Yeah, of course it's true. How could I forget Mayu and Toma Kamaya, the best foster-turned-adoptive parents a kid like me could have?" "Did they hit you?" "Only if I was misbehaving or being a brat, but they were not abusive." "Did they neglect you?" "They treated me like their own flesh and blood and made sure I was safe at all times." "Did they force you to like Kira?" He laughed at this question. "They did not force me to support or worship Kira. They told me who he was, but they also told me that I don't have to like Kira if I don't like him. They said don't feel pressured into saying something you don't mean, but my love for Kira, it was natural." Massey looked at Knight with wide eyes and slowly broke into a crying face. She lunged and hugged him. "What's going on, Mom?" She pulled herself back. "I feel like I owe you an explanation for what happened." Knight cocked his head with interest. "Ever since my memories returned to me being the second Kira when Ryuk dropped the notebook in the human world, I was going to groom you to be his successor. But I also knew that Light lost to L's successor, and given as to how easily I was captured by the original L, I stood no chance. And if the task force who took down your father found out that I had a child, his child, I feared they might take you away from me." Knight clenched his fists and ground his teeth. "I wished I wrote that the SPK and Japanese task force would die slowly and painfully," Knight thought. "I should have made them suffer beyond anything imaginable." Massey started crying. "My original mission of grooming you to be Kira's successor failed before it even started. I thought I could do it on my own, but I knew that if the police took you away from me, they wouldn't kill you, they would raise you to hate Kira. They would raise you to hate your father, and I didn't want that for you. So, on the 1-year anniversary of your father's death, I handed you over to an orphanage that worshipped Kira, and I changed your first name to Kishi. And from the orphanage, Knight thought, Kishi was taken into the care of Mayu and Toma Kamaya's care and became Kishi Kamaya." He licked his lips. "And the rest is history." He looked up at his mother. "I'm sorry for abandoning you, Knight," she cried. "I understand if you hate me, you have every right to, I just dash. Mom, I have nothing to hate you for. I am grateful for what you have done. Had you been stubborn and held on to me, the task force would have raised me to hate Kira without giving me a choice. Had you not given me away, I never would have been the person I am today. He flashed a smile at her. I'm happy, happier than I've ever been in my entire life. Thank you, Mom, for everything. Massey broke down in tears and hugged her son again. He returned the gesture. Speaking of which, there is something I need to do with Murasaki and Minori Kagami. May 27, 2031. Church X of Kira. Murasaki and Minori Kagami's roles in the Kiri battle came to an end. They had spotted the Shinigami traveling behind a group of teenagers and called them out, ending the murder of the Procuras and stopping the mass-murdering anti-Kira once and for all. They left their son with a sitter and drove down to the burnt Church X of Kira. They left their car parked out in the front and walked inside the church. They stood before the altar and kneeled with a praying gesture. They bowed their heads and closed their eyes before they started praying. Kira-sama, they both whispered. It's over, Murasaki said, it is finally over. Minato Natsuki and Sora Hajime are both dead, their accomplices are in the hospital, and their Shinigami is gone. She opened her eyes and looked upon the altar. Kira-sama, the battle is finally over. Please, I am grateful to have helped you in everything, but I wish to continue my life as is with my husband, son. She put a hand to her stomach, and my unborn daughter. It's going to be a boy, Minori whispered and nudged her elbow. Just watch. She laughed. I am grateful for what you have done, a deep voice spoke behind them. Neither had to turn around to know who it was. And I believe you deserve an award for helping me out in this battle. Murasaki and Minori looked forward with wide eyes, refusing to disrespect their Lord Kira by setting their sights on him. Gilth the Shinigami phased through the altar and stood before their bowing selves. Do you both wish to live life normal? To raise your son and unborn child together? Yes, they answered in unison. Then there is one last final request I must make to you two. He pauses to pull something out based on the ruffling sounds they heard. I forfeit ownership of these 2 death notes. Gilth reaches out and grabs the 2 death notes from this unseen human and drops them before the 2 Kira worshippers. Pick up the death notes, Kira ordered. They obeyed. You are now the owner of these death notes, the same notebooks which you touched which allowed you to see my 2 Shinigami. Now, you are going to forfeit ownership of these death notes to Gilth whilst making a request to erase all your memories involving the death note. What? Murasaki gasped. I won't remember anything? This is the price that comes with wanting to live life normally. Do you want to become a permanent minion to my will, or do you want to raise your son and unborn child with your loved one? Murasaki contemplated her next move. You will remember meeting me perhaps, maybe even stopping the Kiri accomplices, but you will not remember anything involving the death note, i.e., the Shinigami, the death note, etc., etc. You will remember this experience, just not the entire picture. Murasaki hesitated but answered, I am willing to pay the price. Minori side-eyed her. Good choice, Murasama. Hand the death notes to the Shinigami and say, I forfeit ownership of this death note and wish to erase all memories involving it. Murasaki closed her eyes sad as she handed the death note up to the Shinigami, her husband copying her. In unison, they spoke, I forfeit ownership of this death note and wish to erase all memories involving it. Gilth smiled and took the death notes back. Kira exited the church. Murasaki and Minori looked behind them to find the church to be empty. They looked at each other and back at the altar. Let's pray before we get back to our son, Minori said. He put his hand down on her stomach. Let's pray for our son. She grabbed his hand. I'm telling you, it's going to be a girl. The Yagami household. It was mid-afternoon when Iris came over with her notebook. She was invited into Knight's bedroom and sat at the desk with a computer set up in front of her. They laid out all 6 death notes on the desk. Knight and Iris's notebooks with black covers. Break and Grudge's notebooks with red covers. The Takada's and Nieder's notebooks with white covers. After opening up all 3 notebooks, Knight pulled up 3 criminals on his computer and they worked together to kill them. First, They touched each other's notebooks and pulled out their pencils. Gilth, Knight called, "Are you sure we can accomplish this?" Gilth nodded. The rule is, if someone possesses more than one death note, by visualizing the victim, then writing down the name in one of the death notes and the cause of death in the other, it will take effect. The order, however, is unimportant. If you write down the cause of death in one death note and afterward write the name in the other, it will take effect. This can also be accomplished by two death note owners working together. In this case, it's necessary that the two touch each other's death notes. So, Massey began, as long as you guys are in physical contact with each other's death notes, the deaths will happen. Thank you. Iris wrote the name down while Knight wrote the cause of the death in the other. Once the criminal died, they closed up both notebooks before taking out the next pair of notebooks and repeated the process. After killing all criminals and closing the notebooks, Knight stacked them on top of each other and placed them under the desk. Good work, Iris, Knight praised. We now own all 6 death notes in the human world, the max number that can exist in this realm, and we each own half. And thanks to what you have done, we now have the Shinigami eyes in our possession. She averted her gaze. Yeah, she whispered softly. Knight cocked his head. What's wrong, Ice? I didn't really do much, she said. I didn't do anything helpful. It was Murasaki who caught Kiri's accomplices. It was you who came up with the plan involving Ibata. It was you who came up with the plan to draw out Kiri using L's name. You were the one who came up with the plan to kill Sora and Muter. Minato's name could have been figured out so easily that the Shinigami eyes weren't necessary. And Sora turned herself in, so using the eyes to see her absent lifespan was unnecessary. Even when I was going to be burned to death in a fire, I needed the power of the Death Note to save me. She looked down at the ground, her eyelids getting heavy as the emotions welled up inside of her. Even with my combined intelligence with my sister, I still could not match up to you in the Wammy's house. I also came second. I don't think I deserve to be your accomplice. Knight slowly looked over at Iris's head, his eyes trailing down to her eyes, where he could see tears welling up in her ducts as she lowered herself to sit on her knees. He got down to one knee and lifted her chin up with his index finger. Iris, you were the one who deduced that Kiri has a personal connection to Kiyomi Takada. You were the one who sacrificed half their remaining lifespan to get the eyes. You were the one who created the skin color face mask so I could hide in plain sight, and the tape recorder which recorded Minato and Sora's conversation that exposed him. You helped me narrow down the list of suspects for Kiri's accomplices. He ran a hand down the right side of her hair. If you were a strategist, you would be just like me. If I was an artist, I would be just like you. You are the Ian to my Yang. You are the Harley Quinn to my Joker. He put his other hand on the other side of her hair. You are useful. He leaned forward to bestow a soft kiss on her lips. Irises felt their lips connect and felt her heart starting to pump in her chest. Knight, she said softly in her mind, I'm so in love with you. Knight pulled away. As a matter of fact, I want to give you something as a reward. He grabbed her by the hands and led her towards the edge of her bed and sat her down. He grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled it over his head and threw it to the floor. Of course, only if I had your consent. She eyed his six-pack and a blush crept across her face. You already got to see what was under this knight's shining armor. Would you like to feel what's under this knight's shining armor? Later, Gilth waved. He and Massey phased floor and downstairs before things got awkward. Iris stared at him with mixed emotions running through her mind. She licked her lips and stared at his six-pack, getting the urge in her hand to feel over his biceps. Should we really do this? She thought. Should I indulge or? She looked him in the eyes and answered. Yes. Knight smiled at her before leaning in to kiss her. Iris grabbed the back of Knight's head and pulled him in to deepen the kiss. Before they could tongue kiss, Knight pulled away to look her in her beautiful green eyes. Thank you, Iris, he whispered. You and Iona were the only kids in the Wammy House who were nice to me. You were the only ones who didn't shoot me down when I expressed my love for Kira. Thank you, Iris, for being so kind to me. No, Thank you. This caught him off guard. For what? She reinitiated the kiss. You are everything I wish to be, Iris thought. When my sister and I were first admitted into the Wammy's house, we both thought you were cute. You were so cute and handsome and outgoing, it made me feel shame for being a quiet introvert. But as the years went by, the more I began to fall for you. The way you fought for your beliefs, despite people talking down on you. I could never do that. I'm too timid to stand my ground, and that's why I fell for you. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be a better person because of you. I wanted to come out of my shell because of you. Iris's hands traveled down to touch his abs. Knight grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head. His hands groped her breast. She moaned. I will always be there for you, Knighty. I was there for you in the Wammy's house. I'll be there for you when you die. They made love. May 28, 2031. Mountaintop. Knight was dressed in a white cloak and held a lit candle holder in his hand and followed the army of Kira worshippers in white cloaks up a mountain. This time, it was necessary as the moon out tonight was waxing crescent and there wasn't much illumination. Knight laid his death note flat on the ground and took out a pencil. Knight stayed quiet and looked over his shoulder to see the other worshippers behind. He kept his face hidden with his sleeve as he counted the different kinds of people he could spot. The elderly, the pre-adolescent, the infants, the spouses. All known members of the Yakuza situated within the Kanto region committed suicide, courtesy of Sora Takata prior to her death. Knight turned his attention forward and continued to climb up the mountain. All members of the Yakuza whose names and faces weren't public dropped dead from heart attacks. The silent, marching crowd of Kira worshippers slowed to a stop near the edge of the mountain. Kamen Katajiri met up with his Yakuza girlfriend outside the hospital. They got one kiss in each other before they both collapsed from a heart attack. The Kira worshippers parted to make room for a female Kira worshippers to walk towards the edge of the mountain. It's a rule that only one's family was allowed to visit patients in the hospitals, and when Aika came to visit, she held her 6-month-old son in her hands, unable to believe she was going to meet Sosuke and the three of them could be a family once more. When she opened the hospital room, she saw Sosuke Chiba laying on the ground, a hand clutching his chest. Knight was sure that the woman who stood at the edge of the mountain was Murasaki Kagami, but he didn't bother to check. He hoped that she was up on this mountain though. Laiko was under when she was getting surgery to remove the bullet in her hand. The surgeons were doing their best to not make a mess, but they slightly panicked when her heart rate monitor suddenly spiked before flatlining. The female worshipper got on her knees and put the candle holder down. She then interlocked her hands together. I'm leaving the Yakuza, Daichi said as he stepped out the hospital's front doors. I hope Laiko, Sosuke, and Kamen are dash. He was cut off when he felt his heart pound painfully in his chest. He grasped his chest and collapsed to his knees. He gagged for air and tried reaching out for an invisible hand in front of him before falling flat on his face. The Kira worshippers copied the female Kira worshippers' actions and got down on their knees and began praying. Knight prayed, not for Kira, but for the ones who introduced him to Kira. Mayu and Toma Kamaya, he whispered softly, Light Yagami and Misa Amain. He looked up in the sky. Thank you for making me the god of the new world. Only 6 death notes are allowed to exist at a time in the human world. Of course, the death note that the god of death owns does not count. This means only 6 gods of death that have passed on their death note to humans can stay in the human world. One god of death is allowed to pass on death notes to only 3 humans at a time. It is possible for a single god of death to hand out up to 6 death notes, for example, by handing 3 humans 2 death notes each. In other words, one human could own all 6 death notes. However, if a 7th death note is owned by a human in the human world, nothing will happen even if used. Chapter 37, Fog. March 8, 2025. Classroom. So boring, the boy thought, so goddamn boring. He rests his chin in his palm and looks out the window. Day in, day out, same fucking thing on permanent repeat. I would give for some excitement. Excuse me, the teacher called, student sitting in the back. The boy looked forward. Pay attention. The boy nodded. Once the teacher turned his back, the boy turned back to the window with a roll of his eyes. School ended early due to a gas leak, so he grabbed his backpack and marched home. He took out his phone and plugged in his earbuds to listen to music. It's not essential to survive, but the human mind craves excitement purely for pleasure. Humans wish to have sex not only for procreation but for pleasure. He stops in front of a brothel. Not my girlfriend, nor can a whore satisfy my cravings. Even sex can be boring and repetitive. He resumes walking. He finishes his walk across town before he stumbles upon his home. A log cabin sitting in the woods located near the edge of the city, 12 miles away from school. He pushed the door open and threw his backpack on the ground. "I'm home," he announced. A dog snuck up on him from behind. "Hi there," he petted the dog on the head. "Were you a good boy while I was gone?" The dog barked. "Good. I'll get us some dinner." He reaches for his backpack to take out his notebook and homework. "I'll finish up my homework before I go hunting." He didn't attend traditional school. He attended regular school but attended special classes with several others on Saturday and Sunday while he had Monday through Friday off. For every school week, he is assigned homework he's supposed to do 1 day a week for 5 days. He did his homework for Monday through Wednesday yesterday while he did the homework for Thursday and Friday right now, therefore, finishing up all his homework for the week and was ready to be turned in on Saturday and Sunday. He puts his homework in his school folder before heading into his bedroom to grab a Bowie knife from his closet. He petted the dog on his head, bidding farewell before he went out hunting. He returned an hour later with 2 dead wolves over his shoulder, gutted, and ready to be cooked. "This is what I do every day, spend the entire week hunting for 5 days straight, and then on Saturdays and Sundays, attend a weekend school for 8 hours. The boy turns on the fireplace before sitting on the couch with his dog, a plate of cooked wolf meat in his hand, a bowl of wolf meat beside him for the dog. "Even the meat I cook tastes predictable. I cooked it through and it tastes good, yes, but I want to taste a different kind of deliciousness." Once he finished his plate, he waited for his dog to be done with before he went to go do the dishes. The dog barked. "I agree," he said. "I want to go do something interesting." He grabbed his jacket. "We are going into the city." He picked up his Bowie knife, which he cleaned from earlier after his hunt. He tucked the knife into the holster in the back of his pants. "Follow me." He didn't have a leash for his dog, but it didn't matter because his dog would never dare to run off. They've been family since. I lost count of how many years it's been just me and my dog. They walked into the city, which felt more lively at night. He only came into the city to get supplies for his cabin or dog food when he was too tired to hunt, or if he wanted to quench his boredom with a new video game for his gaming console. He got a call on his phone as he was crossing a 4-way intersection. When he checked the caller ID, it was girlfriend. "Hello?" "Hey there, cowboy," a female voice spoke. "I prefer Hunter. "Okay, Hunter. What did you have for dinner tonight?" "Wolves." "Hunt them down?" "Yep." "Why are you calling? Bored?" "Oh, you know me so well." "Yeah, I know me so well too." He sighs and turns into an alleyway. "I'm so bored." He leans against the wall on his shoulder. "You want to come spend the night with me? I promise to make you feel good." Hunter chuckled. "Sure, can I bring my dog?" "Are you kidding? I love your dog. I wish you would give him a name." "You already know that I won't." She chuckled on her end. "Yeah. Well, I'll see you tonight." Hunter licks his lips. "By the way, before you hang up, what do you have in store for tonight?" "As much as I enjoy the act of sex, it's just been getting boring lately. Nothing to do with your or any of our performances, it just feels bone dry. You know, like a wine that aged badly." She gave a disappointed sigh. "Don't worry, I'll think of something fun for us to do." "Thank you." Seconds before she hung up, he swore he could hear shouting on her end of the phone. It sounded like a male figure shouting at her to hang up the phone. He put his phone away before turning around to find his dog. It had disappeared from behind him. "Dog, where are you?" He ran down the alleyway, which seemed to get darker as he moved in. "Dog, come back." There was a small gap between two buildings to his left that had shed fur on the ground between them. Recognizing the fur as the same kind on his dog, he shimmied through the opening and onto the other side, where he was in another alleyway. He heard whimpering. He turned and saw his dog laying on its side, a pool of blood around him. "Dog!" he screamed in terror. Something as hard as a brick collided with the back of his skull. He falls to his knees. "Your fucking dog bite me," a voice spoke. I told him to leave, but he kept following me. Hunter looks up to see a man standing over him with a crowbar gripped in his hand. He tried biting me in the shins, even when I did nothing. Crowbar man kicked him in the ribs. Hunter convulsed and fell to the ground in a fetal position. "Your dog entered my territory and I stabbed it with the sharp part of this crowbar. I like dogs, but it was necessary." The man looked forward. "And what would you know, it's crying in pain. I'll do the humane thing and put it out of its misery." He smashed the crowbar against Hunter's back before stepping over him to get the dog. "You dumb fuck," Hunter thought, "you made a fucking mistake." He reached for the Bowie knife in his back holster and picked himself up. I hunt animals with nothing but a Bowie knife on a repetitive basis. Getting hit with a crowbar is nothing compared to the encounters I've had. He holds himself above the ground on his elbow and knees before launching himself forward. He plunges the Bowie knife through the man's back between his collarbones, pushing it all the way up to the hilt. The man screamed and dropped the crowbar as he fell to his knees. Hunter yanked the bloody knife out the man's back and kicked him in the sides. The man fell on his back and he drove the blade deep into the man's heart. "I've killed animals with this knife," Hunter growls. "I've stabbed more wolves in the heart than I can count." He twists the knife counterclockwise. "You're just another one of my kills." The man screams in pain before the sounds dry out and his head goes limp. He rips the knife free. "Oh my God!" He gasps with his eyes wide. "What the fuck have I done? I killed a man." He picks himself up and folds over with his hands on his knees to keep him up. He vomits. "I took a human life. It's not a wolf or a deer but a human being with emotions." He suddenly remembered. "Dog!" He runs over to the fallen dog and lands on his feet. He puts the Bowie knife down before he puts his hands under the dog to lift him up and holds him to his chest, rocking him back and forth. Crowbar man said he put a hole in the dog's chest and surely, there was a circular hole around the dog's heart area leaking blood. "It's okay," he hugged the dog, "it'll be okay. I'm here with you." The dog whimpered in pain and began howling when it felt blood starting to gush out faster and stain the front of his shirt. Hunter cried as he picked up his Bowie knife and shoved it deep into the dog's heart. "I'm sorry," he bawled. "I'm so sorry." Later that night, Hunter arrived at his girlfriend's house, shirtless. He walked right up to her door and pounded on it. The person who opened it wasn't his girlfriend but a boy he recognized as her big brother wearing a leather jacket. "It's you," he sneered, the boy with no name. "I'm here for your sister. Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" He pushed past him to get inside. Big brother stepped aside, only to grab the back of Hunter's hair. Hunter yelled in pain before wrestling to free his hair. Once his hair was free, he quickly charged up the stairs and down the hall until he reached the last door on the left. He pounded on the door as hard as he could and quickly as possible. Big brother charged up the stairs and was charging to tackle him before he stopped suddenly. A teenage girl opened the door and stood between her big brother and Hunter. "Stop," she shouted. "Leave him alone, I invited him." Big brother backed off but not without shooting Hunter a glare. "Don't screw with me again, you nameless child," Big brother said. Hunter held up both hands in mock surrender. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" Girlfriend asked. "Don't you have a gang reunion to attend?" Big brother turned to walk away. Girlfriend turned to face him. "What happened? Why are you so late? I was up all night waiting for you." She noticed his bare chest. "And where's your shirt?" "My dog is dead," he said absent-mindedly. Big Brother, who was about to turn at the end of the hall, stopped dead in his tracks. Girlfriend looks at him with a shocked expression. What? We were walking down an alleyway when he ran off to chase somebody. This guy with a crowbar said that my dog was biting at him, said he entered his territory so he stabbed him with a crowbar. Girlfriend gasped. Oh my God. He hit me over the head. He touches the back of his skull. He was going to kill me after he killed my dog. He reaches down his legs to pull his Bowie knife out from a holster hidden by his black sock. Since he'd gone shirtless to get rid of the blood, he had to find a new place for his holster as it was no longer concealed by the shirt. The sock seemed like the best place since it wasn't white and wouldn't show the bloodstained color. Girlfriend steps back at the sight of the knife. I killed him, he said, and then I killed my dog. Wadash. The man was a gangster, he deserved to die for killing my dog. But my dog, he was my best friend for years. I killed him to put him out of his misery. Big Brother looked over his shoulder and stared at Hunter. Hunter began crying. It was self-defense, it was a mercy kill, I swear. Big Brother turned around. You, he growled, you're the one who killed my partner. Hunter looked at him. What? The man you killed, he was my partner in this gang we were in. They stumbled upon his body and they called me an hour ago, telling me that my partner was dead. Hunter grabbed his girlfriend and put her behind him. In our gang, we have a code, honor among thieves. Listen, girlfriend spoke up, Big Brother, he said it was in self-defense. I get that, he snapped, I hated him to begin with, but because he was my partner, my gang is going to be expecting retribution. Hunter cocked his head. What are you talking about? They said if I don't kill the person who killed my teammate, they will kill me and my family for not avenging one of their own. He takes a moment to swallow a mouthful of saliva. I don't want to kill you, but if I don't, they'll kill me and my sister. He reaches into his jacket pocket to pull out a switchblade. Better you than me and my sister. Hunter held his free hand up while keeping the one with the knife down by his hip. Let's not do this. You think I have a choice? Big Brother rushes and slashes the knife. Hunter jerks his head back and brings his Bowie knife up to deflect. He quickly punches the brother back before tackling him to the ground. The brother puts his feet on Hunter's stomach and launches him back. He crawls on all four to climb on top of Hunter, sitting on his chest like it was a beach blanket. Stop, girlfriend shouted, both of you. The brother raised his hand above his head and drove the knife down. Hunter stopped the blade just inches from his heart by grabbing the forearm with the knife in hand and pushed back. The brother lifted his foot and planted it on Hunter's hand with the Bowie knife, giving himself the advantage of using both hands to drive the knife down. Girlfriend grabbed Big Brother's hair. Get off of him! The brother winced in pain and elbowed her off of him. If I don't kill him, you and I are as good as dead. This momentary distraction was all Hunter needed. Hunter brings one of his legs up and wraps his knee around Big Brother's neck. The brother coughed and gagged for air, but he was knocked off by balance when he was pulled back. When he felt the brother's strength deplete, Hunter freed his hand from the brother's boot, smacked the switchblade away but not out of his hand, and lunged upward and headbutted Big Brother in the nose. I'm a hunter, this is not the first time I've been held down by a predator. Hunter frees his knife hand and instead of stabbing the brother, he uppercuts the brother in the jaw and knocks him on his back. He quickly picked himself up and kicked him up the jaw and knocked the switchblade out of his hand. He rotated the Bowie knife in his hand and reeled his arm back. The brother crawled back on his elbows and put one hand up as a sign of surrender, but it was too late. Hunter throws the knife into the brother's heart. The brother convulses and reaches for the knife, but he goes limp seconds later. No! Girlfriend cries. She collapses to her knees and holds her brother's head like a mother cradling a child. No! Hunter pants and stepped back. It was in self-defense, he told himself, it was either him or me. You killed him, girlfriend cried, you killed him. Hunter snatches the knife out of the brother's chest and looks it over, making sure the blood doesn't get on the carpet by holding it over the corpse's stomach. We have to go, Hunter said, your brother's gang might come after you. I'm not associated with them. I can't risk it. If they find out I killed 2 of their men and that you were my girlfriend, they might use you to get to me and I can't allow that. He holsters his knife in his sock before he wraps his arms around his girlfriend's throat. I'm sorry, but I can't risk leading you knowing that your brother's gang might come after both of us. Girlfriend loses oxygen to her brain and passes out. March 13, 2025. It has been 5 days since the Night Hunter made his first human kills. And it wasn't his last kills. He came home with 2 envelopes in his hand, knocking on the door to let his guests know that he was coming in. He let himself in and looked at his girlfriend on the couch, hog-tied and gagged. "Hey," he said sheepishly as he held up an envelope. "We go to the same school except you go Mondays through Fridays while I go Saturdays and Sundays, but I told our teacher, we have the same one, that you were sick so I brought your report card home." She stared at him. After he put her envelope down on the coffee table, he opened up the envelope addressed to anonymous student and read over his report card. "Straight A's again," he said. "I would open your mail but I wish to respect your privacy." He went into the kitchen to retrieve a kitchen knife before returning to the couch and cutting the ropes that bound her hands and feet together. He tugs the gag off her mouth. She recoils and looks away. "I'm sorry for kidnapping you," he said as he sat down next to her. "I didn't want to risk your brother's gang finding you and killing you, and about your brother, it was in self-defense." "I wish you died," she said, but with sadness in lieu of venom. "Anybody was better off dying than my brother." He scooted next to her. "I understand your feelings of sadness because I lost somebody that night too, my dog." She looks at him. "How can you compare losing your dog when I lost my brother? That dog was my best friend for years. I never had a mother nor father growing up and I got by on my own. When I first saw the dog, I mistook it for a wolf pup until it licked my hand and I brought it home. He was my one and only companion for so long, the only person who would follow me." He looks away. "I loved that dog like a brother, like you loved your brother." She scoffs and picks herself up. He grabbed her hand. "As much as I love you." She snatched her hand back. "How can you say that after kidnapping me?" "I did it to protect you from your brother's gang," he said as a question rather than a statement. "And now you decided to let me go?" He shook his head. "I let you go because I decided that you were safe." She looks at him with narrow eyes. "What do you mean?" He shoots a smile at her. "I killed them." Her eyes widened. "I hunted them down and I killed all of them. Counting your brother and the guy who killed my dog, I've stacked up 60 bodies." "How could you do that?" she snapped. "All you had to do was call the police." He chuckled. "Don't worry, I made sure to stalk my targets and then set them up in a situation where they'd attack me and I'd have no choice but to kill them in self-defense." He stands up to meet her eye line. Who would have known that living in the woods your entire life would have paid off as a serial self-defense killer? How can you stomach killing a person? The same way you can blindly accept the fact that your brother joined a gang. I didn't blindly accept it and it took me a while to even comprehend it. Same with me. She stares at him. What's that supposed to mean? March 8, 2025. The boy known as Hunter smeared alcohol on his unconscious girlfriend's mouth as he carried her home. People gave him looks as he was carrying an unconscious girl across his shirtless chest bridal style, but the stench of alcohol seemed to ward them off. When he arrived home to his cabin, he opened the door with a kick and laid her down on the couch before putting a pillow below her head. What have I done? He collapses on his rear. My best friend is dead. I killed a gangster, kidnapped my girlfriend, and killed her brother. Not only that, but I pissed off her gang and they're going to be hunting for me. He takes the knife out of his sock. But it was in self-defense, so they can't charge me with anything. But they can charge me with kidnapping. When she wakes up, she'll scream for help. I can't let her go or she might go to her brother's gang and they might kill her to get to me. He climbed to his feet. If I want to protect her and myself, I have to kill the rest of the gang members. He started pacing around the room. I could call the police, but no, I have to kill them, but I'll be charged for murder and vigilantism, so if I do kill them, it has to be like my first 2 kills, self-defense. He stopped pacing in the center of the room. He looked down at the knife in his hand and caressed it. The first time I killed a human, it was to save my best friend, but it was in self-defense. The second time I killed, it was to protect myself and no one else. He held the blade to his chest. I've killed dozens of animals, but it was never in self-defense. I was hunting and killing and skinning animals because I was motivated by hunger. But when I killed a human for the first time, I was motivated by something else. He put a hand to his heart. I kill animals to survive, but when I killed a human for the first time, it felt. He suddenly found peace and tranquility. Thrilling. Present. You opted to kill the gangsters instead of turning them in. Why? Hunter looked away and towards the fireplace. To be honest, I've been bored. What? I've killed animals in the past, but it was always the same kind of hunt I've dealt with countless times. But when I kill humans, they actually have the ability to think and strategize, and the higher up in status they possess, the harder they are to kill. He crossed his arms over his chest as he walked over to the fireplace. I was starting with the low-life gangsters, stalking them, sabotaging their guns, and provoking them to attack me so I could kill them in self-defense, then I worked myself up the ladder. He grabbed the poker and started stoking the fire. When I got to the gangbanger lieutenants, they put up more of a fight, but I outwitted them. Then just hours ago, I confronted the last member of the gang, provoked him, and he almost killed me, had it not been for him slipping in his own blood that threw him off balance and allowed me to deliver the final blow. Girlfriend gagged. She looked at the door, contemplating running off, but decided against it. She moved over to the fireplace and stood next to the boy. Now that you've proven yourself to be a deadly hunter, what are you going to do now? He got down to one knee as he continued stoking the fire. I'm going to hunt. She got down to one knee to meet his gaze. What do you mean? I'm going to hunt down criminals and I'm going to kill them. He used the poker to flip a log in the fireplace. In case you haven't noticed, crimes have skyrocketed recently, so there are plenty of criminals for me to hunt. What's the point? I've told you, boredom. You got bored of hunting animals, so now you're going to hunt criminals down? And I'm going to set up the situation so that every person I kill is in self-defense. She felt herself getting ready to throw up, but she choked it down. What if I report you to the police? If you were to do that, then I'll tell them the truth. I was attacked, fought back in self-defense, and I hid you to protect you from a violent gang, and I fought to kill everyone when they tried to kill me. She sneered at him with a glare. If it wasn't for the fact that crime has skyrocketed, and the fact that I'm a Kira supporter, I would definitely report you. He laughed. If I ever get tired of killing gangsters, I'll aim higher. I'll kill corrupt officers and criminal business people. Once I get bored with them, I'll aim even higher. Warlords, terrorists, people with their own Wikipedia page, high status. Once I kill them, or if I get bored, I'll aim even higher. What's higher than warlords and terrorists? He widened his smile to the point his lips were stretching across his teeth. His hair and eyes turned green. Kira. January 2nd, 2032. Tokyo, Japan. The subway. The boy, known as Hunter, was not a boy anymore but a grown man wearing a leather jacket. He paid for a newspaper with yen from his pocket before turning and taking a seat on a bench. He opened the newspaper and skimmed over current events, seeing what headlines caught his interest. The headline for page 3 is definitely what caught his interest. Not even anonymous criminals are safe. I think I have something to do with this, he thought. While Kira is killing the criminals whose names and faces were posted online, I have the mind to go after criminals who remain anonymous and out of the spotlight. He skimmed through the article before finding what he was looking for. Ever since my killing of the gangs all those years ago, they've been calling me the Kia Killer. I'm not a fan of it, and if I had to choose, I would stick with the nickname my girlfriend somewhat gave me, Hunter. When a train slowed to a stop in front of him, he held the newspaper up so that his face was hidden behind it. He quickly flipped back to the front page. Since Kira's return, crime has started to fall. All the criminals I hunt online are killed with heart attacks, and I have to get hands-on when stalking my next victim. He sighs with a smirk. I was growing bored with hunting low-life criminals. He folds the paper and stands up. I've already killed lowlifes, corrupt people with status, and wanted international criminals, and with Kira back, I think it's time I am heir. He walks away. A couple stepped off the train and over to the bench Hunter was previously sitting. The girl was of European descent, not hard to guess, and had green eyes and red hair that fell over her shoulders. Her boyfriend was a man of Japanese heritage with blue eyes and reddish blonde, strawberry blonde hair. Chapter 38, Boredom. January 9th, 2032. Tokyo, Japan. Life's been good to me, Knight Yagami thought as he walked down the street with earbuds in, listening to classical music. School is over, the crime rate has been going down, Iris has been eyeballing criminals for me to perform reverse CPR on, nothing but good things. He stopped at a traffic light. But ever since I wrapped up my business with Kiri almost 8 months ago, life has been boring to a slight degree. The light turned green and he walked across. I still help out with the police force in solving small-time cases, but I've been actively avoiding the Kira task force for obvious reasons. He arrives home. He opens the door and drops his backpack on the couch before heading upstairs. He locks himself in his room and pulls out his notebook from his booby-trap drawer. He starts writing down the names of criminals. There are 6 death notes in the human world and I own 3 of them while my girlfriend owns the other 3. He swipes the pen across the page. I'll never meet an intellectual foe with a death note again, nor will there be any more Shinigami opponents for me to face. He slashes the pen across the page. My quest for fulfilling my parents' destiny and becoming a living deity is about to come true, but honestly, it is just outright boring. He raised his hand up and slammed the pen down on the page in anger. I just wish for something exciting to happen, something unpredictable, so I can feel the rush of my adrenaline and the flow of my brain cells as I figure out a way out of an impossible situation. His hand cramped up and that's when he decided to talk. Do I have the guts to drop a notebook on some baseball field and wait for some human to pick it up? He held up his notebook and considered it. Hell no, I don't. He closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. He went over to his bed and flopped down on it, burying his face into his pillow to shut out the rest of the world. Bored much? Knight held himself up like he was doing a push-up and looked over his shoulder. He made eye contact with Gilth. You have no idea, Dad, he slurred. So goddamn bored. He flops onto his back and crosses his arms over his chest as he lifts one knee up. If my memory, your memory, is correct, then Ryuk thought that things would get boring after El died. The thing is, Iris and I possess the maximum number of death notes allowed in the human world, and because of that, we will never have a death note opponent again, and since I burned down Wammy's house, there won't be any carbon copies of El chasing me down. I eliminated everybody who could have put up a challenge against me, and I did it all a little too quickly. If Break was supposed to be the next El, I took him out too quickly. If Kiri was supposed to be the next Yotsuba Kira or something, then I took them out too quickly as well. To be fair, taking down Higuchi was never really a challenge, even with my memories gone. If you say so. He closed his eyes and rotated on his side. I understand why El was cherry-picking cases that had either 10 or more victims or involved $1 million. I understand why Nier decided not to take down Sekira. I understand why you got bored after El died. He rotated on his other side. With Iris. The whites in her eyes were starting to turn red from the television screen, but she remained steadfast in her duty, which is why she was sitting on her ass and writing down criminals' names blindly in the notebook in her lap. Once she activated her glowing red Shinigami eyes, she scanned over every nameless, but not faceless, criminal and read their names aloud in her mind before writing them down in her notebook. Her hand cramped up and she rotated it clockwise before switching up and writing with her left hand. Don't you think you should take a break? Iris looked at Massey. I ordered these documentaries about criminals in Europe a week ago on Amazon, Iris said. I want to put my brass to mint use. I could go for some mints right about now, she thought before turning her attention back to the death note. Knight told me to kill criminals and that's what I'm doing. Massey put a hand on Iris's shoulder. Why don't you take a break? She could feel the throbbing in her eyes and that's when she concurred with her Shinigami. She put her death note away and went into the kitchen to get something to eat. Along with the documentaries she ordered, she also bought food and ingredients needed to make her favorite dish, fish and chips. It took roughly an hour to make, but she was good for dinner. She made 2 plates because she was going to call Knight to see if he wanted to have dinner with her. She took out her phone and dialed his number but got cold feet at the last second. Why am I so nervous? I've seen Knight up close, I've snogged him, I've touched him, I slept with him, and I'm nervous over inviting him over for supper? Maybe it's because I never cooked for him before. Best case scenario, we eat supper together. Worst case scenario, I'll be having leftover chippy for supper tomorrow. She pressed the call button. Warehouse. 2 hours later. It was a good day to be a lot of things: police, firefighter, lawyer, politician, especially if you committed no such bloodthirsty crimes and you kept your hands and morality clean. It wasn't a good life to be a criminal, however. With Kira back in action and the war of political beliefs Kiri started having ended 8 months ago, crimes have started to go down and Yakuza groups, bloodthirsty or not, were being targeted by Kira. Those who had their names and faces hidden by the media were still targeted somehow, but these victims were killed with a knife of some kind, and their bodies were left behind at the crime scene. The only safe place at night for 4 criminals to hide from Kira, and whoever was cutting up their comrades and leaving them for dead, is this warehouse locating several miles outside of Tokyo. They sat in a small dimly lit room at a table with cards laid out before them, passing time by playing poker. A teenager with shoulder-length hair named Mitsu was among a handful of Imperial Yakuza to survive. He asked, "How long do we have to wait for this anonymous guest to show?" He gestured to the 5th seat positioned by the door. "As long as it takes," middle-aged Ichiro, former member and survivor of the Hayden family Yakuza, answered. The man I spoke to said he had a proposition for all survivors of Yakuzas in the area. "It's a damn shame." Mitsu and Ichiro turned to the man with a bald head named Hideo. He elaborated. "It's a goddamn shame we have to be invited by an outsider, someone who isn't even part of the Yakuza, to come up with an idea for our survival." Ichiro looked at him. "You know nothing. Out of all of us, you are the least experienced when it comes to this business. Sometimes, desperate times call for desperate measures." Hideo put down his cards. "I may not have been in this business for very long, but I've studied this business for a long time. My older brother has been a member of the Matsuri gang for a short time before Kira killed him. He told me why he joined and the values of the Yakuza. Money laundering," the 4th man said, "racketeering, conspiring, murder, there's nothing ethical about the Yakuza." Once he said it, he averted his gaze and looked down at his cards as if trying to focus on playing the game. The 3 men looked at him and each took note that his unkempt hair had been dyed blonde. "Then why did you become a member of the Yakuza, Shin?" Hideo asked. "I didn't want to in the first place. I was forcefully recruited. They said if I didn't join, they'll kill me. And now that the Yakuza is collapsing like a bridge, why not go home? Because if I go home, I'll be arrested and be guilty by association. I thought I could go back, but my wife will snitch on me and I'll spend the rest of my life rotting in prison. It's better to stay with you guys than getting thrown in jail." Ichiro nodded. "Then let's have hope that this 5th man has a proposition in which we survive as the sole survivors of our gangs and we slip out from Kira's thumb. If only it were that simple." The 4 men dropped their cards and turned towards the door, making eye contact with a stranger who slipped through the door and was sitting in the chair they prepared for him, wearing a wolf mask. This man was tall, a little over 6 feet, making him the tallest in the room. He had on a pair of combat boots, brown cargo pants, leather gloves, and no shirt. To be more precise, he was wearing a sleeveless denim jacket that was unbuttoned to show off the wolf tattoos sprawled over his neck, chest, and muscular arms. Since his face was covered by a wolf mask, the only thing they could make out about him was that he had chestnut brown hair. "He's not Japanese," Hideo nodded. He's white. Howla, the man shouted behind the mask. Jag arn atlening min jag taylor japanska. What? The gangsters said in unison. Would it be better if I switched to Japanese? The man asked in the gangster's native language but still kept his hard-to-pinpoint European accent. Is this the man you were meeting? Hideo asked Ichiro. I don't know, Ichiro answered. Never saw his face, but I do recognize his voice, especially with that European accent. He's a foreigner, Hideo snapped. I'm not working with someone who isn't Japanese, especially when this is Yakuza business. He promised us a solution, so the least we can do is hear him out. Hideo swatted his cards away before rising to his feet. You want to work with this white wolf, fine, but I am leaving. I'd rather take my own chances than deal with this foreigner who might not know the difference between mobster and Yakuza. Are you sure you want to leave? The man dubbed White Wolf asked. I might need your help later in the future. Hideo glared at him. Ichiro said you were going to help us and now you said we're going to help you? Hideo reached behind his back and drew a pistol. You piss me off, you gaijin. He aimed the pistol at him. White Wolf slowly rose to his feet and walked over to him slowly, ignoring the gun pointed at his face. Pull the trigger then. Hideo pulled the trigger. Click! What the F-? Hideo gasped and pulled the trigger 3 more times. You thought I would just waltz in here absent-mindedly? He sabotaged Hideo's gun, Ichiro thought. How was he able to do that? The only way he would have been able to do so was to do it prior to the meeting. Hideo growled and lunged for him. I'll kill you, you son of a bi-. White Wolf kicked Hideo in the stomach, folding him before he reached into his left breast pocket to pull out a ruler and jam it into Hideo's throat. Hideo yelled in pain and grabbed at White Wolf's hands to push them away, but White Wolf started twisting the ruler counterclockwise and jamming it in before yanking it out. The ruler was covered in 6 inches of blood. Hideo collapsed and tried holding his wound closed before his arms ceased to function and his eyes rolled to the back of his skull. While White Wolf exclaimed, better to be killed by a ruler than a dictator. He slowly turned to face the other 3 men, who were averting their eyes from their dead comrade. White Wolf grabbed the chair reserved for him and moved it over to the table, knocking Hideo's chair out the way in the process. He sat down and picked up Hideo's cards and looked through them. Man, if I hadn't interrupted, this guy would have won with a flush, he chuckled. You killed him, Ichiro whispered as he looked down, with a ruler. White Wolf suddenly became aware of the bloody ruler still in his hand. Well, it gets pretty boring with using a knife to kill, so I decided to change things up. Besides, I wanted to know how deep I could go before giving this mob guy a blood transfusion. He laughed. Now, let's get down to business. He dropped the ruler on Shin's deck of cards. He ran a gloved hand through his wavy black hair before interlocking his fingers and resting them on the table. October 2030, that is the year that the world would be turned back in time to an era where things would be changed forever. He looked at the 3 gangsters through the holes in his mask, but they all avoided eye contact. Before October 2030, criminals ruled these streets, dominated the cities, polluted states with violence and murder that it had practically become the new weapon of mass murder. He let that sentence linger. It is criminals who wrote the era after the god of justice, Kira, disappeared. He chuckled under his mask. We were at the top of the food chain and we made the police look awful by putting handcuffs around our wrists. Look at all we have accomplished. You're not native, Shin pointed out, but there has been an increase in Yakuza organizations post-Kira. And from where I'm from, there are plenty of gangsters and criminals out there who just love getting off on popping caps off. He held his hands out dramatically. And look where we are right now, the second age of Kira. Ichiro mustered up the courage to look up at White Wolf. We've been reduced to nothing. White Wolf chuckled. No, this is only temporary. Think about it and think about all we have accomplished. We make crimes and criminal organizations memorable and historical because we swam our way to the surface after Kira died all those years ago. When Kira died, innocent people started showing their true colors. My father, upon hearing that Kira was done for, started beating my mother because he knew that deep down, he could truly escape justice. How could your father do that? Shin whispered in horror. He just did, he shrugged nonchalantly. What point are you trying to make? Ichiro demanded. It sounds like you're just rambling. We lost our power because of Kira. No, we found our power because of Kira. He leaned over the table. I said that we are not in a new Kira era, but we have been put in a time loop and reversed back to a time where the era changed forever. We just have to hit the resume button. What are you up to? Mitsu asked. Simple, we find Kira and we kill him. It would have been funny except that the person they were talking to just killed one of their fellow comrades with a ruler. Ichiro glared at White Wolf through his masked eyes. Why haven't you done it, Kia Killer? White Wolf stared at Ichiro, glaring behind his mask. You know my moniker? You're the one who killed my fellow Yakuza survivors a week ago. If you can kill 100 people, why are you proposing we work together to take down Kira? Because one man cannot defeat a god. Think about it, you pit a strong person against a weak person, the winner is obvious. But, pit 100 weak people against one strong person and the winner is obvious. No matter what, quantity will defeat quality eventually. What do you get out of this, Kia Killer? I thought you liked killing criminals. I do, but killing criminals in self-defense is boring and I want to do something different and exciting. I've killed people with status before, in self-defense of course, but I'm growing tired of all the same tricks and antics, so I'm going to shoot for the stars and I'm going to try to kill a god. Ichiro rolled his eyes. You must be delusional. White Wolf sucked his teeth. I'm not, I'm bored, and killing Kira will quench my thirst for excitement. He rose from his seat, the legs of the chair making a screeching noise as he backed up and scared the 3 Yakuza. I've come up with a few plans to draw Kira out in the open and kill him. Once Kira is dead, the Injustice Society can rise to power and hit the streets. He reaches into his breast pocket, the same one he pulled the ruler from, and held out an index card. Here is my contact information. He lays it down on the table. A Joe. He backs away from the table, aiming finger guns at the 3 Yakuza and firing before rotating on the balls of his feet and jumping over Hideo's corpse before running out the door. Ichiro picked up the card and looked over the contact information. There wasn't a phone number written down but instructions. Kill a criminal in self-defense, then paint Kia on their foreheads. If you do this, I'll meet you at our original meeting spot. Ichiro's eyes went wide. Is that my handwriting? With Knight and Iris. Knight accepted Iris's invitation for dinner and went over to her place that night. When she greeted him at the door, she was dressed in casual wear and had her red hair spewed over her shoulders. She looked away nervously when he was eyeing her casual wear before stepping in. He showed that chivalry is temporarily not dead by pulling out a chair for her to sit. They dug into the fish and chips. Gilth and Massey reunited and watched, gnawing at their potato chips and strawberry sundaes. How long has it been since we ate like this? Knight asked. Long time, Iris answered before cutting away at the fish and taking a bite. But it's the first time I've cooked for you. Knight thought back to his foster parents and how his foster mother would cook meals for him. It brought a warm smile to his face. I love it when a woman cooks a meal for me. He looked at her with a smirk on his face. Do you want to come live with me? She averted her eyes and mentally sneered when she felt her face heat up. No, she said, once we both graduate from college, then I'll consider. Why not? We'll be together, 24/7, you can name me criminals to kill with your eyes while I get a candy from you. Stop teasing me. I can't help it, you're my outlet. She looked at him with a brow of confusion. What's that supposed to mean? It just feels so good to finally crack jokes with someone, especially with someone who didn't give me the cold shoulder in the orphanage. He thought back to how every kid in the orphanage avoided him, ignored him, bullied him, and he rarely, if ever, cracked jokes and laughed with genuine humor. He subconsciously began stroking her soft red hair only to pull his hand away and drop his facial expression and replaced it with a bored look. She narrowed her eyes at him and analyzed him. Her hair and eyes turned pink. I know that Butcher's hook on his Chevy Chase. I've seen it more than a few times when he was playing chess by himself at the orphanage. Whenever he checkmates himself, he would start a new game and his neutral expression would be replaced with a bored one. The only way that bored expression went away is when someone played chess with him. It has been 7 months since our last battle, and if we're comparing this game of gods to a chess game, then Knight is playing chess by himself and is getting bored, desiring a new opponent. She smirked. Ah, Knight is bored. Maybe I could do something entertaining for him. After dinner, Knight left almost immediately to go home, not wanting to spare any room in his stomach for dessert. With him out of the picture, Iris got to work. January 10th, 2032. It was Saturday and all Knight wanted to do was to sleep in bed, pretend to write criminals' names down in his sleep, and tune out the rest of the world. Since he couldn't sleep right, he had to be at his desk, conscious and looking up names for criminals to kill. Just as he felt his hands starting to cramp, his phone began ringing. When he checked the caller ID, it said Soma. He answered. Hello? Hey, Knight, Soma's voice called. How's my friend doing? Good, I supposed. He quickly snuck a criminal's name in the death note. So, I know that Hey8 has been giving you a rough time for not using your superb detective powers and solving the Kira case, so I called to let you know that your talents are no longer needed. Knight's eyes widened. Soma stuttered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. What I mean to say was that we have a new guy on the Kira task force and he's going to be helping out with Kira. What? Yeah, so you don't have to worry about Hey8 bullying you anymore. Who is this person? He's a new guy, sent in from overseas. United States? He's from somewhere in Europe. When we first met, he said Hala. I'm pretty sure it means hello, but I'm not sure what language. What's his name? That's another thing, he has no name. No name? No name. No driver's license, no birth certificate, no social ID, no nothing. He doesn't even have dental records. Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color. There's someone new on the task force and he has no name and he's foreign. Is this another break situation? I have to investigate. Anyway, I just wanted to call and tell you that Iris said that you were bored. Knight's eyes flickered upon hearing Iris's name. What? She said that you were bored in creating something new, so I went ahead and dug around archives for some case files that you might be interested in, and I found you a case that you might like. What? If you want details, you're going to have to come down to the station because I'm not allowed to leave with anything from archives. If I want to vet this guy taking over my place in the Kira task force, I need to head down to the police station right away. Sure, thank you, man, really appreciate it. No problem. I'll be over there in 30 minutes. Okay, see ya, Knight. Knight hung up the phone. Ooh, Gilth whispered in Knight's ear, someone is replacing you. Feeling jealous? No, if someone is replacing me on the Kira task force then I have to investigate. I have to vet this guy and if possible, kill him. Just because I'm getting bored with my life as Kira doesn't mean I'm going to give it up. He remembered something. And Iris, she told Soma that I was bored? Knight gathered his things and headed straight down to the police station, hustling there as quickly as possible. Gilth was limping after him before sprouting wings and flying after him to keep up. Knight walked through the station, said hello to the receptionist and many other officers he had come to know, before heading over to the Kira task force room and opened it. It was empty with the exception of Soma in a rotating chair. Knight, Soma laughed as he jumped out of the chair whilst holding a manila folder. You made it. Hey, Soma, Knight said. So, where's my replacement? Is that all you came here for? He brandishes the manila folder. I have the Kia Killer file in my hands. Knight narrowed his eyes. The Kia Killer? Where have I heard this name before? I just wanted to make sure that no out-of-country detective was trying to upstage me. He laughed. Let's see the Kia Killer file. Soma handed Knight the file and watched him open it and read over it. The Kia Killer is international, Soma said, high profile, fitting for someone of your brains. And it doesn't involve Kira, so that's a bonus. He read over the Kia killer's MO. If this guy is international, why hasn't Interpol stepped in? It's because there's no possible way to legally convict him. Technically, he is not a killer. Every kill he's ever made was purely in self-defense, and dozens of forensic analyses prove it. Then why is he called the Kia killer? Media. While not a killer, he has a surprisingly high kill count for someone who kills purely in self-defense. While there is no way to confirm this, there is speculation that his self-defense kill count is numbered in the hundreds. After Kira, he's stacked up the highest kill count in history for a serial killer. First of all, Kira is not a serial killer, he's a mass murderer, and second of all, is there any kind of analysis which proves that these self-defense kills could have been premeditated? He flipped over a few pages. From what I'm reading, every single one of his victims is a criminal. Here's something interesting. Soma reached for a paper buried at the bottom of the manila folder. At first, the people who were killed in self-defense were criminals, but over the years, the people killed or suspected to be killed by the Kia killer are people with status. He shows Knight the paper he picked up. A list of people with status in various European, African, and Asian countries. Warlords, terrorists, corrupt politicians. The Kia killer has stacked up the bodies of people who have their own Wikipedia page, and because all his kills are confirmed to have taken place in self-defense, they can't convict this guy, so they never chase this person. Holy shit, Knight muttered, this guy just might be the most dangerous human in the world after Kira. Nar Jag Valtar and Kira Ar Han Som Standard Den Farligas Mannen. Knight and Soma turned towards the doorway to see a man standing there with a smug look on his face. The man was olive-skinned and dressed in a black suit with a red tie and had wavy chestnut-brown hair. His eyes were brown, but they were a deep shade of brown that one might mistake them for black. What? The man laughed. Forgive me, he spoke, it has been ingrained in me since I was young to always start introductions in my native language. He looked at Knight. So, you're the teenager who's been working the Kira case before I got here? Not really working the case, Soma said, but he does help out when there's a threat just as dangerous as Kira. Soma patted Knight on the shoulder. He's still super smart though. The man walked up to Knight and held out his hand. Nice to meet you, he said. Don't worry, I'm not going to upstage you as the smartest member on the task force. Knight gripped his hand. You better not. He noticed the wolf tattoo on this man's neck. White Wolf's hair and eyes turned green. Knight's hair and eyes turned dark red. There was a knock on the door. Knight went to open it and find Iris standing there. Hey, Iris, he said. It's a good thing I called Iris ahead of time. With her Shinigami eyes, I'll know this new agent's name within 30 seconds. Hey, Red, Soma waved. How have you been? Good, she said and stepped inside. Did you help Knight out already? Yeah, showed him a case file that might pique his interest. White Wolf catcalled at Iris. Who is this red anemone? Iris turned her head to face the man. Her eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open as she stared at the lack of a name above his head. Chapter 39, Anonymous. January 10th, 2032. Japanese police station. Her eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open as she stared at the lack of a name above his head. What the hell is going on? Iris screamed in her head. Where is his name? Where is the name floating above his head? Where is his lifespan? Is he wearing a mask like the one I made for Knight during the Curie incident? Iris flashed a smile at the nameless man. My name is Iris. She held her hand out. The man purred as he took her hand. Ooh, such a beautiful name. You probably already knew this, but when you spell Iris in Japanese, it contains the kanji characters for rainbow and coloring the. Iris nodded. Yep. It is so nice to meet someone of European origin in this country, the man said. Not that I hate the Japanese, but I feel like an outsider here. Iris put her hand on his shoulder. I understand, and I'm glad as well. She moved her hand up to touch the back of his head. I can't feel any signs of him wearing a mask. She touched his face to feel for signs of a mask. Based on your beautiful olive skin, you must be Greek." He laughed. "So close yet so far." She touched his face to feel for a mask. "He's not wearing a mask or anything to hide his real face. Why can't I see his real name?" She stepped back after taking her hand back. Knight noticed this subtle movement and went on guard. "She's my girlfriend," Knight challenged. "And you're a lucky man." He droned before realizing something. "You know, I never caught your name." "I could say the same for you." He shrugged. "I wasn't given one. I was born during Kira's first reign of terror and my parents protected me by not giving me a name. I wasn't even born in a hospital nor am I registered in any system. My parents were a loving couple if they did something like that for me." Knight's eyes widened. He was never given a name by his parents? What does that mean for the Shinigami eyes? He side-eyes Iris, who was staring at Nameless with beads of sweat rolling down her face. Iris looked over her shoulder to see Massey gazing into Nameless' eyes with shock. "I'm glad my parents gave me such a unique name." Knight held out his hand again. "The name's Knight Asahi." Soma looked at Knight. "Oh," he thought, since we're dealing with the Kira investigation, he's using an alias. "Makes sense." Nameless shook Knight's hand again. "It was nice shaking hands with you, Knight. And I promise not to upstage you during the Kira investigation." "Good," Knight chuckled. "I'll have Kira kill you if you do." The four of them laugh. "We'll see," Nameless thought, "we'll see." The Yagami household. Knight left the police station with the pictures of the Kia killer case on his phone that Soma let him take. He and Iris marched back home to his house. Once they entered his home, he locked the door before taking Iris upstairs to his room and locked the door behind him. "Knight, are you okay?" Iris asked. Knight marched over to his desk and calmly sat down. He reaches into the booby-trap door to pull out his death note. He grabbed a pencil and flipped to a blank page. "Iris, tell me that guy's real name," he ordered. "I'll write his name down and have him killed in no time." Iris hesitated. "Does he really deserve to die?" "I mean, he didn't do anything dash." "Wrong, I'm being replaced with someone else on the Kira task force. I can't afford any new members within the group, especially if they have a reputation. I've been purposely misleading the Kira task force, but if they have someone new on their team, they could pick up a trail. Then why not kill off the entire task force?" "I will kill off the entire task force when they are of no use to me anymore. Right now, I need to know that new guy's name and have him eliminated." "But, if you kill him just after meeting him, then the police will be suspicious of you. You've already told them that you're a Kira supporter, but if he dies soon after meeting you, they might suspect that you are leaking information. You got off lucky with Break and Kiri, but luck eventually runs out." Knight touched his lip with the eraser of his pencil. "I guess you have a point there." He looks at her. "I would still like to know his name in advance for when he does become a problem." Iris bit her lower lip. "He doesn't have a name." Knight's eyes widened. "What?" "I was staring at him in the face with my Shinigami eyes, but I couldn't see a name floating above his head. I couldn't see his lifespan either." "What?" he asked in a dumbfounded voice. "How is that possible? The rules clearly state that the names you will see with the eye power of a god of death are the names needed to kill that person. You will be able to see the names even if that person isn't registered in the family registration." Gilth materialized out of thin air. "He said that he wasn't registered in any known system and he was born and raised in the woods. Massey and I could not see his name nor lifespan either." "But, you're a Shinigami." Massey materialized. "He was born and raised in the woods, far away from society, was never given a name by his parents, and has no DNA, dental, or fingerprint records." Gilth suddenly smiled. "There's another rule with the Death Note. The Death Note will not affect those under 780 days old." Knight takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Because this nameless agent was not given a name by the time he turned 780 days old, he is officially a nameless human being. This means he can't be killed by having his name written in the Death Note. Gilth laughed. "It looks like things are getting interesting again." Knight suddenly remembered something. He glared at Iris. Why did you call Soma? Iris felt herself go rigid. You've been bored ever since we killed Kiri, so I thought that maybe you were craving a challenge. The Kia killer? The who? It's a case file Soma gave me about some international serial killer. Technically, he's not a serial killer since all his victims were killed in self-defense, but his victims were all criminals, even having status. A beam of hope sparkled within Iris's heart. Does that sound interesting to you? Figuring out how to kill the nameless agent is the top priority. The Kia killer, killing him can come later. Why do you want to kill him if he's killing people in self-defense? This person just happens to kill all kinds of criminals in self-defense? Maybe that's true, but he's getting around the law to kill these people, and I hate that. I don't like the idea of someone else killing criminals except me. Iris cleared her throat. And you. So does that mean I'm allowed to judge and execute for myself? She's challenging me, Knight thought. If you have the guts to go AWOL on your Kira journey. Iris looked away. I'm not going AWOL. Flattering as it was for you to challenge me, you should try something more interesting next time. He turns around and puts his laced hands on his desk. I've got to figure out a way to kill this nameless agent before he closes in on me. He puts the pencil on the death note paper. In the meantime, I'll distract myself. January 11th, 2032. Yakuza Hideout. All the surviving Yakuzas were called to a meeting by Ichiro, Mitsu, and Shin. The meeting took place in the same warehouse that the trio originally met the Kia killer, and since they didn't have a big table for all 30 Yakuzas who attended, they opted to stand around the room. The room was lit up with a powerful bulb that Mitsu and Shin replaced the day before for the meeting. Ichiro stood in the middle of the room and crossed his arms over his chest, doing a head count of all surviving Yakuzas present. Plus myself, there's 4 Haiden family Yakuza present. Plus Mitsu, there are 6 Imperial Yakuzas. Shin and 11 others are a bunch of small-timers. As for the remaining 8, there are 4 former members of the Matsuri gang and 4 members of Seppuku Yakuza. The remaining 40 opted to not show up. Okay, time to start the meeting. What have we been called for? A small-timer yelled. What kind of meeting is this? This is a meeting to determine our future, Ichiro nearly shouted. This is a meeting about how to get our Yakuzas back on the map and not have to fear about heart attacks killing us out of nowhere. Simple, a seppuku said. Just hide your face and Kira won't know. It is because we are hiding our faces that Kira is winning. Yakuzas demand attention, and attention requires recognition. We can't be recognized if we stay hidden in the shadows. So you want us to expose our faces to Kira? The seppuku from earlier asked. You must be more suicidal than one of Kiri's victims. I'm not suicidal, I'm speaking facts. The only reason Yakuzas such as the Haiden family, the Matsuri gang, the Imperial, Seppuku, and even this group of small-timers here even have vast and wealth is because of recognition. Ever since Kira came back from the dead, Yakuzas have been dropping like flies. We thought we would have been safe, but then we saw with the Kiri incident that even though Yakuzas keep their hands clean and stay away from bloodthirsty savages, we're still targets because of our recognition. The only reason we're alive is that we stayed out of the shadows, a Matsuri gangster shouted. You want us to throw in the towel and show our faces? The Matsuri gangster's words cut through the crowd like butter, and commotion rose up between the criminals. Some were murmuring in agreement, others were snapping off a protest of some kind. Either way, the volume of the commotion was getting louder, and Ichiro knew he had to stop it. Wait, 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 he shouted and raised his hands up in the air. I'm not saying we expose ourselves, I'm saying that we can't just sit here and do nothing. None of us were leaders of the Yakuzas we were a part of, only foot soldiers or scouts, and the only reason we survived is that we stayed in the shadows or we left any major gang activity prior to Kira's revival. Why did you call us to this meeting in the first place? The seppuku shouted once again. Because a few nights ago, a man approached me, Shin, and Mitsu here about an opportunity. Mitsu saw his cue and spoke. We don't have just Kira to deal with, but there is someone else out there. The media calls him the Kia Killer, and he's the second most dangerous person in the world after Kira. He killed a few of our fellow gangsters, but he called us to a private meeting to discuss something with us. Talk about loyalty, an Imperial gangster said. You turn a blind eye to the man who murdered your fellow gangsters? Where's the honor? He killed Hideo, but he told us that he is willing to help us. Why should we trust the Kia Killer? Another Matsuri gangster spoke up. Isn't he the one who kills criminals in self-defense or something? He says it's nothing personal, Shin spoke nervously. He said that he did it only out of boredom and that he holds no personal vendetta against criminals. That just makes him worse. Ichiro spoke again. Granted, he may have killed several of our men, but he is responsible for countless human deaths. He wants to work with us to find and kill Kira. The gangsters laughed. You expect us to believe some bullshit like that? An Imperial asked. I mean it. I called this meeting to see if we should work with this serial killer or take down Kira ourselves. After all, we owe it to our Yakuzas to restore honor to what our boss has built. He paused to let that sentence linger. It was Haruki Haruno who recruited me into the Hayden family Yakuza, and he did it because he saw how low I was in life and gave me a chance to feel like I'm alive again. And he was among the first to be killed by Kira when he returned, so I owe it to Haruno to restore honor to the Hayden family Yakuza. I don't know about the rest of you, but I am a man of honor. If this serial killer thinks he can take down Kira, then why not do it himself? A seppuku asked. He said that quantity beats quality, Shin answered. He wants all of our help, not just Ichiro, Mitsu, and myself, but everyone in our gang. Do you know how to contact him? A small-timer asked. We know how to contact him, Mitsu answered. But we're going to contact him only after we've discussed this with our fellow companions. Discuss it amongst yourselves and take as much time as needed, but we need an answer soon. The Yakuzas looked at each other, whispering to themselves. Mitsu and Shin reunite with Ichiro. They move to the corner of the room and whisper to themselves. How do we go about solving this? Mitsu asked. There are about 70 of us and only 30 are present. We'll do this by majority vote, Ichiro answered. Besides, almost everybody here has been with the Yakuza for at least a year before Kira's return, and none of us were high-ranking, so we're all on equal footing. Mitsu found humor in the sentence. I was 15 when I joined the Imperial Yakuza, and I'm now 17. If that's the case, then I don't think I should have a say in the majority vote, Shin said. I'm the least experienced of the small-time Yakuzas, and I've only been part of the Yakuza for 6 months, and I joined after Kira's return. You were forcefully recruited when numbers started dwindling, Mitsu said. But you still have a say because even though you were press-ganged, you still came back, and that means something. He smiled at Shin. If it were up to me, I would have forcefully recruited you into the Imperial Yakuza. Why? The Imperial Yakuza recruits people who have been abandoned by society and treated as outcasts. Why do you think most of the members there are in their late teen years? I'm not an outsider, nor was I abandoned by society. Knight opened his computer and pulled up a list of Yakuza members he planned to kill later. Iris activated her Shinigami eyes. Jun Kubo. Thun thump. A Hayden gangster clutched his chest and fell over with a gag, the eyes rolling to the back of his head as he landed on his back. Words escaped from the gangster's mouths and eyes glued on the dead body. Issei Ando. A second Hayden gangster collapsed. Norio Noguchi. A third Hayden gangster collapsed. Oh my god, Ichiro whispered in horror and clutched his still-beating heart. Kira. An Imperial teenager stumbled back in terror and nearly tripped on his own foot. He did a 180 and ran for the door. Takaya Yoshino. The retreating Imperial collapsed before he was halfway through the door. Ryuichi Hirai. A Matsuri gangster fell face-first into the ground after clutching his chest. Shohei Tsuji. A small-timer went wide-eyed before collapsing on his side. Katsuyuki Seiki, Rintaro Furukawa, and Takahiro Takai. Since these three are part of the Seppuku Yakuza, I'm going to make them commit seppuku. 3 members of the Seppuku Yakuza each pulled out a knife and they simultaneously used it to disembowel themselves. They screamed in anguish before they suddenly went quiet and collapsing to the ground after clutching their chests. Kira had made them disembowel themselves before killing them with a heart attack. The 21 surviving Yakuza slowly backed away and pressed their backs to the wall, waiting the full 60 seconds of a minute before they felt somewhat relaxed. Ichiro looked away and vomited. Sick. Shin cried into his forearm. Why so brutal? Mitsu laughed. Better than me. Kira, a Matsuri gangster, whispered. He's got our names and faces and he just killed them like that. Ichiro spoke again. What's your answer on the offer? We need to kill Kira before he kills us. I say we work with the Kia killer. A small-timer spoke up. Me too. An imperial teenager raised his hand. A seppuku nodded. And since I'm the surviving Haiden family Yakuza here, I speak for the rest of my crew by saying, yes. Ichiro reached into his back pocket and pulled out the index card the Kia killer gave him earlier. He reread the instructions. Kill a criminal in self-defense, then paint Kia on their foreheads. If you do this, I'll meet you at our original meeting spot. Ichiro looked at the small timer from earlier who asked how they were going to contact the Kia killer. We're going to use you to contact the Kia killer. Me? How? Mitsu looked down at the card before facing the small timer with a grin on his face. Ichiro pulled out a knife from his back pocket. He twirled the blade in his hand and held the handle out to the small timer. I want you to take this knife and attack me with every fiber of your being. Attack like you want to kill me. January 12, 2032. As soon as college classes were over, Knight packed up his backpack and walked over to the police station. Soma met him outside and waved to him. Hey, Knight, Soma called out. Nice to see you again. Yeah, Knight nodded. You too, Soma. You been working the Kia killer case lately? Yeah. Thanks for letting me take some info home. Yeah, it'll be our little secret, but you're welcome. Much appreciated. Knight and Soma were heading over to the police station. Knight looked around, scanning his environment for 4 familiar faces. Where's the rest of the task force? They're investigating Kira right now. Really? Yeah, that nameless agent from a few days ago said that he might have found a lead through an anonymous tip. I don't know if you heard, but maybe a dozen people or so suddenly dropped dead from heart attacks in a warehouse several miles outside of Tokyo. When the nameless agent did his own investigation, he discovered that they were remnants of various Yakuzas. I see, and why aren't you with them right now? Height and Yamane voted that the nameless agent should replace me for serious Kira activity. Knight laughed. Yeah, out of everyone on the task force, you're probably the least serious. Soma rubbed the back of his head. Just because I'm a jokester doesn't mean I don't take this job seriously. But I'll prove it to them that I am a valuable ally. After all, I'm the one who stopped Kiri's accomplices. By shooting them. I'm a good shot. They made it into the vacant Kira task force room where they sat down and looked over the Kia killer case. Damn, Knight thought. I was really hoping for that nameless agent to be here. If he's already at the crime scene that. He paused and his hair and eyes turned dark red. Wait a second, did Soma say that he found a lead at a warehouse where remnant gangsters dropped dead from heart attacks? Last night, I killed 9 Yakuzas, but I was hoping that the locations of their deaths would be sporadic and random, but they were all in the same room when they died? If that's the case, then it must mean that the remaining Yakuza groups are banding together. He thought of Mello. Does this mean I'm having my own mafia battle? It would be uninteresting unless there was a Mello on the team. The door suddenly opened. The two turned to see the Kira task force enter. Chief Kudo looked at Knight with a smile. How are you doing, Knight? Been good, real good. How have you been? As well as can be expected. Kira is still killing people, but the numbers have been decreasing ever since. I think it's because Kira is taking his time and making sure not to exhaust out every criminal's name. Hello, Knight, Height said, walking into the room. It's been a while. Aizawa Height, Knight thought. Sure has, Height. Been bullying any criminals in interrogation recently? He hasn't, Yamane spoke. I make sure of it. Good, don't want you to be charged with police brutality when you hate Kira so much. Nameless walked through the door with a grin on his face. Knight stared at him. Nameless agent, how am I going to kill you when you have no name? Nameless stuffed his hands into his pockets and flashed the cheesiest grin at Knight. How have you been? Detective Gallant? Good. Soma raised his hands. How come nobody said hi to me? Out of curiosity, what was this Kira lead that Soma told me about? A small group of Yakuzas all died of heart attacks in a warehouse outside of Tokyo. It's no secret that Kira kills a small number of criminals on a daily basis, but what makes this unique is that the remnants of the Yakuza all met up in one room. It looks like the remnants of the Yakuza were in a meeting before Kira killed 9 of them. Well, he paused with a grin on his face. 10 Yakuzas died, but one of them wasn't killed by Kira. Knight looked at Nameless with confusion. Nameless noticed Knight's expression and explained himself. One of the Yakuzas there, a small timer, was stabbed to death and had Kia written in blood on his forehead. Knight and Soma looked at each other uneasily. The Kia killer was in the room with the Yakuzas? Knight asked himself. Forensics proved that the small timer was killed in self-defense. Nameless continued. Whether it was the Kia killer or someone framing the Kia killer remains to be seen. Well, Soma said nervously, the Kia killer is just as infamous as Kira, so killing someone in self-defense and framing him is not uncommon. What the hell is going? Knight screamed in his head. First, there is this agent that shows up out of nowhere who has no name and cannot be killed by the death note. Then the surviving Yakuza members get together for a meeting, and all of a sudden, there is an international serial killer just as dangerous as Kira who killed a Yakuza at this Yakuza meeting? What the hell is going on here? It's like things escalated suddenly with no warning or anything. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. I've got a nameless agent stalking Kira's every move, a coalition between the surviving Yakuza and an international serial killer. He smiled. Wow, looks like things are becoming interesting again. Chapter 40, Power. January 17, 2032. Seppuku member's apartment. Just get this job done, Yuta told himself. I know I'm going to get busted for this, but the Kia killer told us his plans and I have to follow through. He slapped himself awake and started typing profusely onto the computer, hacking into the Interpol database through his computer and saving files on all known Yakuza in Japan on his desktop. He didn't know why he was so worried. He's taken computer classes in school and knows how to hack. The first computer he ever hacked was his father's computer, a mistake because he discovered that his father was having affairs with many women. He did get charged with hacking after the authorities investigated the cybercrime. The only thing that saved him from prison was that his father bailed him out of jail, so he could personally disown him for snooping on his computer and hacking in his private life. Then the Seppuku Yakuza saw the value in his hacking abilities and recruited him. At 19, he was the youngest of the Seppuku and served only 1 year and 6 months of the crew before the Seppuku fell apart right after the Kiri incident. I'm going to jail for this, Yuta told himself. I'm going to get busted, but going to jail is part of the Kia killer's plan. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He heard groaning behind him and turned to investigate. His camera-carrying partner, Tamaki, was convulsing in pain. He held the camera in one hand and the other hand to his stomach. He sounded like a wounded gazelle and collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain. Yuta stepped away from the computer and rushed to his friend's side, sliding to one knee and putting his hand on his shoulder. Are you okay, my man? Tamaki nodded. Yeah, he wheezed the words out. I was just moving too much. The Kia killer told us no hyperactive movements after the surgery we just had. Yuta puts a hand to his own stomach, moving it across his belly. He lifted up his shirt to see stitches running vertically down under his sternum and ending just above his belly button. You're a brave man for going through this surgery, Yuta reassured Tamaki. Then again, to become a member of Seppuku, you must survive self-mutilation, so the job was already half done. Tamaki's face turns red with pain. I know that, but to have your scars reopened for surgery hhh, he cut himself off with a yelp. I just need to sit down and wait for this to pass. Yuta helps him over to the closest couch and sets him down. By the way, I hacked into the Interpol database and I took down all files on all known associates of the Yakuza remnants in Japan. And I already took pictures of every file and sent them to where I was told to send them. If our calculations are correct, the police should be here in AH. He convulses. 2 minutes. He sighs deeply. Let's just hope our other seppuku squad mates have fulfilled their end of the bargain. If all goes according to plan, then we should be dash. Knock! 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 Police, open up. Yuta and Tamaki stare at the door. At least it's not the FBI, Yuta laughed. Tamaki looked over at Yuta's computer. Did you dash? Yes. I installed the virus into the database. The police break down the door with a kick. 4 heavily armed police officers rush into the room and aim their guns at the 2 young men. I've always wanted to be chased by the police, Yuta thought. But with the recent surgery, I'm not allowed too much physical activity. The Matsuri gang's impromptu surgery room. Suguru rested his head against the wall, grabbing 2 stainless surgical saws, and started sweeping them across each other to sharpen them. I love that sound, he thought. The sound of blades sharpening against each other, ready to cut into a human's bone. If society doesn't appreciate my abilities as a surgeon, then maybe the Matsuri gang does. After all, who else attempted to open a person's ribcage whilst blindfolded? He pushed himself off the wall. It's not my fault that the man I operated on suddenly had an aneurysm when he was under and died. The door to the impromptu surgical room opened and 2 men stepped in. One was a fellow Matsuri gangster named Yamato while the other was a small-timer. Suguru studied the small-timer from head to toe, regarding him with careful consideration as he looks over to the fridge on his right. The Kia killer sees the potential in him, Yamato said. He pulled out a note from his back pocket and handed it over to Suguru. Suguru unfolded the note and read over it. He does a double take before looking up at his companion and smiling. Finally, I get to shed some blood in this operation. The Kia killer made a generous donation. He pointed to the fridge. The Kia killer said that we'll find 5 large bags of blood in the fridge. Suguru cringed and held his head back and moaned. It's been so long since I operated on someone in this fashion. His hands twitch and the knives shake erratically around his crotch area. I can't wait to get under this person's skin. He looked at the outsider. Believe me when I say this is going to be more fun for me than it is going to be for you. He looks down at himself and lets out a soft sigh. Even though I got to chop open their wounds and plant 2 devices inside them, surgery on the seppuku was not fun. The outsider shrugged. Have your fun, surgeons don't scare me. You obviously haven't met the Matsuri gangster's samurai surgeon. The outsider shrugs. I've heard of you, but even so, you don't scare me. Suguru snaps at the outsider, rushing towards him and holding both knives to his throat. Don't piss me off, you goddamn Eurasian. People who have survived my surgical blades said they'd rather be at the dentist getting root canals than mess with me. I'm sorry if I insulted you, the outsider said politely. But in case you haven't noticed, we're part of a huge operation in taking down Kira and we're on a tight schedule. He gestured to the fridge. Take those blood packs out the fridge and let's get to work. If you say so. Suguru removed the blades from his throat. If you would be so kind as to lay yourself down on my surgical table. The surgical table was nothing more than an ottoman bench that was barely long enough for the 6'3" outsider to sit on. I'm pretty sure it's called an ottoman, doctor, Yamato corrected. Suguru looked at him with a glare that said shut up. The outsider took off his shirt and lay down on the surgical table. He looked up at the ceiling fan above him, focusing on one blade and following it around counterclockwise before he dizzied himself out. Suguru put on a surgical mask and started grinding the surgical blades together once more. As much as I would love to try surgery on you with these blades, the instructions say to do something first. Yamato reached into the first to pull out a large bag of blood that had been in the freezer for so long that Yamato winced from the icy feeling. "We have to let the blood packs thaw first," he shouted. "No worries," Suguru laughed before resting the surgical blades down on the ground. He turned and headed for the closet behind him. He rolled out a device that had been placed on a cart and set it near the ottoman. Suguru looked over at Yamato and shouted, "Hey!" Yamato nearly jumped out of his skin, the bag of blood inches away from being waterfalled into his mouth. "Don't drink that." Yamato sneered at him before putting the bag down. "I got your tattoo machine here." Yamato left the blood pack on the counter and set a timer on his watch. Timer set for blood to thaw. Yamato jogged to the cart and started gathering his things for the tattoo machine. He looked down at the outsider with an unsure look on his face. "Are you sure this is something that you want?" The outsider nodded. "Yes, I have nothing to live for, so why not go out the way I want?" "The tattoos, the surgery, it's going to be painful," Suguru warned. "Not that I don't mind." The outsider laughed. "With all the abuse my former gang members put me through, it won't be anything I haven't felt before." He smiled. "Those sons of bitches, beating me up just because I'm Eurasian, I'm glad Kira killed them." "You realize that when you die, you will most likely not be identified," Yamato reminded. The outsider nodded. "I'm aware, and I actually fancy the idea of being a ghost. No longer will I be Harold Ase, the half-Danish, half-Japanese small-timer Yakuza. I will be like the Kia killer, a ghost with no record in any existing database, a ghost completely untraceable." Suguru and Yamato looked at each other and nodded. "Let's get started then." Yamato turned on the tattoo machine. "I'm sorry if I draw blood." He laughed. Later that night. Yakuza warehouse. The Kia killer sighed through his wolf mask, finishing sharpening up his Bowie knife before putting it in his holster. He took out a pack of Crayola crayons from his left breast pocket before taking out a pack of 6 pencil extenders from his right pocket. He carefully places the crayons in each pencil extender before planting them in his breast pocket. Ichiro, Mitsu, and Shin stepped through the door and looked at him with stern looks on their faces. "Everything is ready, boss," Ichiro announced. "Good," boss whispered loud enough for them to hear. "Step 2 of the operation starts now." Ichiro took out his cell phone and dialed up a number. He spoke only one sentence: "Start the broadcast." The Yagami household. When Knight was scrolling through his daily list of criminals to kill, he was stumped when he scrolled down to the bottom of the page. All files on the Yakuza survivors had been deleted. When he realized this, his jaw dropped to the ground. Gilth materialized beside him and looked over the computer. "What's wrong, Sonny?" "The files on all the Yakuza, they suddenly vanished," Knight answered. "It looks like someone hacked into Interpol's database and took off every name of the surviving Yakuza." He stands up from his seat and begins pacing around the room. "Why would they do that?" Gilth asked, perplexed. "Don't they know how sophisticated the police are with tracking cybercrime? Any such hack will immediately result in the source being traced." Knight nodded. "Yeah, they must be stupid if they think they can get away with this." He pauses in the middle of the room. "Unless... A few days ago, when I killed those 9 Yakuza gangsters, they were all from different Yakuza, but they all died in the same room. No doubt that the remnant Yakuza were called to a meeting prior to their death." He touches his jaw. "This means the person most likely to have hacked into Interpol's database is a member of one of these Yakuza." He turns to the computer and starts typing. "Whatcha looking up now?" He reaches into his pouch to take out a potato chip and ate it. "I'm trying to see if there are any Yakuza groups known that had a history of hiring hackers." He turned on his TV and switched to Sakura TV to have background music. He searched up Yakuza that had a history of hiring hackers. Most of these Yakuza groups weren't really into computers and technology due to the police being much more sophisticated with cybercrimes, but there was one group that stood out, the Seppuku Yakuza. From what he gathered, the Seppuku Yakuza originally started out as a low-life club of gangsters that rarely, if ever, made the headline. To make a name for themselves, they started an initiation where a recruit would have to perform some kind of disembowelment. Disembowelment to them meant self-mutilation in their stomach area. Even with this crude initiation method made public, no one bothered to give them headway. How the seppuku yakuza went from a gang of nobodies to nightmares is when they hacked into a bank's private network with the intent of leading the police to the source of the hack. Turns out that the bank that was hacked belonged to the Disciples Yakuza, a syndicate notorious for dealing with weapons, and the source of the hack had been traced to the Disciples' weapons cache. After losing all their guns, the seppuku quickly claimed responsibility for dismantling one of the largest known gun trade chains in the Yakuza and started to become feared in the criminal underworld. If the Yakuza remnants formed a coalition, then it was more than likely that the seppuku was responsible for hacking the database. The TV started to crack in static. Knight and Gilth looked over at the screen. When the footage started to calm down after a few seconds, the static and crackling disappeared to show footage of a man in a wolf mask sitting in a chair. The man in the wolf mask looked at the screen. "Hello," the man said in a distorted voice. "We would say we're sorry for interrupting your broadcast, but we're not." The man rose out of the chair and towered over the camera, which tilted upward to capture his frame. Aside from the wolf mask, he was wearing the seppuku's white and blue gang collars and had a patch on his left arm. This patch had a crossed-out S painted in blue with a white background. "Seppuku," Knight said. "They did hijack the Interpol database. What do you think their plan is?" Gilth asked. "I think their plan is to get caught," Knight answered. "Why else would they make a stupid move like this after stealing from Interpol? I think they want to get caught." The seppuku gangster started pacing out of the camera's view and began speaking. "We are the seppuku yakuza," the gangster said. "I'm not going to bore you with a formality, but you may remember us from when we crippled the Disciples Network." He stopped pacing and faced the camera. "That is what the seppuku is about, crippling." He grabs the chair behind him and puts it in front of him and places one leg on it. He rests his elbows on his knee. "Kira, I know you are watching this, and if not, then no doubt this message will quickly spread your way." He looked straight into the camera. "Kira, we have the galls to operate where you won't operate. You can't operate the same way as you did in the past because the police are that much sophisticated with cybercrime." He tilts his head like a curious cat. "The seppuku, on the other hand, we are willing to take those steps." He knocks the chair out of the way and creates a loud crash. "You will pay, Kira, for crippling the entire Yakuza network. I promise, when this is done, you will be kissing my feet." He walks up to the camera and plants his face in front of it so his face was taking up most of the frame. "Kira, if you truly want peace, then you must turn yourself into the police. You must stop killing criminals and you must reveal your name and face to the public. And if you don't, then every single seppuku operating in this city will incite chaos upon Japan." He lifted up his mask so that his mouth was showing while the rest of his face was concealed. "You have 72 hours, and the longer you put off, the worse it's going to get. After tonight, the chaos will escalate and people will suffer in the long term." The broadcast ended with the message, "Technical difficulties." Knight and Gilth stared with open jaws at the screen, frozen in shock. Gilth broke the silence by laughing. "I don't know about you, but things are starting to get interesting." Knight broke out laughing. "They couldn't be more obvious." He stands up from his seat after closing his computer. He made that message public because he wants his seppuku soldiers to be caught. He doesn't care about Kira. "What makes you so sure?" "First of all, if Kira was their main goal, then why set themselves up? Why make themselves public enemy number one? Why bother stealing all their case files from Interpol and then making themselves public?" He began pondering over the thoughts in his head. The police are much more sophisticated in investigating cybercrime than it was in 2006, so they are aware that the source of their hacks and broadcast is going to be traced, meaning that they are aware that the police are going to find them. This means they have a goal and a plan for after there is captured. What is going on inside their minds? Is Kira even on their minds? It doesn't matter whether Kira is on their mind or not, regardless, they wanted to be captured by the police. His eyes widened. Gilth saw Knight's wide eyes and questioned him. What? The warehouse. Excuse me? The warehouse from when I killed 9 gangsters a few days ago, members of the Haiden family, Matsuri gang, Imperial, Seppuku, and a group of small-timers were all present in the same room when their comrades died of heart attacks. He sinks back into his chair and rests his chin on his knuckles. Son of a bitch, he cursed under his breath. What does it all mean? I don't know for sure, but my theory is that the surviving Yakuza formed an alliance to take down Kira. Why would the Seppuku steal the files on all gangsters and not just their own people? The surviving Yakuza were in that room in the warehouse to discuss an alliance, and when I killed their colleagues, they must have come up with a plan. This plan must have been to make sure they don't die prematurely by having the Seppuku hack into Interpol's database and steal their files. The next step of their plan must be for the Seppuku to get captured, and knowing the cyber abilities they're capable of, I'm not surprised they have an ace up their sleeve. So, the Seppuku getting captured is only a step in the remnant Yakuza's plan to battling Kira. He smiled. How very interesting. Japanese police station. 9 p.m. After bringing in the latest batch of Seppuku gangsters, Chief Kudo was starting to get suspicious. He and Heiid had rounded up about 10 Seppuku gangsters in one location and had them thrown in a jail cell at the station. A few hours later, they get a public broadcast by the remaining Seppuku themselves, and they had their experts trace the source of the broadcast and arrest them. Chief Kudo stood 10 feet away from the jail cell, which was housing 11 Seppuku gangsters. Some were pacing around the cell while others were sitting in the corner and minding their own business. Chief Kudo sensed Detective Heiid walking up to him. I thought the Seppuku was better, he said. These Seppuku gangsters give Yakuza a bad name. First, they have to mutilate themselves, hack into our database, then they set up a broadcast while throwing caution to the wind. He chuckled. It's like these fools wanted to get caught. That's what worries me, Kudo said uneasily. They've been ever so careful and cautious in the past with their cybercrime. Why would they go out of their way to practically plead to get caught? It just doesn't add up. Maybe it's because they didn't put up a fight. Although, I will admit that they did a good job of hiding where they stole the files off of Interpol, cause our cyber forensics can't find them. I could care less if a criminal puts up a fight or not, the only thing that matters is bringing them to justice. But there is something my gut is telling me. Maybe you had higher expectations with dealing with the Yakuza and they disappointed you. No, it's not that. One of the Seppuku collapsed to the ground while clutching his stomach. Kudo ran up to the cell. He turned to the other officers in the room and shouted, I need a medical team in the jail cell immediately. A small group of quick responders hustled to the jail cell. The officers drew their firearms on the jailed prisoners to keep them at bay while the medical team went in and retrieved the fallen Seppuku. Looks like we have another one. Kudo and Heiid looked over their shoulders to meet the nameless agent's eyeline. Boss smiled mischievously and pointed at the jailed Seppuku. Earlier today, when we were bringing in Seppuku gangsters, several of them collapsed. When I took them to the ME lab, they discovered that the initiation scars on their abdomens have been opened up. He looked over at the convulsing Seppuku the medical team carried out. Someone cut open the Seppuku's stomachs and planted something inside. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? Heiid shouted. Why did you think I'm here in the first place? You think it could be a bomb? Kudo asked, fearful of the answer. Boss shook his head. I ordered a bomb squad to look over it, and there are no traces of a bomb inside the device planted inside them. Kudo put a hand to his chest and sighed with relief. Thank God. Boss continued. If you want to look at the device yourself, it's in evidence lockup along with the other devices. Thank you. Kudo turned back to the Seppuku in the jail cell. He announced to the police department, every Seppuku gangster you bring in, I want them taken to the ME to search signs of surgery. Yes, Chief Kudo, an officer beside him spoke. And speaking of the devil, the most recently captured Seppuku was brought in and shoved forward by Yamane and Soma. Hey, Chief, Soma said nervously, this is the guy from the broadcast. The man from the broadcast had his wolf mask removed to reveal the effeminate face of a young man no older than 25. He then nodded to the group of 3 seppuku being shoved forward by more officers behind him. "And this is his camera crew. Take them to the medical examiner," Kudo ordered. Boss grabbed the broadcast seppuku by the shoulders and shoved him forward. "My pleasure, Chief Kudo." He looked at the broadcast seppuku and flashed the cheesiest grin possible at him. Medical examiner lab. The broadcast seppuku was put under anesthesia before being rolled into the ME lab on a table. The broadcast seppuku had his shirt removed and stitched stomach exposed for the medical examiner to see. Boss stayed in the room and watched as the medical examiner slipped on a pair of latex gloves. "Now's my chance," Boss thought. "I don't think I can stand seeing guts and gore, so I'm going to stand outside the hall. Let me know when you're ready." Boss leaves the room in silence. The medical examiner quickly gets to work. He took out a scalpel and ran it over the broadcast seppuku's stomach to reopen his wound. Once the stitches were cut, the medical examiner opened up his stomach, reached in carefully, and pulled out a small device. It was covered in blood, but once he wiped enough blood away with his latex gloves, he got a better visual as to what it was. It was a small, handheld device in the shape of a cylinder wrapped tightly in fishnet stocking. He rotated the device and scanned over every inch of the device. Boss came into the room, his olive skin taking on a milk-white color. "You okay?" the medical examiner asked. "You look sick." Boss nodded. "You sure? You managed to sit through the previous surgeries and now you say you can't handle guts and gore? Talk about inconsistency." Boss said nothing. "What, you've gone quiet all of a sudden? Something on your mind?" Boss shook his head. He pointed at the device, non-verbally asking what it was. "I pulled this out of this guy's stomach," the medical examiner said. "It's not unlike the previous items I pulled out of the other seppuku's stomachs, but this one is different." He held it up to show him. "This device is in the shape of a cylinder while the others I pulled out were cubes." He looked down at the broadcast seppuku and planted the cylinder down on the tray beside him. He picked up his tools and started closing up the broadcast seppuku's stomach. "Since you can't handle guts and gore all of a sudden, why don't you go take this to the evidence lockup?" The medical examiner put the device in a plastic bag before handing it over to Boss. He took it and kept it at arm's length, his other arm going to his mouth, almost as if he was going to throw up. He went outside the lab and headed over to the evidence lockup. Despite the food bubbling up in his stomach and about to be ejected out his mouth, he kept his mouth closed and forced his vomit down his throat. He rushed to the evidence lockup and closed the door behind him. The cube devices the medical examiner mentioned were huddled together in the corner of the room with each one labeled strange seppuku device. Boss smiled. Step 1. Smuggle devices into the police station through seppuku, check. Step 2. Make sure all devices are huddled together, check. Step 3. The cylinder. He planted the bag down in front of the cubes and backed away, spinning around and slowly marching towards the door. And the devil said, "There shall be no light." All lights in the station went out. Rise to power. The Matsuri Gang. The Matsuri Gang is the least respected of the Yakuza. Unlike other Yakuza, who have codes and boundaries they adhere to, the Matsuri Gang simply commits crimes for the fun of it. They cannot be bribed with money as they are not interested in money. Primarily, they are composed of mentally ill people with sadistic and sociopathic tendencies not motivated by greed but by the thirst for blood. Their leader is a mentally ill man who just wanted to spend time with other mentally ill people. Just because they are not respected doesn't mean they aren't feared, however. Most of these sociopaths and mentally ill people do have training in some capacity in a high-paying job such as surgery, public defending, forensics, even money laundering. They rose to infamy when they took down a whole squadron of Haydn family gangsters, tortured them to death through various medical practices, before turning themselves in. The lawyer who got them off due to insanity was a member of their gang, and the Haydn family has been sniping at the Matsuri Gang for years, and when they were one of the first gangs to go down during Kira's return, nobody missed them. The Imperial Yakuza. The Imperial Yakuza is a crime syndicate built on trust. They are a tight-knit group that primarily recruits teenagers abandoned by society and giving them a new purpose to live. When the gang was first founded, it was by a teenager and his sister, who believed that society was corrupt, especially in Japan with the crime rates, and sought to control crime. He and his sister started up a club, drawing in teenagers who had not only been outcasts but had a high probability of commit crimes when they reached adulthood. Rather than changing their future criminal ways, the teenager and his sister sought to teach these outcasts to commit crimes with honor rather than malice. Rather than target innocent people, they aim at other Yakuza groups and stalk them to make sure that they don't get too close to making Japan. When a Yakuza becomes too powerful, the Imperial would send out scouts to investigate and find an opportunity to sabotage their targets and thwarted numerous Yakuza illicit deals and activities. They've been active for 6 months when Kira returned from the dead and suffered a small number of casualties, but they lost more after the Kiri incident, but they're still determined to control the Yakuza's power. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.